So, for those who missed where we left off in Project Zomboid, and I don't know why it keeps reloading the Lua every time, I'll have to figure out, because the mods should be synced up between what I've got here and loaded in the save, but it's doing it every time. I think that's something misconfigured on my end, but whatever. Let's see, before we get started, you want to thank you that your following had no sound effect last time? Oh. I'll have to check that. Give me 1 second to get in the game, and then it'll take 2 seconds just to make sure the follow alert's working. It should be working, but just in case. I could drag YouTube chat over there. While this is loading. Events. Alerts. Follow. Edit. Play sound. That should be fine. Okay. I mean, don't know. Looks like it's working. Played the sound on my side, it's going to the right audio device. Still, was worth checking. Yeah, it might have been a one-off. It could also be like, sometimes if I'm talking, it just gets, you know, destructive interference on audio. You just don't notice it kind of thing. Alright, so, let's try to remember what the heck we were doing. So, where we left off last time, we did take another helicopter in the same spot, and we have mostly cleaned up its aftermath, so that's good news. We did get all the way over here. There was actually a bait shop and all that over here we looted. There's still some goodies in there. We got the gas station. I should actually mark this as having gas at it. As soon as I decide what's going to be my gas icon, I was pretty sure there was an actual icon for gas.
Thank you, Pretty Pictures, for subscribing for 26 months. It doesn't help with your goal, but take it anyway. Ty for being cool background chill streamer who doesn't suddenly start screaming and yelling seems good.
Thank you, Pretty Pictures. I really do appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. Does mean a whole heck of a lot, but sub the channel for 26 months and it means a lot that you continue to sub. And absolutely, like I said, I understand that everyone can like afford to do the sub and all that kind of stuff. Like don't feel like you're supporting in the wrong way or anything like that. I actually really dislike the way they've implemented the there we go. I've absolutely really disliked the way they've implemented the Plus program because it does create that kind of weird thing where it's like support me. No, not like that. And I personally see that as a big party foul on Twitch's side. So, like, by all means, any and all support I'm going to appreciate. It's just annoying that we live in this reality where it's like, oh no, this thing's going on, support me this way. But no, the thing's not going on, so support me in the other way. I really dislike that's where things are on the platform. What was I dealing with? Okay, so food-wise, how's our weight? We're at 78, so we need to eat some food. I got the butter already, so that'll be fine. I need the other stuff. I agree, Prime should absolutely count. I understand why they don't want gifts to count. I still don't like it. But at least now when I get it that literally if I was getting towards the end of the month and I was short, I would just gift some subs out and, you know, have it sorted. Yeah, so I need flint to make more weapons. Otherwise we're at where we're at. Oh, we should top off our water. Yeah, so I get why the gifted subs don't count, but I do think very genuinely they should be making they should make Prime. And I get the whole idea for the business side on Twitch's end and why they do it is it is a thing that they are trying to do to have us as content creators, you know, promote for you to sub to the channel to get Twitch more money by having more independent subs. I understand that. I understand the business motivation behind it. And that it is just kind of a thing that they hold the higher revenue split hostage as the motivator. So as my end, I kind of get pressured into doing it because that's a way that if you qualify for it, that's a 20% increased revenue for me for each tier it goes up at no additional expense for all of you, you know, when it comes down to the other side of it. Like, obviously qualifying if people have to do a little extra to get there. Yeah, no, there's definitely things like they could they could hedge it. It's just one of those things that if your channel that's big enough, there is a point that the math works out that, oh, even if it costs me like 50 bucks, 20% increase of revenue, yeah, I'll drop 50 bucks real fast to get myself the points to cross the finish line. Like, that just makes me more money kind of thing. There's always going to be that algebra. That said, I honestly don't think it's that big a deal. If it were up to me, and this is probably why I'm not in charge of any of the business decisions at Twitch, I would just be like, hey, creators get a 70-30 split. No games. Just 70-30 split. Be done with it. But, again, the whole motivation behind the Plus program is to get us to promote you subbing here. Because what would happen before that is it was kind of the strategy for almost everyone on the platform to be like, hey, you know, if you really want to support, you know, take the money off Twitch. And obviously, Twitch trying to make its money really doesn't want you taking the money off Twitch. Because that was the reason, like, you probably still remember, and people still do, especially if they're nowhere near the Plus program, to be like, hey, you should take the money to Patreon or Ko-Fi or whatever. Because that ends up being like a 90-10, 95-5 split in the creator's favor versus Twitch's. But of course, you don't get any of the benefits on Twitch if that happens. But yeah, so that's the whole like thing, is they're trying to drive subs on Twitch. And it's just, they're holding revenue hostage as the thing to motivate us as creators to play ball. Which again, makes sense, because I gotta pay my bills, and that's how you do it. And thank you, buddy, for the 15 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the content, all that stuff. But yeah, so that's why they won't like gifted subs to it. It's just too easy to game it as an individual. Now granted, there's definitely a cutoff that if you're below a certain size channel, so far as number of subs, not like viewers or anything like that, then that math doesn't work out. But yeah. Those streams? Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I do my best. Alright. Okay, so just cleaning up some of these zombies that are nearby us. I need to check also when we can have the next helicopter come. It's soon. I just don't know how soon. And the plan for our main base is there's the resort building over to the east of us. I think that's going to be the plan. Unfortunately, right now, that place is pretty overrun by zombies. And while I'm certainly down to fight a lot of zombies, we're kind of hurting on the weapons department. And so the hope there is that I will be able to shore up our weapons a little bit more. And make that happen. Alright, so let's drop this back. We can rest for just a minute. So we cleared out the zombies that were just looming around here. But what we're running into is we're getting really short on flint for axes. Now, I do have the choice. I have a pickaxe, and I can throw it in our bag. And I know we've got a bunch of flint down this way, but I haven't been down there in a little while, and so I'm a little concerned I'm going to go down that way, and I'm going to start fighting down that way again, and not really gain stuff. Oh, right. There we go. I dislike that this resets itself back there. Hopefully they get that resolved at some point. I'm being stubborn, so I know what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and recover our character for just a minute here. And we're going to grab the pickaxe and ditch the junk from our bag. And we're going to go towards the other stuff down here. So let's go ahead and drop the bugs. Didn't I have some? Oh yeah, there's the bugs. Drop the bugs. Put the tree branch in here, because I'll use that for stuff later. Hop over there. Yeah, because we're only at 8 capacity here, so that's fine. Oh, wait, the pickaxe. Key component for this whole plan. Alright, so the pickaxe is in here somewhere. That should actually be in a different shelf, but I'll worry about that another time. And we're saving those for tools. Where? There you are. Alright, so we're gonna take the pickaxe, we're gonna get some flint. I mean, I think I have like 8 gas cans in there. And I think on top of those like 8 gas cans, I believe I even have more gas cans to the like I want to say the gas station also still had more gas cans for us. This game's hard to run your PC. We need to dedicate. Oh, is this? So no, this game is a CPU locked, not a GPU locked game. Your graphics card is really not important for this game. Now, like you're gonna want more than like an absolute potato graphics card, but this game is way more about what processor you've got. RAM can also matter, and you're going to want to run it on SSD. The game does suffer real badly if you run it on like a conventional hard drive. Let's not worry about the stick. Just keep walking and letting it do that. But yeah, graphics card is just not really important for this one. Genuinely speaking, most of the time when you're talking like simulation games, unless they're designed to look hyper realistic or whatever, most of the time the CPU is going to be the big one. GPU tends to be more important for like AAA games, first-person shooters, stuff like that. Yeah, I figure we're gonna have to at least fight a little bit to get out here. Now I know how to watch. Because we're trying to get our electrical 3 for the generator hookup. So I've been working on that. Making pretty good progress in that regard. Okay. Yeah, so got stragglers that were from migrations, helicopter leftovers, that kind of thing. But this should go relatively quick for us to clean down to that neighborhood where we saw the flint. We'll go grab whatever flint we can, bring that home, and let us make some more weapons. Okay, and you would be... Alright. Hey, Pretty Big Goof, how's it going? Yeah, and that's the thing. I remember there was like 5 in the gas station. I think I've got 2 with actual gas in the place we're staying, the house we're staying. I think I've got like 4, 5, or 6 that are full of water. I think I got like 2 empty ones. We're actually really good off on gas cans. Hi, wifey. Oh. You made dinner already? Well, thank you. It looks nummy.
I hope so. We'll see.
PF Chang's, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yep. I love you. But is it possible to... let's see. Is it possible to be tools left to the ground to despawn when moving out of the area for a bit? I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not possible, but it's not supposed to happen. That's not normal. It's not default behavior for the game. So like, for example, it's a thing that if you ran around with spears and dropped your broken spears in the ground, you could go back like years later and just see this trail of broken spears everywhere you went. There are only certain things that disappear off the ground by default. When you start a game in the sandbox mode, they'll actually have like a whole thing that's like, these are the cleanup items or whatever. And so it's stuff like a lot of the eyeglasses will automatically disappear after a while. A lot of the hats will disappear out of the after a while. Maggots will disappear after a while. Stuff like that. Okay. You disabled all that? Yeah, I don't like disabling that. After a while, that'll eventually start causing you performance issues, because it's just that much more junk the world needs to track. You can make those decisions. That's fine. You do you. But, like, those will eventually start catching up to you. Like, generally in my playthroughs, more than likely I'm going to be adding things to it versus removing them. Does the game have a basic tutorial? Yes, but I wouldn't say it's good. It gives you some of the basics, but Project Zomboid is one of those games that's pretty notorious for, here's the deep end of the pool, kick you in, start swimming. So a lot of your early deaths are going to be you learning basic mechanics that really should have been covered in a tutorial. And I say this as someone who absolutely really adores the game and everything. That is one place they could really use some help on. Especially, like, nowadays it's a bit better, but a lot of the stuff that was in the tutorial was not even factually correct. Like, it used to be like, hey, you missed a comment and the redeem? Missed a comment and the redeem. Oh! Yeah. Let's see. Dinner already? Well, forget to eat it an additional 5 hours before the chat bullies you into finishing it. Yeah, I'll, when we get to the ad break, I'm gonna eat. I probably won't be able to get it all done in one ad break without, like, shoveling, which is not what I'm gonna do. But I'll wait till the ad break. But thank you for keeping me on my toes. I just don't want to sit here in, like, 30 minutes into stream and be like, well, gotta go away for 10 minutes. Later, chat. But yeah, thank you for, like, trying to keep me up with that. Doom just had a little bit of a different schedule today. So the whole flow of things is a little different. I also literally just ate before stream. Like, genuinely just sitting to my right, because it was during the time, like, the countdown, I finished my lunch. So I have not been starved, so don't worry about it. Yeah, so we got a bunch of stragglers down here, but that's okay. Oh, we must aggro the second one we pushed. But yeah, so I will say there's some things I feel like Project Zomboid really does need to teach the player. I also think there's a lot of things that it's good that Project Zomboid lets you learn. Like the tricks about, like, the radio and all that. I actually think those are good for when I say, like, hidden mechanics, things that the game just doesn't hand you that information. I think that's excellent. But, like, really basic stuff like how to use the weapons properly, you know, basic inventory stuff, cooking, like that, you know, bird food is poison in this game. Stuff like that. I do think they should do a little bit better about teaching you that kind of stuff. Honestly, a lot of the car interactions I feel like need to be added to the tutorial. Where, like, you can walk up to the car, you hit B and you bring up, like, the wheel and to hotwire the car, that kind of stuff. I feel like that's something they need to communicate better. Either that or they need to just really replace that UI. I know the wheel works. I have never been a fan of context wheels. And that's not a Product Zomboid thing, I just don't like context wheels. Do you like the way Pokemon trading card game handled the tutorial? They had a basic tutorial, which is what the symbol means and how to attack. Then they had the advanced tutorial that was optional. Yeah, I think some of the games have done like really good tutorials and all that over the years. I feel like Factorio, for example, does a relatively good job. In that, I mean, they're hit and miss as well. But like, there's a lot of stuff that it's just plain written out. It's got graphics. It's got all that kind of stuff. And like the more complicated stuff, like the trains and all that, they will literally like let you boot up a simulation, and they will go, you know, step by step, being like, here's how you set up your signals, here's how you separate segments. And so it doesn't teach you any of the things like how to min-max it or any like that. It's just like, here's how this signal works, here's how that signal works. Alright, here's a thing that you can now demonstrate that you figured out how these work. Radio wheels that go like 3 options deep are the bane of your existence? Yeah. Luckily, Product Zomboid doesn't do much of that. They do, they have been, like, they've used context menus very heavily in the past. Like this style thing. And I've noticed they really don't have hardly any of the nested ones anymore, because it used to be, you'd right-click, you'd choose, like, right-click, sync, go here, this, water pail, that. They still have some nested ones, but they've definitely been shying away from it, which, okay, is actually not a bad thing. But at the same time, a lot of it's been replaced with the, with stuff like, where are you at? This UI. And to me, this is so much more of a burden than the nested context. Like, this, the more I interact with the liquid transfer menu, the less I like it. Which is not the way you want to go with it. Because I want to accomplish something simple, and it's a 3-step program now, as opposed to right-click, then left-click. You learned, Factorio stuff on YouTube? That's fair. Let's see, like you said before, the age of the internet devs could not bother making tutorials. Someone will make one. Just like mods to fix games instead of devs. Yeah, that does happen. Like, there's definitely a thing where games haven't, like, the complexity games can get to has not gone down over the years, certainly. And at the same time, you have a lot of games, especially early access and that kind of thing, that understandably they're like, well, we're not going to work on making the tutorial for the game that's currently in development. We'll just have to keep remaking and adjusting the tutorial. And they're not wrong. But at the same time, if your game is not super duper intuitive, then you end up with the whole thing where for the first, 50 hours, the person's just figuring out how the hell to interact with your game. And there's a lot of games, like, I love Farm Sim as well. Farm Sim is another game that, in a lot of ways, I'd actually say Farm Sim is worse than Product Zomboid, in the sense that you're sitting there going, how do I make this tool do the thing I want it to do? And it becomes this whole big joke of just trying to figure out what control or whatever, because some of them are listed, some of them aren't. It doesn't really explain half of the processes and when you need to do them. So it's like one of the things that's the first step of getting good at farm sim is to already know how to farm in real life. Because the game's just like, here is how you attach something, here's how you raise and lower it. Okay, you finish the tutorial, or it's like, they make you deliver one thing. They do that as well. And they're like, here's the tutorial. And you're like, cool. So when do I plow? When do I seed? When do I fertilize? They didn't even bother covering, actually they don't even cover fertilizer or herbicide or anything like that. So you have like no idea when you're supposed to do these processes. And it's like, cool man, I'm really going to enjoy researching how to do farming so that I can play your video game. And yeah, if you've got like your family grew up and ran a farm, you probably got a good understanding, or you lived in an area where farms are nearby, sure. I get it. You're going to have a lot of that knowledge, but you can't assume that. You'll see sell for money. Modder does it free. Mods by definition should not fix bugs. Oh no, I absolutely agree with that as well. I don't like games that have been broken for a long time and just never get fixed while it's still being sold. I do feel like as long as you are selling the game, there should be an obligation to fix at least the more glaring issues, like little bugs, whatever. But stuff like, for example, Dark Souls on PC, not the remastered, the original one, had problems with its textures and all that for literally its entire existence, from like its initial launch the entire way through. And you have to get stuff like DX fixed just to make the game run right. And I do feel like, hey, you released this. This is something you need to fix. Or at least you need to make it very, very clear what is not going to be supported by this game. Hey, Nonamori. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. Catch the last 30 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so you got those chunks of flint pulled up. So let's remove this icon here. I don't see the nodule. I marked... Ah, that must be the one. That's a scary one. There's actually 2 or 3 in there. I mean, I want it, but that's... Actually, there's a bunch in there. I don't feel great about any of these. I saw you blink for a second there. And that's why I don't like these. Press Q a few times? I could. It's not even a bad idea. Just trying to avoid making this whole big, long, protracted fight. Okay, we got that one. I got 2 more over here. Zombie down there. We'll kill the zombie. That'll probably be loud enough to aggro the nearby ones. The good news is we're getting pretty close to full. We're getting a lot of weapons worth of stuff here. I don't see you, but I hear you. Okay, so there's another one up there, too. I just swear I saw one right up here. Because he played Starfield because of DLSS. Sorry, I can't see because a prompt popped up. DLSS 2 had to install the DLSS mod because Bethesda signed with AMD something. Had no option for the... Oh, yeah. They did like a graphics exclusivity thing. Ooh, hey, friends. Yeah. I am honestly getting super tired of like any and all exclusives, anything. It's actually been a conversation that I've been having with a handful of other creators because I can't remember which game it was. There was a game that had dropped a as an Epic exclusive that's very, very soon going to no longer be an exclusive. And we're kind of just discussing like the Epic exclusivity nonsense going on and like the pros and the cons of it. Like, you know, it sucks for us as consumers, but even more so, it's like, okay, but as a company buying, like, or, you know, doing it, there's a very strong reason why game companies do it. Because when you're not sure how your game's gonna do, and, you know, big money Epic comes in here and says, hey, we're gonna drop a couple milli right on the get-go if you sign this exclusivity deal, and you're like, okay, well, I can have a maybe not we succeed, maybe not our company has a future at all, or I can take this like big payout, and even if the game absolutely tanks, I'm still okay tomorrow. And so just kind of one of those things. And then they're also talking for like early access, it's become pretty popular because you release an early access on Epic exclusive, and so where you have like all the bugs and the problems and all that, you hit a smaller audience, get your big payout and all that. I'm like, yeah, but also I can't stand it. And my comment was like, we did like the last Epic game I played was oh man, Dead Island 2 was the last Epic exclusive game I played. And I did that because they gave me a key. And there was a bug in it that the UI for Dead Island was conflicting with the overlay for Epic. And a lot of graphics card would crash every time you got an achievement. And Epic doesn't let you disable the overlay. Like, you can disable it. There is a way. I'm gonna mark some real fast. Oh, I already have marked it. There is a way to disable it, but it's going into Epic's DLLs and deleting one of them, so instead of running it, it basically breaks. And I'm like, I'm sorry, that's not an acceptable workaround. Where the triangles for? I marked where Flint was, that I saw earlier. Which is what we're out here doing now, so we're grabbing those. Alright, and that'll be it for now. Because we are full. I do not have a settings command. What I can say is we are running at 16 times population, sometimes helicopters. We have these zombies set to not have the random hearing and all that, because pinpoint hearing a slow-moving zombie combination is absolutely awful, in my opinion. You get the 2-liter gas event too? The 2-liter gas event. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, yeah, this car had 2 liters of gas in it. But that's just Rex. That's not an event itself. When people talk about events in this game, they're talking like the murder-suicide house, the Jason house, the one where the car is missing a wheel and there's a jack there, the one where it's the fancy car and all that. Seems like RNG scripted, you found like 3x 1 to 3 liter events. Yeah, so it's not an event. When you have those wrecks and they have gas in them, most of the time they're gonna have like 1, 2, 3 liters. That's just the way it is. You'll sometimes find them where there's more, like 12 liters is about as high it goes, unless you're talking like an actually good car. But that's just a wreck. Yeah, no, when you're talking events, you're talking about, like, the house that was clearly, like, a bachelor party. 2x 1, 3 liters, we're at 60% overall condition. Yeah, that's fine. Those are just cars. Like, an event would be where you see the car where the hood's smashed and there's the one body in the middle of the road in front of it. That's an event. That's a hit and run event. I see, Darth. I see that you've yelled Rual. Why are we yelling? Before we turn our way back, I might snag one more flint on the way. Yes, how much flint did I get? 3... 21... 30. So we got 30 weapons worth of flint. You're just happy to be here? Well, I appreciate that. And 32. Which is a dangerous 32 because we have pushed ourselves to very overloaded, which is way more than I should be letting this go. Let's grab out the pickaxe. That'll dip us under because having the pickaxe in our hand will make it be treated as less weight. I will have to switch back to the I won't have to, but I'm going to switch back to the screwdrivers if we go to fight because I don't want to waste the pickaxe on slapping zombies with it. Get this out of here so I can see a little bit better. But then we're going to be spending a chunk of the next in-game day just weapon making. This will make tree branches our limiter again. Because we're going to get all these flint nodules. I'm kind of hoping with as many as we got here. Kind of hoping we can start pushing that napping skill up to 2. Because that'll give me access to the knives. And I like the knives more than the axes. The axes are good, by the way. Like, me saying I like the knives more than the axes isn't being like, "Yah, the axes are terrible." It's nothing like that. It's just very genuinely, I like short blades in Project Zombie. They're my favorite weapon category. And I'm glad in Build 42 they're still strong. They're not quite as strong as they were in Build 41, but they're still plenty strong. Okay. But the hope is, my plan is to clear the resort building. When we clear the resort building, that's going to become my like long-term base, I think. That'll be running to and from kind of thing as we clear the map and do whatever we decide to do this run. We'll have the not as good generator. We'll toss at the gas station to turn on and off as needed. It doesn't need to sit there and run. We'll just pop over, turn it on when we need to pop up, top off, turn it back off again. The one at the house will leave running pretty much permanently. Alright, so let's get this all sorted. So first of all, put you into one of these, doesn't matter which one. You all go in here. Because I'm going to have a lot of weapons to make. You'll say chocolate is best? I like chocolate. That said, I don't have that much of a sweet tooth, so I'm the kind of person that has like a couple pieces of chocolate, and that's I'm happy at that point. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I like chocolate, but I'm the kind of person who grabs like a candy bar or whatever, breaks off a corner of it, eats it, and then goes cool, and then puts the rest away. Because that's like enough sweet. A little bit more if we're talking like some dark chocolate, some proper dark chocolate, so it's nice and bitter. Okay, so bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and my wife did bring me dinner. So I'm gonna do is while we're in the ad break, I'm gonna go ahead and have the character stand right here for a moment. I'm going to pause so we don't die off camera or something like that, and I'll be right back, because I'm going to eat my dinner real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you for you know, doing that. It'll only take me, like, it's just for the ad break, which lasts 3 minutes. So I'll be back. Thank you again for tuning in. No. I'll just... Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence.
Thank
We
you,
do
the
not
very
want to
last
be in
line
here.
for
This is a
subscribing
dead
for
end.
15 months.
Alright, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, alright, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through. Okay. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well. That's it. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Alright. And thank you, the very last Sardine, for 6 months of Tier 1 subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, so I made you update your payment stuff. And it only gave you the option of 6 months in advance? Gotcha, so I'm assuming it was either you'd do it month by month or 6 as one big bulk. That sucks. That's annoying. That should put us another point closer. Let me just refresh to see where we're at on our count. We should be down to 14 more plus points. Yeah, 14 more plus points. At which point, then we're locked in for January for the plus program. So as a reminder for right now, if you are someone considering gifting subs or bits or anything like that, if I can convince you to instead upgrade your sub or sub with a tier 1, 2, or 3 sub for yourself, sorry, for the moment that'd do a lot more for me. But any and all support is appreciated. As we wish you could do more for the plus program, but kind of can't right now. No, that's absolutely fine. The people chipping in, like, to support the channel, that's not expected, is appreciated. Everyone being here, whether you're subbed or not, does support the channel. You being here just watching.
Thank you ASHM0RGUE for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, S-Mork, for the Prime Gaming sub.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
I do really appreciate that as well. So thank you so much. You could have only used it at one place in all of Twitch, and you chose to use it here. And I really do appreciate that. It does mean a lot. And to be clear, I still very much appreciate the Prime Gaming subs and gifted subs and the bits. All that stuff still does help pay my bills. The Prime Gaming subs do not count towards the Plus program, though, just as a heads up. But regardless, I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a lot. It is really annoying that the Plus program creates like this weird, you know, pressuring people into supporting you one way versus another kind of thing. I really don't like that it works that way. Yeah, no, I agree. I understand why they don't let us do the gifted subs counting towards it, but the Prime subs...
Thank you ASHM0RGUE for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Ash Morgan. I really do appreciate that. The 5 gifty subs, it does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Kicking us up to a level 2 hype train and all that, so thank you so much for that support. But yeah, no, like I was saying, it's a weird thing that they've created, like, a correct way to support people. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like... So, normally, gifted subs would go farther in some ways than upgrading your sub. Like, you get a higher cut of revenue, but then you get, like, more exposure. But then when you're in the plus push, that it's, like, the reverse. It's really annoying. I really wish they made it so... Like, I understand gifted subs not counting. Makes sense to me. I get it. Because then, as creators, we can game it. But, like, the Prime subs not counting, that I don't like. But thank you so much for that support. This isn't to be like, hey, you're not doing it right or anything. Like, all of that means a whole heck of a lot. Let's see, would you prefer 3 months of tier 2 or 1 month of tier 3? The 3 months of tier 2 would probably be better, because either way it's the same number of points, but spreading that over 3 months means that's a little bit easier. So yeah, that would be what I would prefer. Like right now I'm like at the end of the month and all that, so the temptation would be like tier 3, let's get over the line. But I think the smarter thing is the tier 2 for 3 months. Just because, like I said, that means I know for the next 3 months that's that many points I don't have to deal with. Because it ends up getting, like, as you get closer and closer to the end, until you hit that number, it gets more and more stressful. Like, it's become kind of a joke within the creators of, like, you're on that 3rd month and you're, like, getting close to the end of the month, you haven't qualified, and just... You have people skipping streams because the stress is just getting to be too much, but then, you know, that stresses them out. You just wanted to say that, you have a lot of cool t-shirts. Well, thank you. I'm glad, so... I adjusted my camera angle not too long ago, because it was cutting off around here-ish. And I just adjusted it. I don't even remember why. There was something where I need a little bit more. Oh, it was for the mic, the Moano. The Moano gave me a replacement mic for a sponsorship thing, and part of the stipulation was for that stream that it was the sponsored stream. You know, I had to have the microphone in frame so that people could see it. Which so I think I can talk about this. Yeah, I should be okay. So Moano is coming out with a brand new mic. They only gave me this mic back in, like, November, and I've been very happy with it. And they're like, we have a new one. Would you like another sponsorship? And I was like, I've been very happy with your mic, but yeah, I'll check out your cool new mic if you want. So supposedly that's gonna get sent to me. I was like, I've only had your mic for like 2.5, 3 months, but sure, I'll take another one. I don't mind having a backup. I don't mind slowly collecting, you know, because I have a backup mic right here. So I've got the Moano is here, and then this is a Blue Yeti, which I've been using for the longest time, but isn't currently being used. It's a backup for like if this goes away. But then just Moano is just like, oh, would you like another mic? We got a brand new one coming. I can't say the name of the mic yet, I don't think, because I don't think it's been publicly announced, but yeah. Mic for sale, but slightly in frame. But yeah. It wasn't like they just somehow heard about... Yeah, that was the thing. So I've had this Blue Yeti, and this thing, I couldn't tell you. It's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. It's been around for a while, and it's been very heavily used. And the microphone itself is fine, but I can't turn it really easily to get you an angle. But there's the mute button here. Well, there is a design defect in a lot of the old Blue Yetis, and it's not a defect, it's a wear point. But that mute button is a wear point, that the mute button gets dodgy where it feels like it clicks, but it doesn't actually. So you'll go to mute it and it won't mute, or to unmute it and it won't unmute. And mine was starting to do that pretty bad. Like, it was once in a blue moon it would happen, but it was starting to be like every third or fourth time. It wasn't doing that. Apparently you did it wrong. You upgraded your gift sub to a tier 2 for 3 months and it hasn't shown. Also, it won't let you access the... So, you might be fine. It may not have done... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You might be fine. It may have, like, actually counted and everything, and just not done the alert. I'm just checking to see if the number updated. Yeah, we'll see. It'll like, it updates periodically. It's not constantly updating. But yeah, regardless of, I appreciate the effort. Like, I'm assuming, like, everything went through fine. It might also just be delayed or whatever. It happens. Let's see, I have a HyperX, and it picks up the fridge 2 rooms away. Mute tap is good though. Yeah, there's if you are trying to make that nicer for people you're gaming with, you can get NVIDIA Broadcast. And NVIDIA Broadcast has pretty good noise canceling in it. I used to use that when I was streaming, because I used to stream to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And then a while back, I just stopped with TikTok, because they make you use their own OBS equivalent. And the thing that's annoying is I couldn't just use OBS, so I had like this whole extra program that was encoding the same thing I was already encoding a whole extra time, and the OBS Live Studio was just a CPU monster on what it would take. And I find, like, you know what, this is just super annoying. And so I was like, you know what, I don't care. Like, this TikTok thing is not worth it. And plus, my content isn't particularly well set up for TikTok. TikTok is very get in, get out for most of the content people watch. And so, like, the more relaxed pace that I have here, where you don't have, like, lots of quick grab your attention kind of moments, it's just not as easy to find success on that platform in that type of thing. But, because their noise canceling on their thing was, like, really terrible, I used NVIDIA Broadcast so that they would see my microphone as the NVIDIA Broadcast software, and then, you know, my microphone would interface with the NVIDIA Broadcast as, like, the middle layer to do its noise canceling. Yes, thank you so much for that hype train. A level 3 hype train at 5% with 7 gifted subs. I really do appreciate it. So it means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and get all this flint turned into sharpened flint flakes. And I'm low-key hoping that we'll get really close. I don't think we will. I was hoping we'd get really close to level 2 napping out of that. Yeah, we're not going to be anywhere near close. Because if I could get that close to level 2 napping, I could just push through to get the knives made. And just skip the axes. Alright, so let's go here, find my radio. Put away what I've made so far. Alright. Yeah, so we're just checking because I didn't pay attention. Oh, actually, you know what? We're probably 2 days away from being able to have the helicopter, if memory serves. I think it was the 26th was the last one we had. Yeah, so we're crafting weapons because our supply is getting low. Severe thunderstorm in 3 days. Love it, not really. Alright. Unequip that and put that away so we're not draining the batteries. Put that in there. If we are close to being at napping 2, I'm going to go down and get more flint, and we'll just basically take it as like 2 days of weapon stockpiling as kind of the plan. If we're nowhere near close, we will just make the axes and just go about it normally till we get low on axes, and then pick up where we left off. Yeah, it's gonna be nowhere near close. It'll be about halfway. That's not close enough. At least I don't think. Alright, so crafting, if we tell them to make axes, we can make 2. Okay, that's not as much as I was hoping for. Surprised. Only 2? Did I really not have more tree branches? It's fine. Tree branches are a very solvable problem. Just caught by surprise that we didn't have more than that. Okay. Well, in that case, I need to get some tree branches. Do we have zombies immediately around here that need to be dealt with first? Not looking like it. Alright, so we're gonna go over here and pick off some of these bigger trees, because they can give me like 4 or 5 branches all in one go. These 3 down here look prime. Nice and in the open. Real big trees. We'll pick those ones off. That should draw some of the zombies out of the forest down below. Let's see, when you first joined a voice chat big Discord server, you were nervous about talking so quiet that Discord thought I was the background noise and suppressed your voice. Oh yeah, no, that's there's a lot of tweaking that goes into. It's pretty rough when you're a soft-spoken person like myself. Like, there's a lot of time doing that. Oh yeah, and Draconic mentioning it's like, yeah, whether you use your Twitch Prime here or someplace else, if you've got a Prime sub, don't forget to use it. You're paying Bezos those dollars. The least you can do is get the benefit. Otherwise, you're just, you're just donating money to Bezos. So kill this zombie. Well, I'm kind of sad that you didn't attack me while I was early on that. Okay. And you probably had nothing there. Oh, actually, that one has a water bottle. I don't care about the stuff in the packages, but like, free water bottle. Not gonna complain about that. So there's the 5 branches. So that's 5 more axes. And a sapling. So take that back. We'll carve the sapling. We could sit down and read while we recoup all that stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and have us just overeat this butter a little bit to get ourselves up to like 85-ish weight. And then we can just survive on not butter for a while. Okay. We can drop off this here. Hop over here and craft the axes. And afterwards we can sit down, we'll read the book till our endurance recovers. And we'll make another round of axes. Cool. Rest. And that'll finish out the fishing book, which will be one less thing I gotta carry. Because even though we're full, like, we're like on the very end of the... Oh, canceled too early. We're like right at the end of the book, so let's just finish it up so I can just ditch it. And that'll be another book knocked out. Cool. And so with that, we can go ahead and pop down here, get ourselves in our tree knocked down, get ourselves in our 5 axes made. So you get the idea. I'm just putting time in to try and get ourselves a lot of weapons. I did mention, I believe it's the 26th that is the... Yeah, 26th was the last one. Well, actually, I can't remember if that month had 31 or 30 days. Man, dried dog food. But, regardless of what it was, we're probably looking at 1 or 2 more days to the next helicopter. It would be really good to be able to go into the next helicopter and just have a stack of, you know, like 20, 30 axes ready to rock and roll if needed. Your twigs, get those out of here. And we'll take the hemp. Don't really want to go far than that if I don't have to. Okay. It might also be a thing with how many of these we're cutting down. I could see it being a thing I do at some point when I need just a bunch of logs. Bringing a bunch of rope, tying up the logs, chucking them in like a trailer. Just because of how many I'm going to end up having here with this chopping down tree after tree for it. We'll see. If I'm over by that lodge as like our actual base later, I will likely have no shortage of trees. And I'll also likely have an area I want to clear from trees as well. I didn't carve the other sapling, I forgot about that. And it looks like the water bottle thing I carry with me is empty, so I'll need to top that off. Okay, so craft. Carve these 2 into the long sticks, and I'll make those into stakes. Yeah, because we're getting pretty close to hitting the point I'll be able to make the handles. Oh, wait, don't do that. That's not what I want. Let's make the axes first so I don't accidentally use the sticks I'm carving. Let's see, is there a reason you haven't barricaded the window? Lack of nails? Or just not worth it? No need. Just generally not necessary. Like, if I have some place I'm setting up as a long-term base, sometimes I'll take the time to do that. But places like this where I'm actively clearing, honestly, it's pretty unlikely I'll even see the zombies get into the building much. Like, you see we had like 2 or 3, but those are ones I welcomed in from the door. Actually, you don't see them. Like, this one here, that actually came through that window, so yeah, I could have boarded it. But all would have been is I went out around and fought it, versus having it come into the building. Either way, I'm going to be fighting it, so doesn't really matter. Like, it is worth, like, a long-term pace, taking the time to board up windows and all that. It's just not, it's not super important. Not as important as it feels like it should be. Like, steps 2, 3, and 4 of making a safe place to stay is just killing the... I hit the wrong button. Like, pretty much all of the steps of making an area safe have nothing to do with the defenses you build. It's killing the zombies in the area. And the zombies that are dead can't hurt you. Oh, wait, we're still... Yeah, like, if you're in a busy area, it wouldn't be a bad idea to toss a board on the window. If you put more than three or more boards on, it will obscure line of sight, which has its pros and cons. Right now, with how dark it is inside buildings, I would argue most of the time you probably don't want to board up the windows that heavily. Because while it's nice to not aggro the zombies outside, certainly, at the same time, not being able to see inside your own building is probably just as, if not more, dangerous. Alright, so we can knock that tree down. That'll be 3 more axes, or 5 more axes. And that'll be a cool 15 axes we've made already today. Are you all done? That's the only one? Alright. Let's you just put one over. Yeah, and that's not a bad idea, especially if your windows are blown out. It's not a bad idea to have one board on the window just so the zombie has to hit it. I just don't worry about as much because usually I've killed all the zombies nearby. If you're inside, can the zombies hear you outside? Yes, but the hearing range between inside and outside is reduced. So, like, if I am making noise outside, the zombies inside won't hear me as far as if they were just outside. So, like... Give me a moment. I'm gonna grab this, drag it back over. So, like, say normally you could get, like, that far away from me as the hearing distance. Let's just pretend. If there was, say, a building in between, it might be, like, this distance. You get the idea. It's not half, I don't know the exact cutoff. But, like, for example, if I made a noise here, maybe a zombie could hear me over here outside the house, but inside the house, maybe it's only there. So I don't know the exact amount, but it is shorter. And I remember it being a significantly shorter. But it also goes the other way, too, that if you're inside a building, the zombies can't hear you quite as far outside. They still can hear you. But, like, let's say, again, it's supposed to be this far, but I'm inside the house, maybe it's only that far. So we got this crafting done. Make the next set of axes. Yeah, so we're not gonna get hardly any kills today at all. This is gonna hurt our daily average a bit. But this is the reason why, like, late game in a lot of this, you can't get, like, more than... You know, you'll have your days will consistently be killing 8, 9, 1,000 zombies. And then people will be going, oh, but you can only kill 500 to 700 on average. And you'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, every day I go out fighting and kill, like, 1,000. And it's these days. These are the days that make it so it doesn't end up being that high. It's the days that you just have to kind of, you know, do all your, like, home management stuff, whether it's food or water or weapon creation or material gathering, you know, travel days, whatever it is. There's just a lot of little things that'll just rob you of a little bit of time here and there. Right, one more stick of butter. I think that should be enough that'll probably push us all the way up to like 83 kilograms in weight. That tree also seems like it'll be pretty good. Maybe not as good as these other 3 we got, but... Alright. Noms and spicy cheese? I mean, I do love me some spicy cheese. Sorry about that. Alright, tree, fall down, please. There we go. You love it, your body not so much. Acid reflux. Yeah, I don't run into that one myself, but I am aware of a number of people who definitely have those foods that they love that definitely don't love them back. Alright, so that should be about what we can probably get done with these. By the time we're done with crafting these... Oh, that calculator's probably... I actually have no idea if that's any good electrical for dismantling. Regardless, I'm going to take it apart because it's going to be some electrical XP. But yeah, because by the time we get these crafted and all that, it'll probably be too dark for me to go out for more. But that'll be... something like 20 axes we'll have made. Couple of steaks, got a couple stats of different things. All right. That should put us in pretty good shape. And even after that, I still have like 11 more sharp flint. So we'll have room for a bunch more weapons on top of that as well. Okay. Switch the source, choose the bag, fill it up. And we'll read mechanics until it won't let us anymore. Yeah, so real. Oh, it says, except a pineapple doesn't fight back. the pineapple, if you have too much, it actually does have enough acid to cause issues. I do love me some pineapple. Like, it's not, like, unhealthy or anything like that. You just gotta be careful eating way too much pineapple. Like, it's very, very acidic. Yeah, if you eat too much, it'll, like, literally cause your mouth to bleed and everything. Like, some pineapples absolutely fine. It's just don't go sitting there, like, eating 2 or 3 pineapples. It'll make your entire mouth raw. It's not like, oh, it's unhealthy or anything like that. Like I said, it's one of those ones that's overeating it. That's one of those ones that becomes the problem. And then if you mix it with anything, so like if you do pineapple juice where it's got like a little bit of sugar in it, there's a little bit of water to, you know, take the edge off and all that, that's a totally different animal, but like fresh pineapple. But yeah, it'll hurt you. There's a lot of foods like that if you eat just too much of it, and we're not talking like cartoonishly large amounts, like it's like a pineapple or 2 by yourself, it can make your mouth pretty unhappy. It's not going to put you in the hospital or anything, but it'll stop feeling so great. Yeah, see, if we had the power on with the generators, then we would be sitting here reading our magazine right now. But that'll be the big thing, is once I can get Electrical 3, even if I have to, like, lug the generator by hand over to the gas station, that will go ahead and solve that. Yeah, no, I actually, I've got 2 pineapple planted in the back. I don't expect them to make it, it's just been too cold in Florida this year. But, I've grown pineapple on and off a lot of times. Where'd you find the generator magazine? I have not. If you hit Electrical 3, you get the generator hookup as well. Alright, so we did get 13 carving XP, which is not as much as I was hoping. We got 61 napping, which is pretty good. Got some nimble and strength. So we had our one big, like, you know, weapon crafting day. Alright. And with that, it is time to get back to fighting. I am going to make it the point to just try and cut across to where the main building is over there. We're going to start chipping away at that. The downside is that is a pretty big hike. And I do also need stuff for a character to eat. That isn't butter. Because we're already at 82 kilograms and we're still solidly in the rising. It's almost like eating a big stack of butter puts on a little bit of weight. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna work our way over there. Like pineapple don't get a lot? Yeah, no, I think that's pretty typical. Like, not in a bad way, that's just normal. And most time... Oh, there's a pretty big group of zombies. You can kill them real fast. But is it recommended to eat butter like that to gain weight in real life? No. In real life, that's not... That is a lot of cholesterol to be just consuming in mass. Like, even if you're someone who doesn't really worry that badly about cholesterol, there's a difference between eating a little bit of fatty food and just wolfing down sticks of butter like they're their own meal. it's got a lot of stuff that's gonna not be good for your long-term health. Not that, you know, butter bad, don't eat butter ever, or anything like that. Just, there's a difference between, you know, putting a little butter in a pan and cooking something, or having potatoes with a little bit of butter on it, stuff like that, and just shoving a raw stick of butter in your mouth. Alright. That's surprising that we had that many zombies show up here. It's not that big a deal, it's like just over a rally group's worth. I just went from seeing like no zombies to being like, oh, this is a proper pull. Sir, you didn't just get stabbed, you got stabbed in the back. Who did you piss off? Let's move up here a little bit. You sure did? You didn't stab him back? I have been advised from my legal representation to not answer that question. I'm gonna actually remember to read the book. Okay. Get the X-ray. There's at least one other one who had something. It's probably just our fillet knife. I found the fillet knife seems to be pretty common of a weapon. But also pretty terrible. Alright, so back to what we were doing, which was just beginning to pull this group. So yeah, it looks like we got some zombies moved around. It's still worth me taking the time to kill them and all that, because again, we're going to have a helicopter in the area, it's going to show up, draw them all in anyways. So that's choosing to fight them on our terms versus their terms. Oh, there you go. So people ask me about cutting down trees with the meat cleaver. I accidentally cut down one of the little saplings with the axe, just by catching it with the hits while I was hitting the zombie. Man, what happened that the zombies are all out here again? That made you jump? Yup. Like I heard the axe thunking the tree, but I don't believe you take any additional endurance penalty if you hit one target versus two with that. For the record, I don't have multi-hit on. Hey, Bonkspill. Your fingers are sore from installing computer parts. like, did you have like a really small screwdriver, or were you just like doing a lot of computer work? Because usually you don't end up with sore hands afterwards. Not, I mean, tiny push pin fans. Ah, yeah. Let's see, is it normal for 2 police stations worth of ammo to only get you like 2 aiming to help you with XP bonus from that book? I have no idea. I haven't gotten to do a lot with the new aiming mechanic and all that. But it also depends on like how well you are aiming, like the reticle now. That actually does contribute, because you'll have the ones that stun the zombie that are quote-unquote misses. You'll also have, if you move around a lot, that will also hurt your aim, so you don't want to be walking as you're shooting as much. It'll penalize your aim, which means you're going to do less damage, and you'll get more of the ones that don't count. I'm willing to bet the XP for aiming will need some kind of adjusting. I just haven't messed with it yet. Like, I know I was surprised at how little I got from the shotgun, but the shotgun used to give way too much. Like, it used to be you went out with a box or 2 of shotgun shells, and you could have yourself set up with like level 2 or 3 aiming pretty quick. Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Did you see Drongo's death earlier today? No, was it the push to the military base? Because I know I've been working on that. I'm assuming he actually got into it and then running around in the dark down there, because I've heard that place is very sketchy now. I haven't gone myself to see it, though. Like, it's one of the places on my to-do list. As you're moving around a good bit, that could have been a factor. Yeah. No, if you're moving while shooting, it's, it'll straight up, like, the old aiming really made it clear that, like, you'd step and it'd take your aim from, like, good to just, like, full-on red bad. Like, if you just took a step or 2 is all it would take to completely obliterate your aim. Like, this game shows zero mercy for when you move while aiming. Man, I didn't see the clip. I was watching him work on the secret military base, but unfortunately I can't stay for the whole stream just because I gotta go sleep. I've been staying up way later trying to watch as much as I could, though. Usually around the time he's like, oh, we're about the halfway point through stream, it's like, oh, I have stayed up too late. That's pushing like 7 a.m. my time. You will need to send it to one of the mods. One of the mods can post the clip on your behalf. If you try and post, they'll just put 3 asterisks because we got the link protection thing going. So I'm not against having the clip, just, you know, one of the mods can push it forward or whatever. So like, I know Luxray is hovering around here. Not sure who else would be here at the moment, but you know, they could have also stepped away or whatever. Worst case, I could probably pull it up real fast. I'm pretty sure Luxray was here at the very beginning of stream, but likes to lurk. Yeah, if you bear with me, what I'll do is I'll back off for just a second. I'll pull it up. I can probably find it pretty fast. Knowing the way everyone here is on Twitch, it'll definitely be like they're very... Like, from the last stream, it'll be the highest viewed clip. Because that's... We all know all you want to see is blood. Alright, so... Videos. Oh, here we got... Okay, check that after stream. Okay. Let's see. So, clips. Last 24 hours. Let's see. Zomboid is a harsh mistress, as I'm assuming the clip. Alright. So this is a channel, this is a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up here. Since it's just being talked about. We'll shout out Drongo in a minute here. But they've been pushing the secret military base, so we're just gonna go ahead and do that.
Don't make me turn this van around, chat. Oh no, not... Oh. Oh!
Yep. The moment it's stalled, is like, nope, I know where this is going. Like, he could have switched seats and everything, but yeah, no, I've done that same thing. Not there. For me, it was, I once did, it was, I think, 16 times pop with respawns on before I realized how ridiculous that was. And at that point, the top of the map was, I believe, here. Like, this part of the map, everything north of it didn't exist. Yeah, he died quick because it was a, oh, too much stuff there, see? Yeah, he died quick because it was a drag down. He was considered in a vulnerable position. But yeah, and I had set up on this warehouse. And I was like, alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and do this. And this is under the old foraging system, so like there was a fence here. So as every morning I would fight my way and drag it myself out barely to make it to this corner to forage, to get enough berries and all that for the day. And, you know, maybe I'd fight. I couldn't even get over to the water. And I had done that for 3 in-game months, making 0 progress. If anything, it felt like I was just losing ground to the Horde. Because we had respawns on before I did the math and realized how ridiculous that was. And no, it wasn't 3 months, it was like a month and a half or whatever. But we're getting up to the point, I'm like, okay, by 3 months we're going to start dying of malnutrition. And I can't get over here to fish. Even just that far because of how many zombies. And so we made the call that we were going to leave, and I took a car, and I drove it down all the way, and I want to say it was... I got convinced by Chad at the time to go over here. I think that was the spot. Was that it? Let me check. We can tell if that's the right spot. Yeah, that's the right spot. But yeah, to go over here, and I was going down this road, and I don't remember how far we met. It's been way too long. Not just default respawn. But default respawn is like 5% every 3 days or whatever it is. But in a lot of areas, that's literally thousands of zombies respawning all the time. But we got somewhere along this area, because we were over a month and a half in. I was probably over here. But wherever we were, I was working my way up here, because people were like saying, hey, let's take you to this area where we're way out in the middle of nowhere. And I got on this road, it's pretty overrun. And I ran into problems. And I had loaded up everything we had into the vehicle. And so I couldn't switch seats. And I had a tire in my character's inventory. And so what I was trying to do is drop the tire, jump out of the car so I could run away. And I went to start dropping the tire. I just moved a second too fast and climbed out of the car with the tire still in my hand and got instantly drugged down. But yeah. It was like we were driving out here expecting to be quiet, and it ended up being like very busy with zombies. But that was just because, you know, 16 times pop, nonsense, all that going on. Yeah, so it looks like there's a bunch more zombies in here. We haven't been over this way in a little while, so zombies have moved in from wherever they're coming from. That's fine. There's a good chance wherever they're coming from are going to be places like that resort main building. There's not that many zombies in this general area of the map. Which is part of why this time we chose this area. But as well as things. Nah, I don't know if Drongo still had his window left. If the car was still working, there's always the option of, you know, trying to drive forward. But regardless, you don't expect to get instantly taken down like that. But yeah, no, that's, yeah, I was actually, low-key, I was actually expecting the death to happen once he got inside the building. Because I've not been to the new military checkpoint, but I have heard it is a terrifying place. He had 3,001 kills? Yeah. Oh, then that means he probably died, like, right after I wrapped up watching. That must have been, like, not long after. Because I know he was getting really close to 3,000 kills when I finally had to call it a night. And he'd gotten to the point of, using tree branches. Imagine getting the front door. Yeah, I saw him peek in the front door and almost get grabbed the moment he went in. There was like 3-4 zombies right there. Which is just one of those things that happens in those spaces. You're like, I think I'm clear. I think I'm good. I'm not seeing anything. And then you get up there and go, nope, nope, I'm wrong. This place sucks. It's time to get back out. Yeah, no, I figured he was probably going to drive home to restock once I saw the clip. Because when he got to the point of tree branches, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna have to restock. How are you so bad at pushing people over at this point? It's fine. I'll catch up with chat in just a minute. You are a new player. Does damage increase when you get better with melee weapons? Yes, and in multiple ways. So every single time you gain a level with a weapon, you get the base amount of damage it does goes up a little bit. The chance of getting a critical hit goes up a little bit. The rate it drains your endurance goes down a little bit, which means you don't get as tired as fast, which ultimately kind of means more damage from that too. You're just avoiding penalties. And then on top of that as well, the rate the durability goes down of the weapon goes down a little bit. So, like, it massively compounds in so many ways. It's one of the reasons why stuff like your levels and your weapons and all that end up being so important. It's just, there's so many things it impacts. All which help you just a little bit. Alright. It's to the point, almost all weapon categories, their nicer weapons will 1 to 2 tap zombies at higher levels. Some way earlier, but even the weapons that take the longest to gain to 1 to 2 tap zombies, which is short blades, even those when you're starting to get to like 7, 8, 9, you'll be 1-tapping quite a few zombies. It's one of the reasons why when people get caught up and they're like, no, but what's the best weapon? You're like, it doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't matter. All the weapons get really strong late game, category-wise. Respawn is 10%? Gotcha, so it's 10% 3 days? Gotcha. Regardless, the point still stands that it's a obscene number of zombies respawn on higher pops. Best weapon is the weapon you use the most? That, yes. Usually the thing I say is the best weapon is the weapon you have available. Is usually the way I phrase it. Like, what's the weapon you have on hand right now? That's your best weapon. Do you know where they respawn? You think they spawn at the edge of the map? That's not a thing. They don't spawn and walk in. The zombies literally will just exist again when it goes to respawn. They do have a lot of rules around it, though. Like, zombies will not respawn in areas you've been to very recently. Stuff like that. If you make a building enclosed, they won't respawn in that building. It's considered now like a player structure or whatever you want to call it. And so zombies won't respawn in that building anymore. There's a lot of rules to it. All right. Oh, stop sighing. Let's see, on 1 week later settings, it's 20%, and 6 months later, it's 50%. All other, it's 10%. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, no, like I want to say like the default, yeah, it's that 10% respawn per 3 days. Which means, you know, on average, you're respawning 3% of the zombies and some change, like 3.5, 3.3, whatever percent of zombies in an area respawn every single day. The caveat being, again, there's a lot of wiggle stuff. There's a lot of wiggle stuff in the sense that, like, the zombies will not respawn in areas you've been to recently. The zombies, they won't respawn in areas that... So they have a rule, to be clear. They have a rule, so if I have an area I'm basing, let's say we're down here, and I wall this whole area off, this area will be ineligible for respawns if it is fully enclosed. That there is a rule that is the edge of the map reachable by a location? If yes, then zombies can respawn there. If no, they can't. But the zombies don't actually walk in. They just kind of appear. But it is a thing that you could systematically go into a town and start walling off block by block by block to disable respawns in the whole town. Before anyone gets the idea of going, I'm going to do that for the entire map, just understand you are talking an absolutely absurdly large underhanding to the level that, like, no one is going to see through on a real level. Like, you're talking thousands of hours of gameplay to do something that large scale. Because there was always the joke about disabling respawns by literally putting a wall around the entire map. And you're like, you don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand how many tiles of wall it is. To give you a context, I had the brilliant idea that is doing a very late game push for the military checkpoint, or the military base there. And I had the brilliant idea that this route was going to be too dangerous, so instead, I was going to make my own road straight shot right down into the base from up here. And I got maybe around like this far, and it took me multiple in-game months to do it. And dear goodness, was that laborious. And then I'm like, forget it, we're taking the road. It doesn't matter if it kills me. We're taking the road. I can't do this anymore. It also wouldn't have been any safer. It still would have been a thing that as I got closer to the military base, the zombies would have still been popping out of the trees. The one and only major advantage of doing it that way I would have had is as I pulled groups, I could have just walked straight back in the road to draw them into the road. But I still would have to cut trees on the front towards the zombies, kind of defeating the whole benefit of that since I had to put myself in the risk in the first place. But yeah, part of the reason I wanted to make like the highway from the north there to that was I knew as the zombies would move around and want to circle back and clear out whatever moved into the area again. And I figured I didn't want to re-clear all those trees each and every time I rolled through. So I wanted to, you know, quote-unquote, pave the road by putting down the wood floors everywhere. How does foraging work? So you hit this to make that appear. You hit enable search, and it puts a ring around you. And then as you walk around, there's hidden stuff on the map that, you know, it gets spawned in randomly as you walk around, and it'll disappear after a while too. So you can never exhaust it. It'll just keep respawning stuff over time. But as you walk around, what'll end up happening is sooner or later you'll see like a little white arrow and a little eyeball appear. And that basically means you found something. At which point you can either be like, I want this, pick it up, or I don't want it, get rid of it. When you pick it up or get rid of it, it will take a little bit of your endurance to do so. Just keep that in mind. You are paying a little bit of energy to do the thing. I'll forage again here in a minute. Yeah, so you get that ring around you. You can also find things that get dropped in the ground that aren't forgeables. So like stuff like eyeglasses it'll spot. Which is nice when you're in areas that you can't really see well. It can help you find stuff you've dropped. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything here. Let's back up a little ways. Yeah, so like right here. So we found a pine cone. So you saw like the little arrow appeared, then there's the eye. So what I could do is if I want the pine cone, I could right click and pick it up and tell it where to put it. I don't want a pine cone, so I could choose to discard it and I get a little XP. That's all foraging is. And the things that matter in foraging is, one, if you put your mouse over this, it'll give you an idea of what's affecting it. One thing the game doesn't let you know about that is a major influence on your foraging range is the more tired your character is and sleepy it is, the narrower the range gets. It'll only ever go down to 3 as its minimum. But as you can see, as we're sitting here, our range is slowly increasing because we are recovering our endurance. So we're getting less exhausted. And then if you put your mouse over here, it will tell you the types of stuff you can find in areas so far as categories, like the distribution. And this will change based on where you're at. So if I like walk over the road, it'll change to a road. If I walk over a farm, it'll change to farm. And they have different loot tables. Yeah, and combat and panic takes you out of foraging automatically. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You hope they give us some kind of option to build driveway using realistic materials, then wood plank flooring. You know we have gravel. But apparently that doesn't stop erosion. I thought there was more we could do now, but I could be wrong. There's erosion? Yeah, so you've got cosmetic erosion that doesn't do anything. Cosmetic erosion is just where you walk up to the house, there's like vines going up the side of the house, or you'll see like crack in the plaster and all that, and it doesn't actually do anything, like your buildings can't like collapse or anything. But like that is something you will see. And then you have the other type of erosion, which is all these little bushes in that growing in, where this field used to be completely clean. Plant life will grow in. And the bushes are one thing, but the trees can be pretty rough. Some of these fields over time will get completely overrun by trees. And just not, like it'll be not quite as bad as a proper forest, but it'll get pretty bad. All right. I was hoping to make some proper movement towards a resort, but that's not looking encouraging right now. Just lots of scattered zombies. It's fine. We're killing the zombies in the area. We'll just keep doing it until they stop existing. All right. Keep working on electrical skill too. It's why it's called erosion when nothing's eroding. Yeah, it is a weird choice because I mean, like, you can argue the buildings are eroding and all that, but yeah, no, it's the part where it's just like destroying all the fields and all that. All right, just not the same thing. Go like this. But yeah, honestly, I was impressed for just literally I consider the military, like the secret military base, to be the single most dangerous place in the map. Usually it's more so when it's a higher population, but the entire road up and down with all the trees and all that is so dangerous. Like, I've had way so many close calls. I've also known other creators who, literally one of them was one of the other world record holders, who end up dying in that road just because you're trying to deal with those trees and all that. And then just wrong time, you think you got checked and it was cleared, you slap a tree and all that. And then just a zombie steps through and grabs you and it's just like, well, rip. Because that's what happened to Royale with cheese. Me and him were even like, what level did we get that we got all of those? Was it 5? Ah, it was maintenance 5. I thought it was axe. Yeah, it makes sense that maintenance 5 gave me a bunch of stuff. I thought it was we hit axe 5. I was like, what the heck did we get from the axe skill that we got so many recipes? Yeah, maintenance 5, that makes sense. But yeah, and that was me and Royale with cheese were having a discussion about which location we thought was, like, what location we thought was the most dangerous place in the map. And I had said the road to the military base, and he had said the prison in Rosewood, because that was at the time, to keep in mind. I think that was before Louisville? I can't remember. But, what ended up happening was, he ended up dying on, like, he said the prison, and he died on the road to the military base, and I said the road to the military base, and I died at the prison. Which didn't help either of our stances on the matter. But yeah, like, his was the classic, you check around a tree, and you start chopping it down, and a zombie strolls up, completely obscured by the tree, steps through the tree, and then grabs you in the face. There's just no time to react. And mine was not even actually in the prison, it was in the parking lot. It was just so many corpses on the ground that one zombie was standing perfectly still on the pile of corpses. And I went to walk to go engage the next group, and just walked right into the zombie and got grabbed. Because I couldn't see it. It was just orange on orange on orange. Both are tricky. Yeah. Hey, Alice, how's it going? I still stand by that. I think the way I was putting it was that the prison is absolutely, like, in your face intense. Like, I'd say it's the worst in that regard. It's like right in your face, lots of corners, so it's like a very dangerous place. But it's kind of one of those places that you can, like, once you get into the prison itself, it usually only takes you like 1 or 2 in-game days to full clear it. Like, there's the lead up to it that takes a little while. Yeah, no, the run's going well. But yeah, so it's like the prison is very intense, in your face dangerous. Like, right, you start it and it is, oh hey, that's more than I can really do right this second. Like, right in your face, intense right from the start. So really rough right from the get-go. But you can knock it out pretty quickly. It's very short-lived. When you're at any type of higher populations, pushing the military base, the issue is you get stuck on that road, and you're fighting the zombies spilling out of the military base into the woods, and needing to cut down the trees to get to it. And it just becomes this whole, like, protracted war that takes you, like, in-game months to do. And the whole time you have to be, like, high alert because the tree lines can always have zombies ready to grab you if you just get too close to the edge. And so it's definitely, like, an endurance threat where it just looms, because you can't just, like, beeline right through it on higher populations. Lower populations, you can just drive right up to the building, start throwing down, and it's still dangerous. It's still a very dangerous place. But at least you do the danger at the base. Where like at least you got like some roads to work with and all that, versus if you get stuck in that road of the trees, it's a bad time. Like, it is one of those things that makes me curious. If I were to skip taking a car and just walk out to the military base and not make all the noise to draw that draws the zombies out, would I be able to get close enough to the base to try and, like, get to where that concrete starts? So, like, not in the base, but where that concrete starts, and try and just kind of hold there? And if I was able to do that, would I be able to contain the threat? I don't think I could. I think that would last like the first helicopter, and then all hell would break loose. And with how many zombies are in there, there's no way you hold down. Hey, Allison! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in raiders. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. How was your stream? How did it go? Were you doing more Project Zomboid today or more Valheim today? Because I know you've been doing both. Hey, Molly Berry coming in with Allison as well. Good to see you as well. Can I get a shout out for Allison? Here, actually, I can get it a second. Let me get that shout out for Allison first. I get a shout out. Actually, there it is. So, we got Allison Adventures. Irvington Speedway beat you in the first round. You tapped out after 14 hours. So when you're saying it beat you in the first round, are you saying that the Irvington Highway got? Or were you just like, I need a break, and you're calling it? 14-hour stream is a long stream, so I don't blame you. But thank you again so much for that raid. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid, also been playing some Valheim recently. So if you enjoy either of those, definitely go check it out over there with Allison. Yeah, no, 14 hours, if you gotta get your sleep, get your sleep. Don't let me hold you. And when we've had a couple minutes after that, I'll go ahead and get a shout out for Molly Berry, who's also a fantastic content creator who's been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Where's the watch? Sir, that is electrical XP, laying on the ground there. Give. Oh, and that's in our spare, isn't it? But you found out that, actually it was Irvington Speedway that attacked you, by the way? Gotcha. Yeah, no, we had people mention that you had done some figuring out and all that kind of stuff. And as well as things, I was trying to figure out how, like, the zombies got so far north. That's it. You're just learning how not to die from Allison. Allison is a good source. Allison is a good source for how to not commit die. Yeah, no, when I went to the Irvington Speedway on the run we had, like that big run that I died on, like, I noticed the main building was sketch as all get out. That it was just, you went over there and like, there were so many zombies here. And then when you went out to like the actual racetrack, there was like nothing. And so it was surprising when I kind of came back later, and I did find parts of it were pretty out there. But it had been so many helicopters and so many things. Speaking of which, I believe we're about to be back in range of helicopter territory again. We've been taking an entirely different strategy this time on how to deal with this. I'm taking the helicopter to this field up here, and then I'm spending multiple days just clearing out every zombie it draws to the area, in a hope to kind of just stay ahead of it. What was the other shout out for? Molly Berry is the other shout out we're looking at. Who again is another fantastic content creator, also been playing a bunch of Project Zomboid, but does play a whole lot of other games too. But just lately been on a pretty big Project Zomboid kick, like a lot of us had. So you're playing Apocalypse, and there was over 1,000 or 2,000 or so. Yeah. No, when we went to the far west side of it, yeah, it was real sketchy. I'm guessing though the zombies to the northeast of us, because I'm not sure if you saw on the stream. But yeah, so again, drop follow over with Molly Berry as well, another fantastic content creator I had the pleasure to meet over at TwitchCon and everything. Definitely good times over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out and all that. I actually have. I'm not sure if you saw these, Allison. Let me go ahead and pull up the folder real fast. I actually, after stream, after I had died, I went and wanted to check the situation. So this is on our last character, who we got to about 11,500 zombie kills. This is our main base after we died. I went into like debug mode, made my character invisible and all that. And this is the main base. We had taken the helicopter away from the main base, but our cone vision is like this, and you can see it's all down here. We had it's something like 13 or 1,400 zombies at the main base with us taking the helicopter elsewhere. So I do still feel that my strategy of try to punch out through the ring of zombies we were trapped in and try and get to the other side and survive was the right call. It's just kind of too little too late. But yeah, so our base got overrun. We've got the immediate heat maps. So this here, where are we now? Yeah, so this here would be the tile that we had the main base at. Yeah, this would be the tile at the main base. This is the tile we died on, was this tile right down here. So you can see that was pretty bad. And I've got a better one here. So if you look at this, so this would probably be a lot of the zombies from the Irvington Speedway, because I think that's the main building for the Irvington Speedway, maybe? That might be, I could be wrong. Either that, it's farther off over here, we can't see. But yeah, so this area was definitely super juiced from stuff being drawn out of here. This is Irvington down here. But the interesting thing I found is we never took a helicopter up this way. We took one like kind of over here, and we took some down here. And yet even these tiles up here, we were getting way, way, way more than the normal population is. Whereas if we look at the main parts of Irvington here, and there's another part of Irvington there, like they were all down like several thousand each. There's a small hamlet up there? Yeah, no, we cut through the small hamlet up here. But like you look at this, and the target population 64, and it's got 1,570. So it's juiced. And so my theory of what's happening is, with the new migration, areas like this that are really high dense population, they do spread out gradually. So this makes sense. I brought the zombies here with the helicopter. I expect that to be terrible. But it was like a lot of these areas up here and all that we're seeing zombie populations that it's like, but I didn't do anything. And for the record, this is all deep forest, like right in this area. So I didn't do anything to draw the zombies up here, and yet we got a bunch of zombies that got in the area. So that's my running theory right now, is that the changes to migration and how you can have zombies move from high pop cells to low pop cells now, that after 5+ months, we were seeing the consequences of that when we were like, literally if we look at the map, I'm glad we can still see. If we look at the map, this is the Irvington, so you saw like this is about the bottom with the population map I showed you. So this is the whole town here. On 16 times pop, it's about 70,000 zombies in this area, and I was here. So I was literally one cell up from this garbage. So you get the idea of why it kept spilling out and causing me grief. So there's the hamlet that you're talking about. That was on the tile that said 64. Yeah, so that other stuff I pointed at, that noise, that was the speedway. But yeah. So we definitely down here with the helicopters drew this garbage on top of it. But yeah, I've been doing a couple experiments off stream to like see what we can figure out so far as the population movement and like how bad is it really, that kind of stuff. Because like it is one of those things on 16 times pop because of how much the zombies will move around on their own just because they're too mooshed into one spot. That it can be really hard. Like you'll have a lot of people's like, no, something's wrong. Clearly respawns are bugged and they're still on. It's like, no, they really aren't though. We can actually verify. It sure feels like it, but we can verify. Alright, so let's grab a couple more of our axes. We made a whole bunch. Yeah, we can see it does break in your right with strat. Yeah, no, it's right with the strat. The direction I chose was the third best direction I could have chosen. When we looked at the distribution, I didn't realize it, but straight east, if I would have gone there, I would have been dealing with like about half as many zombies, would have been the best odds, and it was mostly overgrown fields at that point. To the north, it was about the same amount of zombies as to the south, but spread over 3 tiles. So a little bit lower density, but I would have had to go farther. I think that would have been the second best route. And then the trying to cut through where I had been clearing and just punch through the other side is the way I went and didn't make it. Yeah, zombie movement's so much harsher. Yeah, and for the record, before a whole bunch of people are like, oh no, that sounds so terrible, like I can't have my base. The thing to keep in mind, I'm playing on extreme populations, literally the highest the game goes without going to uniform distribution. So mine is a very atypical representation. I think more often than not, if you're playing at like Apocalypse or a little bit higher than Apocalypse settings, even if you set up someplace like you took the 3 mansions, I mean the 3 mansions at West Point are pretty far out there actually, but let's say you moved on to the exact same place that we were at. Instead of having like 1,500 zombies just steamroll onto the tile in the course of a day or two because of a helicopter, I think more than likely you might have like 100 or so. And, you know, that actually make perfect sense because that's about not quite 1/16. So I think you'd have like about a day's worth of fighting zombies show up and that's about it. I'm really liking this daily report mod. Like, it's just kind of cool, because, like, there's certain times where you feel like you're just not getting any stats, and then you look at the end of the day, it's like, oh man, I got 600 XP in strength. That may not be all that much when it comes to actually leveling up strength, but that is tangible progress. The Spiffle rep makes you feel like you did stuff. Yeah, I'm assuming the Spiffle rep is just like a calculation of like how many zombies did you kill, you know, plus the XP or something, which is still fun. But it was those things like, alright, exactly what is this math? Okay, so toss those away. Okay, so before we get caught up in the zombie fighting for the day, and I believe this is the first day we are eligible for the helicopter, I do want to go and take a walk over to these farms and forage a little bit. Just kind of hoping we can get something good out of here. Alright. Yes, yeah, we're basically spent on food at the moment. I've got the butter, but I need stuff that won't make my character balloon in weight. You're gonna have... the radio won't be too long off. Someday, mushrooms, I'll be able to tell if you're poisonous or not. Someday. That's a tree branch. I keep feeling like I've already removed all tree branches here. I wonder if these respawn periodically. They've got to, right? Because I definitely feel like I picked them all up and then circle back, and while I would absolutely believe I'd overlook a bunch of them, it does feel like I constantly am finding new ones I wouldn't expect. Alright. Yeah, so I'm just trying to pace around in the fields, and the reason I'm going out of my way to pace in the fields is if we go and mouse over the loot tables here, you will notice that stuff like food and all that is pretty good off. Whereas a lot of the other categories I don't care about, like insects, are lower. And that's all we're trying to do, is choose tiles that we can get a bunch of goodies. Have we checked this field? We have been up here, right? In a while. Because it is a thing that stuff spawns and despawns from the foraging table. And so it is worth periodically going and choosing a different place to, like different routes to forage, so you're not just repeating the same place again and again. There's some berries. Give me the spicy berries. Alright, so now we get to wait and see if they're danger berries or not. Alright, we got Thunderstorm the next in-game day afternoon. It starts. And no helicopter. Alright, so let's deal with that. Alright, deal with this group of zombies, I'm gonna go back to foraging. Because as much as I wanted to sit there and pick away at these zombies, and I really do, I need to give myself at least a little bit of food. Okay. And that way we can not have to worry about it. And I know I'm getting very, very little electrical XP for breaking these watches and all that. It's just those things that we're trying to, like, pick at little by little. Okay. And let's back off a little and rest for a minute. Okay. Yeah, so we need to get this hunger sorted out a little bit. Looks like that berry wasn't poisonous, so we can go ahead and just eat the second one and all that. We are trying to slowly give ourselves an XP boost on mechanics. We do have a couple cars that we found nearby that'd be nice that we don't have keys for. So that would be an opportunity in a pinch if we don't find any good cars down here that we can just straight up use. I can take like the bull driver at the gas station, and I can make that into my car by just taking the time to learn the ability to hotwire it. But if I have to do that, realistic what I'll need to do is take some of the junkers we got laying around, the wrecks, and do the whole thing where you go in there, take all of the lights off, put the next thing on. Hey, for David Blue, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were you streaming tonight? Was it Project Zomboid? You got something else going on. Welcome in, raiders. Just doing a little bit of housekeeping here on the zombies nearby. Some Zomboid, all small server. How goes the murder? It's going. We need to go and get some foraging done so we can get some not weight gain food going. But I keep getting drawn into more and more fights because all the zombies we've drug into this area because of the helicopters. But doing what we can. Yeah, so if you're also looking for some Project Zomboid, sounds like some Forte Blues there got some nice cooperative like multiplayer stuff going. Build 41, since Build 42 does not support that yet. Is it murder if they're already dead? That depends on how we define it. At least we're not running into the thing that happens on YouTube and all that. It's like, those were people. And you're like, look, man, not everything needs to be a moral dilemma. It's a video game. Calm down. It's good to see you again. Good to have you and that you would share your community with me and all that. Hey, cherries. It's just a thing that happens, like... It's the same thing with, like, RimWorld, too. I think Project Zomboid gets a little bit worse. You will have, especially over on YouTube side, where people want to make everything like this big moral dilemma. It's like, oh no, you did a naughty in the game. You're a bad person. Feel bad. It's like, no man, it's a game. This zombie, it's an NPC. It has no hopes or dreams or anything else. It doesn't represent some demographic that, you know, we should feel guilty about, like, misrepresenting or anything. It's a zombie. It is a fictional creature. You really like your notification? The crabs are cute. Crabs are wonderful. Let's see. Your ex got mad at you. So your ex got mad at you playing Minecraft for killing the cows? I'm like, they're square. Yeah. Well, it's like, you do a survival game, and they're like, how dare you kill the animals? It's like, they're the only things you can eat. It's literally that or die. If it's a forced decision, it's not a moral dilemma anymore. The game has denied you that. Which, for the record, I actually hate when some games do those kind of things. Not that kind of thing. But, like, the games are like, oh, you're in the situation. Kill your child. Look at you. You killed your child. You're a terrible person. Like, game, you didn't give me a choice. I will not be told I'm a bad person when you literally forced me into this. That was, oh, I'm blanking on the name. There was a colony builder, sort of RimWorld-esque, and it had slavery as a mechanic, which I didn't really like. And then they were, like, really forcing you to do some awful things, which is why I bounced off the game so fast. And it was one of those ones like, you need to do this. Like, but what if I don't want to? No. You have to do this edgy mechanic. Because we said so. Like, alright. Never mind. I don't mind games that take, like, the morally gray. And you can choose to be awful if you want. But you can also choose not to be awful. But when they force you to, it's like, alright, come on, man. We ate that berry and our range that we could forge got real small for some reason. Almost like I just ate something poisonous. I never noticed it shrink that fast as far as my visual range on foraging. It's because I'm not used to having such like a big foraging range, so it's just like, ate the berry. Ooh, what do you got here? Magazine with some skill stuff? Ah, that's what I've already read, it's fine. But yeah. All the RTS games about being a serial killer, aka warlord. Yeah. Like, there's some solid narrative games and all that, you know, in the narrative you end up doing awful things. But then there's the ones where it's very much heavy-handed into forcing you to be, like, the most despicable person as humanly possible, and that usually takes me out of it. Like, I enjoy the games where it's like, you're the bad person, but it's like really kind of slapstick bad person. So like games like Evil Genius, have you ever seen like the Evil Genius series? Where you're playing as like literally a supervillain, and you're doing stuff like stealing the Statue of Liberty and stuff like that. And it's like, it's all silly, cartoony and all that. But then when you have like the evil game that you're forced to do, you know, like torture people and all that, and you're like, come on, man. Well, we're finding a little bit of goodies. Not a whole lot of them. Oh yeah, we did find the cherries. I forgot about that already. It's probably okay for right now. A couple of cherries, some poison things. Yeah, no, like I said, I don't mind games of doing the morally gray thing, where it's like a sandbox game and you can kind of do what you want in it. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, that's fine. It's when you feel like the game literally forces you to be an awful person. And then at the other side of it, you know, it's like, look at the terrible things you did. Like, that's the things that really killed the forest for me. Like, the Sons of the Forest, where you have to, you know, you kill the cannibals and all that. And you have to, like, use them for armor, and they're like, you were the bad people all along. You did the big naughty. You're worse than they were. And you're like, dude, you've literally forced these mechanics on me. Don't you do this to me. I didn't get that far. I only know the ending because I've watched others play through it. I played the Force, the original one, and I just couldn't get into it. Like, you know, the killing people and processing them into materials. I'm like, nah, man, I'm out. Sorry. I'm just not interested. I never did pick up the second one. A lot of people asked me if I was gonna play it. I liked the building in it and everything. I thought that was really good. But it was definitely one of those games that it just, to me, it felt like it was being edgy to be edgy. Mind your green hell? Yeah, I mean, I tried to play through the story of Green Hell. I got, that was one of those games that went for, like, the realism side of survival that definitely went way over the line from being fun to just tedious in my book. So, like, as far as the people that were the people that were there, I didn't engage with them enough to really have a thing, because like I didn't go up and fight and attack them. It seemed like kind of one of those things that you just left them alone, they kind of just left you alone. Like, they would watch you and stuff, but I did find as long as I didn't instigate much trouble, they tended to not be that big of a problem. But I definitely got to the point where I built, like, my 8th, like, little lean house or whatever. And it was kind of one of those things that you're just like, alright, come on, man. I'm really tired of building this stupid lean everywhere I go. And if I lay on the ground, I dare make contact with the ground with my skin. Suddenly I've got to go and get these, like, parasites out from under my skin. And it's like, come on. This is just monotonous. Let's see, Edge is fun to a degree, but it's lame when the game goes full pizza cutter. All Edge, no point. Yeah, like, there's definitely, and it's going to be a different place for different people on, like, where a game getting too edgy and a game being like, ah, that's silly, that's fun, it's interesting that they let us do this, whatever. And that is actually one of the things that I honestly, now I think about it, since Build 42, I haven't run into it. It used to be when I was playing Build 41, I constantly had people popping in there, we should be allowed to eat the zombies. And you're like, no, that's stupid. We shouldn't be allowed to eat the zombies. Why should we be dedicating time to that? Because if I were the devs, I'd be like, fine, we've added it. You eat the zombie, you guarantee get the zombie plague, you've died. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Here's a challenge that no one seems to take. Low pop, but sprinters with insane armor, hit point, alien isolation, but zombies. Thanks, we hate this. The fact that the devs had to put in their will not implement list, we will never implement, allowing you to have relations with the zombies just gives you a type of idea, the type of kind of edginess that, you know, games like this do attract. It's not only that they said they wouldn't do it, it's that they had to go out of their way and be like, no, we will never add that. Because they kept getting asked. And it's just like, why? Why are people the way they are? Look, man. Being edgy is not taking a piece of rubber, putting some nails through it, and being like, ugh. You like to give your character good food? Yeah, and for the record, it's like a very small number of people. Ah, so you found, I have a thing with my bot, because I play a lot of RimWorld, and it is a thing in RimWorld that cannibalism is a mechanic in the game. It's a mechanic I basically don't really engage with. Like, if I'm doing, like, a ridiculous challenge run that kind of forces you into it, like, you know, when you're doing the, like, 500% naked brutality ice sheet, that kind of thing. And it was fine when it was like people would make jokes when that kind of thing was going on, but it got to the point that no matter what game I was playing, it was just following me around everywhere. And like for me, the last straw was playing City Skylines 2, and I couldn't, I don't remember what happened. Like we had, you know, you have like the death waves and City Skylines and all that. And there was like, someone had made a joke about, it's like, oh, well, I guess you're just gonna have to eat people or whatever. And it was kind of that one where it's just like, you know what, I'm just really tired of this. Like, this is like the edgy of, you know, you went to Lowe's, you got some nails, you got a strip of rubber, and you put it on your bracelet, and you're like, yo, full edge now. And it was just kind of one of those things. I'm like, I'm really just tired of this. Because it was every time you'd be like, you know, can we calm down on the cannibalism jokes? It's really getting old. And I must have said that for like 2-3 months. I was like, I'm getting kind of burnt out of these types of jokes, that they're really kind of getting to be too much. And so I finally got to the point, I was like, you know what? I could start timing out and banning people for it, and I really didn't necessarily want to go that route, but that was the alternative. Is if I didn't do the thing with the bot, is I'd have to start timing people out for it, because it's just getting that tiresome. And so I'm like, no, I'll just have it in every alternative for cannibalism I can come up with, and just replace it with taco. Because we are strong believers in tacoism here. But I felt as kind of a gentle way of being like, yo, this has been enough, that I've gone out of my way to... Did Soylent Green really get passed? I'm pretty sure I haven't. Maybe one of the two is misspelled. But, it was one of those things that, like, it was a way of gently being like, hey, I've gone out of my way to make my bot say, you know, stop doing this. And we get a little chuckle out of it, so it's kind of fun. And it was a way to also not feed the trolls. But it also meant when new people popped in, it'd even take care of that too. And it creates a little confusion from time to time where people are like, why did it change what I said? Like, look, man, I'm tired. It was, when I was trying to explain how it felt at the time, the way I was explaining it was like, it's as if you had that one friend in high school, and they told you your mom joke one time, and it was actually like well-timed and executed, and people got a good chuckle, and then they made that their entire personality for the next 20 years of their life. That everything you said to them always ended with your mom coming back from them. And you were just finally like, I don't want to hang out with you anymore. Like, I can't take it anymore, man. I'm gonna need you to get new material. Because I did have a friend like that. That's a dangerous pickup. Change the band words, the Hugs and Rainbows. Well, that's what I did. Is I changed it because by making an actual food thing like tacos, it does make it work in most cases that you would end up saying something like cannibal or anything like that. Sometimes the verbiage gets a little weird, but it does work in most cases where it will swap in and the sentence still kind of works. Because I also couldn't make the word just flat out gone either, because we also play Kenshi a lot in the channel we play in the past. And one of the main factions that you end up usually fighting against are cannibals. Like, that's the name of the faction. And it makes it really tricky to discuss that if you just disable the word. So, you know, they're just the tacoists. Like I said, for me it wasn't even the jokes, it was just like too much of the same thing all the time. Like, I had noticed it gotten to the point I was playing less RimWorld because I was tired of. Like, just, I knew I was opening Pandora's box yet again to unleash this type of content, or like, not the type of content, that's not the word I'm looking for, to like kind of refresh everyone's desire to do all that kind of stuff. And so it got me to stop playing games I enjoy on the channel because I didn't want to deal with the style of humor that was just, it was just so pervasive once you got that going. Let's see, anytime you say massive, your friends keep trying to set you up with low taper fade meme by saying, you know what else is massive? You started responding to your mom? Yeah. I mean, the problem is taking anything serious on Reddit. Like, there are subreddits that are actually well managed and are pretty good, but for every one of those, there's at least half a dozen or more subreddits that's like, where's the moderation team? Like, what's going on here? And then honestly, just behavior from some people. Like, I know, for like example, the Twitch subreddit has some really solid mods to it, but unfortunately, people just don't read any of the past posts or anything like that. They don't search. They just post the new thing, and people who go and just want to farm their internet points and all that. And so going on the Twitch subreddit, it's like all the time is like, pre-rolls are terrible and no one should ever allow their stream to have pre-rolls. Mid-rolls are terrible and no one should ever allow to be, do mid-rolls. Ads are bad. How do I start a brand new channel? I did this obviously really awful and offensive thing, and this other person got upset by it, and, like, I don't understand. Is it that bad? Or I did this completely mundane thing that no one should be upset about, but they got really upset about it. And then half the time the people they're talking about, aren't even real. They don't listen to the rules of the thing. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, answering the questions, they're like, yeah, ads suck. Cool, man. Yeah, or I did a stream and I had no viewers and I'm feeling really disheartened. Oh, just the one? I'm sorry. That's expectations? And I think it's good that we have those questions, but it's just one of those things that, like, it's every single day. The same, like, 8 or 9 questions get repeated again and again. I'm like, dude, literally just scroll down. It's like 3 questions ago is the same question you're asking right now. No different. Please, just Just help us all. Because the unfortunate thing is then you'll have people have like actually new, novel, interesting questions. That's like, no, you know what? This is something we should be talking about. But it just gets buried under it all. When you were still streaming, you had so many streams with 0? Yeah, no, the bulk of the people when you stream, you're going to start streaming, and you're going to be at like 0 to 5 viewers for a very long time. Like, it's until you get lucky and manage to either get that big raid, or like you're just doing something, like you're just in the right category, that there's people interested in that category that for whatever reason has just gotten left alone. Because that does happen. You'll have a category that has people who genuinely love the game, just no one's streaming it. So you pop into there and a handful of people who are following that category go to check out your stream and they're willing to take the chance. And all that kind of stuff. And there's all sorts of different strategies for success and all that. And no strategies, like, there are some things that's like, yeah, those are things you just generally should and shouldn't do kind of stuff. But everyone's path to success of going out there. You got to know you through product Zomboid when you started playing. Yep. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I have the cutest puppy in the whole wide world.
No, you're not allowed to lie on the internet. We've talked about this. Love. But yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things. She's been more than 3 years? Yeah. Yeah, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Oh. That's kind of cool that the little patio gave me a grill spatula. I wonder if that's coincidence or like there's actually a loot table for those floor or whatever that's different. But yeah, it's one of those things. And like, you get people asking it. It's more like a lot of people on Reddit, they just don't look for stuff. And I do kind of wish more subreddits were better about being like, hey, this question has been asked a bunch of times. Like, unless what you're asking is somehow unique or different, maybe we should just screen this and be like, hey, rules, this question's asked a million times. Please stop asking it. Like, there's sources. But even with that, like, I'll still pop on a lot of times and be like, hey, here's the advice I would give you, and yada yada yada. You know, you try to be helpful. But a lot of times you're like, my man, scroll down. It's right there. I think they even have a column on the right on the subreddit that's like, hey, are you starting out? Here's like the advice we recommend. The reason post bots on Reddit are ridiculous. Yeah, it is one of those things that when you have a platform that gives you, internet points, you will have people who farm those internet points. Like, before I dealt with that on Reddit on any capacity, it was Stack Overflow. That Stack Overflow had like a whole point system based on the number of people, like when you responded, upvoted your responses, and that kind of stuff. And early on, it wasn't so bad. But man, did it start getting pretty wild not towards the end, it's still around. But like, towards the end of Stack Overflow being like this really, really like go-to source and all that kind of stuff. That it was like the people who had the points were starting to get like, not moderator position, but they started gaming the back end of it. Because you get points for effectively doing that. And they'd go out of their way, it's like, just to suppress anything that's like, this is whatever. And this kind of works counter to my previous argument, is like literally every question be like, this has been answered, here's this thing. It's like, that's not even remotely the same thing. But because there was a reward mechanism for suppressing stuff when repetitive stuff got too annoying, and it's just, people want their internet points. It's like, okay, I get it, you're doing the internet points so that people engage, and that's an understandable thing. I should have read the book instead of walking around here. Let's see. The approved experiment of the gambler's fallacy is to be wrong. I mean, that just sounds like you probably made a hot take and it got smashed to the ground. But, like, I will already say it is a problem when you say I proved something that is from your perspective as well. And approaching something, even if you're correct, approaching it from a side that sounds like a level of arrogance or whatever will still get you absolutely, like, being rude in a response, even if you are correct, will often get you knocked down just as much as being, you know, wrong. The team etiquette, people go insane on the internet for whatever reason. You lose all of their capacity or capability to be halfway from normal. Oh man, like there's like actually a section on Twitch is like, here's stream etiquette, like don't self-promote in our people's channel. Like here's things that qualify as self-promotion. They actually do a pretty good job of outlining a whole lot of stuff. And it's not exhaustive by any stretch of the imagination because, you know, people always come up with new gimmicks to kind of self-promote. To, you know, try and skirt the line of bad etiquette while still trying to self-promote and all that. And I think we still have a command here for like an etiquette command that just links to it or whatever. But man, it's wild some of the stances I've been seeing people take. Like I've seen people get all upset being like, don't use someone else's emotes in my channel. Like, don't self-promote. And it's like, dude, that's what the emotes are for. Like, do you want your emotes to not be used in our place? It's one thing if I, like, go through and I drop my entire emote catalog in someone's stream and be like, check out these cute emotes. And it's like, alright, I see you, man. I see what you're doing. But, like, if, you know, everyone's hyped, you just got some drop and they use someone else's hype emote, you know, and you're gonna throw a fit about it, it's like, alright. Let's put you on the list of people not to interact with. I still think the worst we had, and I'm not going to say names because I don't say names for these kind of things. But we did have a creator that we raided a couple of times when I played Project Zomboid way back, and they were also playing. I don't think they stream anymore at all anymore. I think they kind of disappeared as people started to wake up to the kind of person they were. But they were in the category a bunch playing, and you know, we raided them. They seemed chill and all that. And I was hanging out one of the days that I hand raided in, just kind of lurking. And, you know, so I was like, oh, you're going to be wrapping up, you know, who are you going to raid out to? And it's like, oh no, I don't raid out to people. Like, why would I give my audience to someone else? And I'm sitting there like, you know, I've raided this person like 2 or 3 times, and I'm just like, dude, what the hell? It's like, I understand if you're in a hurry or whatever, or you like, you pop on and you look through and you're like, man, I don't know any of these people. I think I'm just gonna skip it or whatever. Like, it's just, I don't got the spoons for her today or whatever. But it'd be like, oh no, why would I give up my viewers to another person? It's like, but the inverse would be implying that by your perspective, when someone raids you, you are stealing their viewers. Which I don't think is a truth or anything like that at all. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, after that, I kind of went to my mod team and was like, yeah, we don't raid this person anymore. This person goes on our will not raid list. You know, someone whose view is, like, any collaboration with any other person that doesn't directly benefit them is somehow a direct harm to them kind of mentality. It's like, nah, man. Like, there is a certain amount of truth that there is, if you want to go down to the very, very, very oversimplified level, that yes, there are lots of people streaming on the platform, and if someone is watching someone else's stream and not yours, that yes, they are a form of competition. But you will always benefit more from being like it's more all ships rise together than, you know, zero sum. It's not maritime trade nonsense where by one person getting at least any advantage, you've somehow lost. Like, very much you gain way more from being, you know, being involved with a bunch of other people's communities and being like, you know, making actual friends on the platform and doing all that stuff and professional connections and all that. Like, if you treat everyone like that person who's gonna steal your audience or whatever, you're not gonna last. Because, I mean, one of your primary sources of new viewers is people rating you. Like, it's where you get some of the most net new exposure so far as, like... Is that a hiking backpack that's camo, or is that just... I think that's just a regular backpack. We'll check it out in a minute. But stuff like the game category plays a big part. You know, rating, all that kind of stuff is a big part. Like, the shoutouts themselves don't actually do that much most of the time. Once in a while, you'll have a shoutout that just resonates with people that actually, you know, gets a bunch of followers to pop over. But that's not usually when, you know, like, hey, this person raid, you know, check them out. Like, that helps. But, like, when you have someone, you know, that there's very clearly a relationship there, they're like, hey, you know, this person's awesome, you should really check them out. Like, they're really amazing about type of content. And, you know, like, you get, like, a proper personalized thing that you can tell they know the other person's channel really well and all that. That can really, really help. And a lot of those things, though, like, even the shoutouts and all that, even a good one that lands, usually the amount of new followers and all that you get is only a couple. But that's kind of the way a lot of the channel grows, though. It's in, like, onesies, twosies all the time. And that you hope they just enjoy the content enough that they come back. It's also those things that even if you view other content creators as competition, it's not like every content creator has the same schedule. It's not like every content creator is going to be live every single day. And people's schedules change and all that. So you'll have times that, you know, you've had someone who's been watching you for a long time, but their work schedule changes, but you've got that other content creator that, you know, you're friends with, that you've plugged each other a whole bunch. So then, you know, they go watch them for a while because their schedule works out better for them. You also have people who open multiple tabs. It's just not one of those things. Let's see, there's a group who answered science with hate and burning. Can we calm that down, Angry, a little bit? Like, I understand where you're going with that. We could just, like, you're just kind of going off on a tangent now. Let's see, if someone rating was going to permanently lose you viewers, those people probably weren't sticking around anyway. I mean, there's also that, too. Like, if genuinely you view rating someone as potentially risky that you're going to lose your viewers, what are you offering your viewers of so little quality or value that you just assume if they saw anyone else's content, they're just gone? Like, hopefully you've got a little bit more confidence in your work. I want that on the right side. Why did Automata catch it? It was the term loser, which I can understand. I would argue a lot of times, and in the context used, loser was used as a negative term. Do I think it's a big deal? Not really. But it was certainly a negative use of it. Insulting towards a group or an individual. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I was reading up the wrong one. No, you're good. You're good, Reddit. Yeah. Loser tickets. Yeah, it's like, ow. Could you just say, like, not a winner? You don't have to hurt my feels. Most you say is $100. Yeah, my apologies. That's on me. Let's see. Honestly, you wouldn't want toxic streamer community in my chat. Yo, no, that's the whole thing. Like, when you have someone like that, if people are hanging out and what they're saying resonates with them, it's like, okay, but is that really a mentality I want to support, endorse, whatever? And it's like, well, no. So you kind of have to, like, go, okay, well, it's not that you're like, oh, you're part of this person's community. Aw. Not angry. It's not necessarily being politically correct or anything like that. It's just kind of just throwing people under the bus And yes, don't get me wrong, I understand, yes, that the Catholic Church did some pretty awful things in its history and yada yada yada. Not trying to defend that. But it was really just kind of out of nowhere, just crapping on a group for past activities. It's whatever. Alright. No helicopter today. Let's see, there's toxic negativity, and there's also toxic positivity too, which you think the latter doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, I mean, there is. You're not wrong. But I also feel like when we're talking about like the harms of different things, that toxic positivity I don't see as nearly as problematic. Did we get the backpack? No, I went autopilot. And I have no idea where that backpack's gone. These are clearly fresh zombies. We're basing on the resort thing. I'm thinking the resort. I think the resort's where we're gonna aim for. Yeah, the backpack was around here somewhere. Let's see, you can break doors with any weapon, right? It just takes a lot of hits. But you're completely wasting whacking doors with a tire iron. Now, you can break with any weapon. That said, there are some weapons that are much better at, and some weapons are going to be really terrible at it. And I do believe a tire iron is going to be pretty bad at it. Well, chat, do not remember where this backpack is. I thought it was in this group, but I'm now second guessing because I don't remember killing that guy. Because it looked like it was a camo hiking bag. Which it was the big hiking bag I actually would like as a secondary bag for when I'm lugging stuff around. Maybe it was over here instead? Wish you could play this out to man. Oh, is this the guy? This one up here? No, it's not. Almost straight down from the corner of the fence. So straight down. Unless you mean straight down. But I'm going with straight down. Let's see, just to the right near the twig. So the twig down here. Okay, so it is a hiking backpack. Yeah, so it is the regular hiking bag, but it is a camo one. Because that kind of thing is good for later on when we start getting some decent strength. Because what we can do is have a secondary bag we toss like logs or whatever in, and if we get into trouble, we just drop the bag. So I do like having a good bag as a secondary. Plus the camo is plus 10 coolness. Depends. I'm honestly not a huge, like, and it's funny, as like a teenager I was really big into camos. These days I'm not really huge into camo. But that's because we got a whole lot of people here who are like, wannabe military, but not military kind of thing. You know, they get all their tactical gear and they do all that as they go to the grocery store. And you're just kind of like it's one thing to do like camo shorts. We're talking like the whole tactical getup. They'll have like a tactical case for their phone. And you're like, what are you doing, man? Oh, put that away. They'll get their tactical water bottle. I'm like, but why? You spend $80, $90. It's a water bottle with some like foam paneling on it. Or rubberized paneling if you really spent. Like, are you trying to make your water bottle impact resistant? What's the point? Used to have a camel pack. You actually like the thing? Well, there's a difference. Like a camel pack is a practical thing. It'd be like getting a camel pack, but it's a tactical camel pack. So it's got like the panels and everything on it, and then like the webbing and everything, and it's all in camo and black. And you just kind of stare and go, okay. And then the worst thing is half of them just break easily. Like a lot of the faux tactical stuff and all that is really poorly made garbage a lot of times. They're the kind of people you see on the they'll have like the Survivor competitions or whatever, like not Survivor like the show, but like the survival competitions. That you have like a whole bunch of people who are, you know, genuine survivalists, and they'll show up and they'll just have like pretty standard long pants and a shirt, and those have like a typical normal like hiking bag with their various supplies. And you have the one guy who shows up with like the full military getup and all that, with their military boots and all that, and they won't last but a day or two out there. Because they're just not even remotely dressed appropriately for it. You would 100% equip a water backpack hard shell like Squirtle. Nice, that'd actually be kind of cool. I've seen some really cool like camel pack things where they've incorporated like aesthetic designs to it or whatever. But you're not in an area where camo isn't big, so you don't own camo, but you prefer camo over a lot of today's stuff that's fashionable. I mean, that's fine, like fashion's a choice. Like, I don't have a problem with camo. I more have a problem with the attitude I've seen from people in the area who wear camo. I.e., the people who I see being, like, really belligerent with the staff at, like, fast food places. Who seems to be, like, holier-than-thou kind of attitude. It's just people around here. There's a lot of them like that. Hey, carving 1. We can actually make handles now. Alright, that means the only thing keeping me from making actual knives now is strictly the words are hard. Napping 2. Or the magazine. The magazine would be acceptable alternative. I know, I'm all for people having the choice. Like I said, my gripe there, for being honest, is more just like the attitude I see from people sometimes, that it's not fair to lump them all in, which is, you know, a whole thing. But it's kind of one of those things that when you see like the person who like walks up and they've like already got, you know, that tense posture and everything, they walk up to the staff, you're like, all right, this dude's already like, they're gearing up to be just a jerk to this poor cashier who's just trying to do their job. You're like, yep, there it goes. And it's frustrating. I've also, like, in my past done retail and dealt with people like that. I've told the story about the guy who, at the time here in Florida, we had concealed carry, which means basically if you flash or brandish your gun, it's considered the same as if I pointed it at you kind of thing. Like, you're allowed to keep carrying, and it's like, you're allowed to take it out to clean it or for shipping purposes and all like that. You'll have people argue that that's not allowed, that's not the case. But, like, if you're in your grocery store and you push back your jacket or something to show your firearm, at the time the law was basically that was no different than if I pulled that out, because concealed carry was the law at the time. And I had a guy who walked up to the cashier at the store I've been working for, and I was like, there was kind of one of those little islands where they have like the 3 registers, you know, one facing each direction. And it was one of those things that the guy put down his concealed carry permit on the counter and said, you know, I'm supposed to get a discount. And correctly, the cashier was like, that doesn't get you a discount. I don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, the guy pushed his jacket down and put his hand, like, here's like the butler gun, put his hand on that, like not grabbing it, but like the palm of his hand on that. And it was one of those things that, you know, he was like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be getting a discount on that. Which, you know, I turned to that, it's like, you can get the hell out of the store. It's like, what you're doing right now is a strong-armed robbery, and I am calling the police. Because the implication is to create a situation of intimidation that, you know, the implication being that if they don't get what they want, there's gonna be trouble. The reality is, like what happened, he had no intent in following through with anything, but it was to make, you know, this poor, like, 4'8" girl be really intimidated by this big guy with a gun. And it's just kind of one of those things that it's just like, yeah, that's literally not legal. But that's the kind of attitude you had with people. That there are people who would just show up and just be an absolute a-hole and try and just be belligerent and loud and intimidating because they knew you didn't want to get fired, you didn't want to get in trouble. Half the time the company wouldn't back you up on stuff. So it was easier just to capitulate in whatever capacity you could, kind of to just not do it. And then, you know, the problem with that is then they got what they wanted, so they're going to do it again. The good news is we never actually had anyone do anything there. Like, people threatened stuff, but no one followed through. But it's also those things that you're like, you know, this is just, you know, you're not going to defend the company on it. Like, this is just some job you're being paid a little bit over minimum wage. You know, someone pulls a firearm on you, you're not going to be like, yep, I'm going to stand up for the company and be like, nah, hell, man, steal that. They don't pay me nearly enough to care about this stuff. Get out of here. Yeah, we don't need to get into the gun talk, Darth. Even in situations like that, the idea of being like, ah, well, if we got a gun, we'll blast him. It's like, no, you don't need to get there. I mean, unless you're talking about, it's like, oh, if he had this kind of gun, he could have shot his leg. It's like, no, that's not even relevant to the story. Because clearly he didn't have it, because he didn't get shot in the leg. So, you know. not relevant. Alright, so we overextended with this hatchet. A lot of places also fire you if you try and stand up and fight back. That depends. You have a lot of that gets overstated. But yeah, generally they don't want just like any individual like cashier, stock person, you know, throwing down with the customer. Like, yeah, there's the liability, the other stuff like that. But there's so many things that kind of go into a lot of that doesn't get accounted for. It's like, yes, there is, this person's trying to walk away with like 10, 15, 20 bucks. You know, fighting back against them, your store has nothing to gain and everything to lose. And yeah, it means someone can get away with it. They still do take the person's picture. They still do go after them in what capacity they can. Your loss prevention department will still have their photo on the register, and loss prevention is usually trained to deal with that. And I can't speak for nowadays, but back when I worked retail, we did have the things that's like, hey, once they get past the curb, they're gone. You don't chase. Because of how many times someone went to chase and got like hit by a car, or someone got shot or something like that. And it just isn't worth it. Like, yeah, the theft stuff sucks. But one of those instances of like one of your staff getting seriously injured is more expensive to you as a company than literally tens of thousands of instances of theft. So like it is a strategic business decision to not pursue it. Inside the store though, they will absolutely like I've been part of the thing where like they got someone they recognized. They're like, oh, this person's no good. They're here to shoplift. Where, like, you know, it's usually someone who shoplifted from us before. They got spotted, obviously, if they did it before they got away with it. And what would happen is they get a whole bunch of people, and you'd have, like, the person from loss prevention kind of organizing it. And a bunch of us would just kind of keep tabs of where the guy was moving around. Or girl, wasn't always guy. Where the person's moving around. And they would call the cops immediately upon the person entering and all that. And you would have, like, the actual loss prevention person approach them as well. It's also one of those things that, as a person working in the store, like, the way we were trained is we would walk up to the individual and be like, hey, can I help you with that? Basically let the person know it's like, yeah, I'm tailing you, I got my eye on you kind of thing. And usually when that happens, they would, whatever they're planning on steal, they'd try and be like, oh yeah, I'll take care of this, like, they're gonna take it to the register, but they would bail and get out, because they know they've been made. But, like, a lot of times, what would end up happening with that kind of thing is that you get the police there to respond. Yeah, it's like aggressive customer service. Because once they know they've been made, most of them would bail. We did have one or two people who they knew you weren't going to do crap, and they moved, but those people still ended up getting caught pretty quick. Like, they'd get away with it once or twice. But you could never have, like, that person could never kind of go back to the same store and steal more than one or two times and get away with it, because, like I said, you'd have the people in loss prevention would be keeping their eyes on the camera. Certain people's face come by and like, there, it's Jerry. We see Jerry. All right, hey, you know, I need you to watch this guy. You know, and they get the police over there and everything. You don't like people being rude. Yesterday there was a guy yelling and telling on the staff because his brand tomato sauce wasn't on the shelf. Yep. Hey, Platonic Hugs. Thank you so much for the 100 streams. For you catch the last 100 streams, not miss a single one, so I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. You hope the devs let us collect random metals to make ingots out of them so I could have a collection? Maybe. But yeah, so like people will overstate the like, they'll act like companies are literally helpless to do literally anything to prevent shoplifting, and that's not true. And you'll also have, like, people have stated that shoplifting has, like, at an astronomical increase this last couple of years. That's also not true. The very same people who came out with a lot of the studies who said that went, hey, we accidentally overstated this, that kind of thing. Like, I can't remember if it was CVS or Walgreens was one of the ones who were, you know, had reported that, like, oh no, shoplifting is, like, at some, like, massive extreme increase. And they started locking up all their stuff. And then they went back through and said, no, actually, we found it's not nearly as bad as we thought, and we, you know, our sales have really gotten hurt by our locking up all of our stuff. It's just people jumping on the bandwagon on reports. Not that shoplifting doesn't happen, it does. And it is impressive on how much stuff gets shoplifted in a given time. Like, in the worst way. And I'm saying that from my retail experience and just how much empty packages you find. Yeah. You think it is in certain areas? I mean, there are certain areas that will have a higher rate of shoplifting, yes. But the point was more along the lines, it was being stated as like there's this like giant epidemic of theft going on that, you know, you gotta lock everything up because all stores are being smashed and grabbed and it's so over the top, and it's just like, no, it's still as bad as it's always been, which is still not great. It just, the implication that there was this surge of like criminality ended up when we actually got the data on the other side, it's like, oh, no, it was up, but just a tiny little bit. Yeah, a lot of stuff they do to counter criminality that actually sticks has to do more with dealing with like why people are stealing stuff in the first place. And less about like for effective things. The dealing with it to prevent people from having a need to steal tends to do more than trying to increase the consequences and likelihood of consequences of stealing. You know, if someone's stealing food, you make it harder for them to get away with it. They still gotta eat. They're still gonna steal food. But if you do stuff like introduce stuff like soup kitchens and all that to give them legal alternatives, they'll typically take them. So you went to a Sam's Club once, and that someone pulled off the side, and they're pulling hundreds of dollars worth of items out of a large box with disposable cups in it. Imagine loss prevention with tailoring her and watching every item they put inside. Yep. Yep, and a lot of times they don't even have to chase to catch some of them. Like, because a lot of people don't realize how many cameras are set up. Usually not in the parking lot as much as you'd think. But like at the fronts of stores and by the registers and all that. And so even if the person were to get away, if they manage to get a picture of the plate, and most of the people who are doing that, they are driving their own cars and all that, you still sit there and have it where it's like, okay, they got away from the store, but you did witness them stealing all the things, and then you saw their car as well. And so they still get caught. It's just delayed. Let's see. Recent crime statistics from 2023 continue to grow in shoplifting statewide. Reported incidents are 28%. What is your source for that? Because, like I said, there was a thing that it was, I think it was CVS and Walgreens put out a report that was stating it was like 30-something% higher, and then when they went back through and they're like, no, it was like 2% higher. But yeah, no, generally I found, like I said, there are places where things have been hit harder. But just from a lot of the sources themselves, they did come back around and say, hey, a lot of our reports were wrong. I can't remember what it was that they came back. Oh, I remember what it was. The issue was they were reporting everything as like it being shoplifting, and it was just company loss in general, which includes like broken products, products that didn't get to the right place because of mishandling, shipping issues, like all of that. So it's just everything under loss, but they were reporting it as being basically stolen. And so as a response, they started locking everything up, and then they realized like their numbers were just wrong. Because they had a shareholder meeting, I think it was a month ago. And when they're going back through it all, they're like, yeah, we messed up. And that they're going to stop locking up their goods as a result. Most of their goods. They'll still lock up, like, the easily pocketed things that have always been that way. You know, the items are several $100s you can fit in your pocket. They'll still lock that stuff up. From the Public Policy Institute of California. Is that, like, an actual government thing? Because I could see that being, like, an actual official government thing or, like, a think piece kind of thing. I don't have the link stuff here. That's... You read that in a CNN report? Yeah, no, what it's saying is there was a report put out, and I can't remember if it was Walgreens or CVS, that was saying it was, like, way up. And they ended up rescinding that report later. But by that point, a whole bunch of news agencies and different groups had reported on the report. And so, a lot of the stuff, now that we're still seeing those numbers, came from a report that was the thing. And that's kind of thing. Like, if that's actual, like, government body who did a report, then that's probably a pretty credible source. But if it's one of, like, the think tank groups, then you gotta look and go, okay, but what is this think tank group's politics? Because we have a lot of stuff here in the States where a thing will present itself as a reputable organization, so it's like a government body and all that, but it's just a private entity that someone who either has a product to sell or an agenda to push ends up pushing forward. It makes a lot of stuff kind of hard to research these days. And I'm not saying that LA or that doesn't have an uptick in crime. I don't know. I just do remember it was a whole thing going on that the initial report that, like I said, I can't remember if CVS or Walgreens was reporting like this massive uptick in crime, and that they were they had a number of other other companies that they didn't give us actual data, but they were kind of said, yeah, we are seeing it too, and a bunch of them all backed down later saying, no, actually we looked at this and our data was wrong. I think Macy's was in there as well, but I want to say it was CVS or Walgreens that started it. Like I said, it was a misreporting of loss. I believe that the Walgreens CVS one is they reported all loss as theft, which is not true. Most loss is actually internal. It's a ppic.org. Well, .org doesn't mean anything anymore. It used to. But like, even I can get a .org. I can get a .org for this, like the stream or whatever if I really wanted to. I just have to go through a little bit more headache. It used to have a little bit more of a threshold. But yeah. You know, when I was registering, I didn't register a website for the stream, but when I was registering a website for the dev side of things, I did .org, .net, like, and all the new ones you can do. Those are ones that you don't have to have anything, versus stuff like .gov. You have a much higher barrier to get a .gov. That said, I'd be curious to check it out after stream. I'm down to be wrong. But the point was, even over in places like this, they were like, alright, we need to lock up everything, you know, over here in Orlando area, the Orlando greater metro area. And we just had, you know, from our whole thing, like, crime was just down here. But so across the board, they were reacting, being like, oh no, crime's on and up, let's go. It's like, no, violent and non-violent crime is down here. It's just lower. Like, but that's kind of the whole thing, is everyone jumps on the messaging bandwagon. It just rolls with what's out there. Yeah, now I got you alive. It's like I said, it's one of those things that's really tricky these days. That you always have to look at, like, if you get something, what would be a trustworthy page? Like any of like law enforcement pages regarding like actual like government law enforcement pages saying like here is what has been like crimes that we have seen in this area. Those are usually pretty okay. If you have like any, you know, government body like labor statistics and all that, I wouldn't apply here, but those are usually pretty good. Those are always the ones that you can say with a certain level of confidence. Otherwise, you have to get a whole bunch of different sources. But one of the problems we have with a lot of news these days is you'll have one report comes out, and then every one of the separate sources will cite the one back source, so it looks like it's pervasive. Everyone's done all this research, but it's actually just one source that they all came from. So it's like one of the big ones we had here for media issues. We had way back that there was a kid who got pretty badly hurt by drinking hand sanitizer, because you shouldn't drink that. And it became a whole thing about we need to lock up our hand sanitizer, put it on the top shelf, and do all that kind of stuff. And it was just a whole thing that went around like there's this whole crisis going on. Or like, no, actually we had a singular instance. Just one. Just one. And that was a news thing going on for like a month here in the States. That like you had to be careful. The kids were drinking the hand sanitizer. And it was just a slow news time. But one incident happened and everyone kept reporting on everyone reporting on the thing. So it kind of took a life of its own. It's so difficult to get great information these days. You also have places like Reuters and all those are really good. Reuters is a really good one I found. They do a really good job of just kind of being like, this is what has occurred. What is your opinion? That's not part of it. This is what has occurred. And they actually will go in after the fact a lot of times and be like, hey, you know, we reported this, but from farther information, this is wrong. Now I got you alive. I'm not gonna dig into it right now. And like I said, the reason is I'd have to look at something I know is a credible resource kind of thing. Because it would be one of those things that when I find, like, especially, like, if the newspaper or whatever, I gotta see where the newspaper got its story from kind of thing. Because it is one of those things. It's like the whole thing about where people are claiming that vaccines cause autism, and there's just one study one time where the person kind of fussed with stuff and got bad results with it. And then it got reported by this, that got reported by this, that got reported by this, that got reported by this. That you can find tons and tons and tons of publications saying it does, but at the end of the day, it was one faulty study. That was the whole thing that ran loose on its own. And it's just kind of one of those things that you'll get the repeating of the information that you got to sit there and go, okay, but did it all come from the same place? And was that place any good? And a lot of us aren't going to agree on what is and isn't a credible source, and that's fine. Yeah, it's kind of like the artificial sweeteners. One study found a link to cancer, and 100 footage found there was no link. Yep. Or the whole alpha wolf thing. Yep, that one's another one. That you got one site, like, I want to say it was the guy, I want to say the person who even reported the alpha wolf thing, like, has been since then being like, no, like, this was a bad study. It's like, I did it at the time, I made mistakes. Like, this is not a thing. But even to this day, you still have people, you know, really push the whole alpha wolf narrative and all that. Yeah, no, and he's disproven it multiple times, but you still get today that people report on that original study being like, hey, look, you know, there's the alpha, the beta, and all that. And it's just like, no, that's been disproven, but it still gets reported, so you gotta kind of go, what was the source of my source? It's really tough. And again, I'm not calling you wrong or anything here. It's, I can't look stuff up on stream. I also don't want to be frank. Alright, helicopter day. I knew this was coming. You hate when dog trainers use the idea of alpha and all that to train dogs? Yeah. I mean, you can cause that behavior. You can cause animals and people to have, like, the whole alpha beta thing. But that's not a naturally occurring thing. That is you have trained a behavior. That is a whole different ballgame. That's screwing with psychology. But they don't naturally do it. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing we have been doing. We're gonna take the zombies up to this spot. See how this helicopter shakes out. We dropping off a bunch of these like broken pieces of flint we've been collecting here from all the fighting with these axes. If I'm being honest, this is probably the one thing why I dislike the axes the most, is just all the pieces of flint that fall over the ground. I don't like leaving all this crap in my world. Versus the knives, when the handle breaks, it just breaks and you have the broken handle in your hand to throw away. Versus the chunks of flint that get dropped everywhere. It just ends up being a thing that they're just all over the place. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't matter at all. But does it bother me nonetheless? Yes, it does. But yeah, no, it's not been a big thing on the channel for a long time either. Occasionally I'd have people pop in and be like, oh, alpha Chad, like, you know, you're such a Chad, you're such an alpha or whatever, and it was a thing I'd push back at that I don't like being called an alpha or Chad, because a lot of that language comes from a lot of great, not so great places these days that got co-opted, and I don't believe in, like, the whole alpha beta BS garbage in general. And it feels weird when people assign that to you. Then, if I'm being honest, when I used to give my conference talks and do like panel talks and all that at tech conferences, you know, I'd be on the stage, and the one that always stands out in my head is I was on the stage. I'm not gonna say the framework because what I'm gonna say here would be a little bit too doxing. But I was on a panel that there was 4 of us, and then like the actual speaker, I'm blanking on the term, the person running it, so far as like who's the person actually saying like whose turn it is to talk, that kind of thing. And so what ended up happening is, yeah, the moderator would work. That's close enough. But so we were having a talk about a framework, so a specific technical framework. And we're at this conference, and I don't remember the exact question I was asked, but the person asked me that it's like a very, very, like, really down in the weeds kind of technical question about this framework. And I'm like, you know, I could probably answer this, but the lady who wrote that is sitting right next to me, and I think she would do a much better job of answering this question. Like, she would know this much better than I would. And his response was, you know, I didn't ask you. Or sorry, I was like, I didn't ask her kind of thing. And I'm like, alright, well, I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question then. And it wasn't from a lack of knowledge or anything like that. It was, he was just one of these people who didn't want to ask the woman on the stage. And that was weird enough. But, like, that didn't escalate farther. But what ended up happening is, a lot of times when I get on these panels that, again, like, I try to advocate for women in tech and all that, at the time was kind of a very big focus, and I still do, but, like, now my focus is a little bit more on people with disability and neurodivergent conditions. But, you would go after these panels, and I would get emails about that, and I remember getting the email that he was like, you know, you beta cuck, or whatever, and there's a lot more in that email I'm not going to repeat, you know, about women's place. And it's just kind of one of those things that it's like, this is a person who believes in their heart of hearts this is the way the world's supposed to be. that this person who helped write this framework versus me who didn't help write the framework, who was just someone knowledgeable on the framework, you know, should not be addressed because of whatever. And it's the thing. But yeah, and that's like one of those things that, you know, and referring to someone as a beta, and that's one of the reasons why I really push back in that language, is that always kind of stuck with me. Yeah, no, I hurt the poor mediocre dude's feelings. That he couldn't stand a candle against a competent woman. So, you know, he had his fifis hurt. The worst thing is saying those kind of things. Like, you know, he basically outed himself, you know, right there on the stage by his response. If he would have just taken the L and been like, "Oh, let me ask the other person over here," he would have gotten the answer he wanted. He would have gotten the information he desired, and everything would have been on the up and up. He wouldn't have outed himself and all that. Life would have gone on. But no. And it wasn't that one. I wish it was that one. But I've had a few of those emails I get after the conference talks, where the people use their company emails to, like, you know, say they're garbage. Which always blew my mind, because I was more than happy to share that with their HR department. Every single time I got one of those ones. And, like, half the people there, or they would use their email where it had, like, their full name at Gmail, or full name at Outlook, or full name at Live, or whatever free email service, or they would have it where they got their own domain, so it'd be like, you know, communications@theirname.com. And I always was happy to forward those emails onto their HR department as well. Alright. 098 for the next helicopter. I had no qualms with forwarding that onto the HR departments. I've already forgotten. It was 09? I know that's going to be wrong. We have to change it. 08. I was close. Alright, 08. So, 5th helicopter. 09/0... I'm already second guessing myself. We're good. Let's see. It takes a brave soul to send dumb messages on your company email. Brave isn't the word I would go with, because brave requires you to actually be able to be competently able to acknowledge what you're doing is really dumb, or really dangerous, I guess is the better word, and then choosing to proceed. If you don't acknowledge that what you're doing is really, really dangerous to begin with, and do it anyways, that's not brave. That's just really not smart. Hey, Pank, how's it going? Panic, anger? Yeah. That was also, like, that was at the time I was really pushing, like, anytime we'd have a conference, I would always push that they had a posted code of conduct. Yep, helicopter's hanging out right now. I'd always require they have a posted code of conduct and ask them, you know, if they're one who already had a code of conduct, I'd ask them when the last time, or like, you know, what was the last time they did an enforcement thing. Because within my tech stack, I was very fortunate that I was someone people really wanted to invite to conferences for public speaking and all that. I did a lot of that before the pandemic. Well, that escalated pretty quick right there. Alright, we're not gonna dig deep on this one. We're gonna kill a handful. And then we're gonna go relax now, because we don't want to push ourselves into exertion during a helicopter. But yeah. And unfortunately, there's only one conference, because what I would do is to say, like, hey, you know, if I'm going to agree to speaking engagement, I'm going to need you to have a code of conduct that's going to be publicly listed. And I have the basic expectation that if you are made aware of a problem with your code of conduct, you will enforce it according to whatever you said you will do in your code of conduct. Like that kind of thing. It's like, that is a requirement for me to agree to the speaking engagement. And I only ever had one group who was not willing to do that. Which was weird, because it was also one of the ones I least expected to give me any kind of pushback. And I didn't speak at it, because it was simply like, no, we don't think that's necessary. I'm like, alright, well, it is necessary for me to agree to this, you know, the speaking opportunity. And they're like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. I'm like, alright, fair enough, you've made your decision. But it's just kind of a weird one, because like you have some of them you're like, alright, these people, I'm not sure they're on the up and up necessarily. Maybe they'll give me pushback, and I never once did have one, like, because it's like the really little conferences, you don't know what to expect from them. I had mostly good experiences, even over the big ones. The little if you're going to go to tech conferences, those little conferences, they can be more of a gamble on what you're actually going to get out of them. But some of those are really, really good, and they're usually inexpensive. Very, very much recommend those little teeny tiny tech conferences. Like the ones where it's all of like, you're gonna have attendance of like only 100 or 200 people kind of thing for the whole conference. You can usually get some really good stuff out of there. I've got more usable networking and information out of those ones than the ones with like, you know, tens of thousands of attendees or whatever. Because pretty soon they expect it's going to be a railroad of conferences. The convention, you'd be surprised how many there are in the U.S. Let's see, a code of conduct for other speakers when they're a speaker, or code of conduct to attendees. Mostly focused on the attendees. I actually didn't have much to say about speakers. There's only one time I gave a conference an attitude about a speaker. There was just a particular individual speaker, and I was like, I'm sorry, I cannot speak at a conference that has this individual. Like, this individual, the fact that's considered it, like, I'm already to pull out, because this guy has very, very publicly been a real big problem that having our names in the same area is potentially damaging for my personal brand. Like, this guy is bad news. Which that conference ended up getting canceled entirely, because I guess I wasn't the only one who's like, no, 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 no. And for whatever reason, I'm assuming there was a contract involved. They were unwilling to remove them from consideration. They ended up canceling the entire conference as opposed to canceling that talk. That was right before the pandemic kicked off, though. Like, the pandemic hadn't really reached the US yet, but like, it was starting to be that background rumbling. Unwilling or unable. That's the thing. It could be totally unrelated to that as to why it got canceled. Like, that's just kind of the thing. I don't know. They didn't let us peek into the inner workings of them most of the time, so whatever reason, they canceled that, and then they're going to reschedule it till next year. And then next year didn't happen because of the pandemic, and then the next year didn't happen because of the pandemic. And then next year didn't happen because the organization running it went out of business. But yeah, and the code of conduct was nothing super outrageous. It was just basically like, hey, you know, if someone reports like, you know, sexual harassment or whatever, like what is your practice policies kind of thing, like how do you handle that? Like if someone got, you know, in trouble for that who was attending the conference, like would they be allowed to be back, like that kind of stuff. It was just, you know, like having very vocally that like, hey, if you want to picture someone, you ask them first, like the typical things, because that was a real big problem at the time, is you had lots and lots and lots of problems of sexual harassment happening at conferences and all that. And that still is a problem. We had lots and lots of problems of people being drugged at conferences, not at the event itself, but at the after parties, and that's still a big problem. Like, there's a reason why they hand out the little rubber thing to put on top of your cup at conferences these days, because it's such a common issue these days. And so just basically trying to have, you know, just the minimum practices that... Does shouting eat stamina? Nope. We can go like this all day long. And our character is super chill. Yeah, no, that's actually related to the drugging. Very genuinely, conferences are targeted very heavily for trafficking, for human trafficking. That the idea is you've got people, they're not at home, they don't have a support network nearby, people don't know where they're going or what they're doing. You've got like all of these things working against you. So many events historically have been no +1s, so they can't even bring a friend with them. And you get the idea where it's going. Oh no, so you can still go to the after parties. The big safety things to do to protect yourself from being like having someone tamper with your drink is 1, never leave your drink unattended. That is like party foul number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Never leave your drink unattended. This is the big one. The other one is when you get offered things like the little rubber cap thing you can put on your drink, use it. That makes it that much harder for someone to slip something in there. But one of the other big ones is have someone you know with you, keeping an eye on making sure you're okay. That is another really big one. Because if people know you there and they see someone try and slip their arm underneath you to take you out of the building, they're gonna be like, hold up, where do you think you're going? And that saves a lot of people. But that's the reason why when an event says no +1s whatsoever, I'll usually push back on that. And there are times where there's a good reason there's no +1s. Like I know the Twitch partner party, I really wish there could be +1s, but unfortunately what ends up happening is we do have people who will bring someone as their +1 who, you know, is an individual who's a fan of someone, and it doesn't give the people, like, it doesn't give the partners a place to network where they're not, I shouldn't say dealing with it, like, because I don't want to make it sound bad, but, like, you know, a place where you can interact with other people you're working with without being, like, on camera, on scene, on stage, whatever you want to use as your verbiage, and all that kind of stuff. Because the conference, a lot of times, you're going to be around tons and tons and tons of other people who are going to fan on you a bit. Like, not me individually, but like if you're a big creator. And if they don't do that kind of stuff, a lot of those individuals won't go to the partner party because it would just be obnoxious. So they got rid of +1s there. But that is one of those ones that be like, again, just make sure you keep your drink right by you, keep an eye on it, make sure you've got someone else you know there. And that's the tricky one, like, if you're someone at the partner party and you do not know anyone who went to TwitchCon, that'd be one that I would potentially be like, maybe hold up drinking on it, or find someone who, you know, you can have check in on you. Like, that's trickier if you don't know people. All right, is this done? But that was actually, I believe it was Blurp had an event at TwitchCon this year that, like, I got invited and I was like, oh, that'd be cool, like, I'd like to go. And they're like, absolutely no on the +1. I'm like, all right, well, here's the deal, I'm not going if I can't have my +1. And I opted not to. And that was the big event at TwitchCon US this year that did, or this past year, that did have people get drugged at it. Because all those previous things, people didn't have that person, you know, available to keep an eye on them, to potentially run interference. They had, apparently Blurp had been provided a bunch of those rubber topper things and weren't giving them out. Like, which that was more just organizational error. That wasn't a deliberate decision, I don't believe. Okay, so it looks like the helicopter is plenty done. I would say this is less zombies than we had the last time, but more than we had the 2 previous times before that. This is more than we want to sit here and just throw down with. I would not recommend Molotoving ever. Not because, like, pro gamer strats or anything like that. Very genuinely, you gotta keep in mind when you do fire in this game can get out of control pretty easily and it can burn stuff. So if you have a single zombie that breaks away from the fire and goes into the neighboring building, that building's gone. That building's just gone. You see that cool katana in that zombie that you're really excited to get? Ah, it just caught fire. That's gone too. Well, this is not... Where did you all... So the helicopter was up here, friends. Where are you? Why are you at my house? Alright, new plan. We are not going home today. We're gonna go up to these houses to the north, and we're gonna do that. Like, I'm sitting here doing circles by the helicopter spot, and I go home, and there's more zombies down there than where the helicopter was. Now, what I am tempted to check is if we go east to where the gas station is that the resort that just rolled into town? Oh, he said he saw a katana? I would not expect it at this stage of the game. No, it's possible. I honestly haven't seen a katana at all in Build 42. We thought it was the newest location. Wait, what? I think everything is made of gasoline. They thought the newest location at TwitchCon for a TwitchCon party? You thought it was the newest location. Did I miss context on that? I'm sorry, I'm missing what that was. Oh, the zombies. Oh, okay. I was like, what is... Yeah, I mean, I guess. You have received your eviction notice. As happens in Project Zomboid. Yeah, like, no, this is the weird thing. So we took the helicopter right there. So the helicopter we took right down there. Literally, we could probably just about see it, and there's no zombies. Yet, the area south of it was just downright awful. Which, don't get me wrong, that's just, when the helicopter spins around you, it's like kind of out in the periphery. And it kind of just pulses the sound as far as the zombies reacting every so often. So it just happens to be it was on a downward swing and a pulse that drug the zombies down and they kept going. So I get how it happened. But it's just kind of one of those things you're like, really? Game? Why are you going to do me like this? Let's see, as a question, if you add animal dung to removal list at a later update, will it affect the previous ones? No. What you'll need to do for that to take effect is you would need to go and change your existing save. And there are mods that let you do that, but normally you can't out of the box. Because the way that... Well, actually, I take that back. They have done it both ways. There's sometimes where it's affected a later save and sometimes where it hasn't. But there is a field that you fill out on your save that says, like, you know, base dot hat, base dot glasses, base dot maggot, base dot whatever. And if they did like base dot poop, I don't know what the heck the animal poop, like the animal dung is under, but like base dot poop or whatever. If they add that themselves, then it would carry forward. But they've sometimes changed it where it does and sometimes where it doesn't. So I don't know what we'll actually expect out of that. So the question we have here is, are we running by the theory that that ungodly number of zombies that we just had roll over our base, where do we think those zombies came from? What area just up and walked into our home? Because I'm kind of hoping that might be the resorts rolled into the neighborhood. Because if the resort rolled into our neighborhood, maybe I can take advantage of just trading with them. They all roll into my house and I roll into their house. Can we see the map? I can show you the map. Yeah, so zombies we saw were right around this area is where we had the bunch of zombies. Now, the areas, we have cleared all these areas around here. All that's all cleared. The zombies must have come from either down this way or down this way, is the two, like this area is where I'm guessing. Or they were just straight up in the woods. Yeah, you're thinking roughly south to north? Yeah, the only place I can see is that area might have it. I don't think we're getting way down here. That feels like that's still too far from us yet, and this crap isn't getting over here at all with that giant lake in the way. So I'm thinking it's either this one or this one. So I am leaning towards maybe we take a peek to see if the situation's changed over at our target. There's a good chance, even if it has, it's still probably going to be a little busy. But if I'm going to have to clear like 300-400 zombies at one place that I'm just storing stuff, or a place where I'm expecting or I want to go, I'm going to go to the one I want to go to. Oh, sorry, Cerise, if you tried to drop a link, then unfortunately Twitch just shows us the 3 asterisks. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Yeah, no, we disable links. What was the link supposed to be? Because yeah, I don't mind if it's a link that, you know, feels like appropriate. Let's see, it was a link to the Build 42 map project. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. If people haven't looked it up, there's the Build 42 map project for Project Zomboid, which does give you a web-based map. So it's a good way you can like look at stuff around if you want. The one thing I will advise is if you're new to the game, I actually recommend not looking at the map. Like exploring the map a little bit first. Once you've played for a while and you've kind of learned the map, then by all means. And the only reason I recommend that is you can kind of spoil yourself the stuff in the game that can be really fun to find just naturally. And everyone's gonna have different things and what they want and don't want in the game and whatnot. But it is one of those things that once you've learned where something is, you know, and you can't take it back. So finding like some of the more secret and interesting locations. I do think it is good to eventually look at the map though. But to also be the counterpoint, I do think it is actually good to look at the map at some point in time. Just because there are a lot of locations that you're very unlikely to find just naturally wandering the map. Like the military base over there you're unlikely to find. There's a radio tower. Where are you at? Too far. Where's Riverside? Okay, we're over here. Yeah, there's a radio tower like way back in here. You're really unlikely to go in that direction. But there's a lot of like little tucked away fun places that playing the game normally are very unlikely to be seen. I do think we're gonna push all the way over to the gas station before we crash in for the night. I debated going and reading the car book while I wait for it to get dark. I think we're gonna go to the gas station. Oh yeah, no, it's all good, seriously. Like, I do think it's not a bad thing to look at the map in general. It's just kind of one of those things when people are brand new to the game. It's usually like, you know, until you've kind of revealed what you're likely to reveal just normal gameplay, I think it's good to like wander around and figure the map out. But once you get past that stage where you're just playing the game per normal or whatever, you know, map it up if you want. Because you'll learn the basic lay of the land that Mulder's over here, Riverside's up there, West Point's there, here's, you know, Lake Fallis and all that kind of stuff. And you'll get to the point where you know, like, the main roads between all those. And you'll find a lot of times that, especially as your characters lived a while, taking some random dirt road is something you'll find yourself doing less and less. Because there are a lot of dirt roads that you just go down the road and just kind of go, oh, this is a boring road. I put a lot of effort into going down this boring road. Because there are some roads that literally go to nothing. They just go to an open field, or they go to, like, a trailer or whatever, or just a normal farmhouse. Then there's some that go to some really cool stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring, is that this area would be cleared. With that, all those zombies, I'm really wondering if it pulled those zombies away from the resort. We're going to take a peek at the resort, and my hope is, when we get to the resort, that we are going to see... There'll probably still be some. I'd be surprised if we don't see some. But if we see just a couple rally groups worth, then I'm pushing the resort. And we're making that the new target. Well, I mean, it's the current target. We're making the new right now target. And making that work. Because then we can take the resort and start securing it a little bit. And then over time, we'll end up killing the zombies that grabbed. If it's still very busy, then we fall back to trying to clear our house again. And start questioning where the expletive the zombies are coming from. Okay. Because I'm low-key really hoping there was a car we saw in front of the resort that looked like it was in really good shape. And I'm really hoping what we'll find is that we get the keys for that car, whether or not it has gas I can work around. And if we can get that started, then I can drive it all the way over, grab the generators for the gas station and for the main building down there, plunk the one generator down right between the pumps or whatever, like by the pumps or whatever at the gas station, then gas is covered. I have a car. You know, until such time I destroy the car from driving it a lot, I've got a car. Which, most runs, I don't go through a car. That I'll usually continue to repair and service the car and keep it up and running if it's a car I care about. And so that'd be very encouraging. I think I also have goodies inside the gas station we left there. And I can take the other generator and figure out where the appropriate place to put it is on the thing. Let's see, does copying random seed work if meta options are changed? Are you saying, like, if I have one seed and I give it to you, but you choose different meta options, would your world be different than mine? Is that what we're asking? Because I believe the loot... I believe what starts the game, the loot and all that, should be the same between our runs in the event that we use the same seed. But I believe our runs will quickly diverge depending on what we do. So, like, if me and you start in the same town at the same time, like, in the same town, both of us running the same seed number, even with the exact same settings, if I end up going north and you end up going south, I believe we will end up with, like, different meta events, different timing and stuff. I don't know if the weather stays the same. I don't know what all is tied to the seed. But anything that you change the seed, like the settings for, I would expect to have some type of significant impact on things. Oh, you're trying to replay an old save? Oh, so you want to, like, go back into what's effectively the same world, but, like, a new instance of the same world? That's interesting. No, I've never messed with it, so I honestly can't answer your question. Because for me, treating it like a rogue-like game where, you know, once I've gone to a world and I've died, that world ceases to exist in my thing, is the way I've always approached it. Honestly, if I had some cloth, I could make some axes here too. Oh, I still got 6 axes. I thought it was low. And in a pinch, I can actually make cloth here. Okay. Yeah, some things reroll. Yeah. Just be warned, there's a lot of probability. Your rare item should be in the same, though. Some things that their generators not are all rerolls. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I've never tried to, like, redo the same thing. You gave zombies poor eyesight and hearing because you feel them decomposing. Wouldn't be that good. Yeah, but the only downside of turning that way down, like, actually, that can be pretty dangerous. Yeah, so we only killed the initial, like, 25 zombies right at the beginning of the day. And that was just because, like, with the helicopter, the moment we knew it was a helicopter, we really didn't want to escalate anything. Oh, I should also put those in a cabinet. Yeah, I think the idea of, like, same seed runs and all that is strictly if you have a handful of people to, have people have similar-ish runs. But it's not like, it's not quite like a lot of other games where if I give you the same seed, you will have literally the same everything. You know, barring whatever you've specifically influenced to be different. Product Zomboid has too much randomization for that. Alright, chat. Do we think the resort is gonna be quiet? Or do we think I've wasted my time walking all the way over here? Like, i.e., do we think it's gonna be quiet enough that it's gonna be worth it for me to try and tackle it with, 2 hand axes and 7 crude axes? You think quiet by my standards. That is fair. You choose to believe it is quiet. It's gonna be peaceful. It's gonna be a beach episode in Gene's life. We got the first 2 who actually went the... Alright, we got a split here. We got a whole lot of people saying it's gonna be peaceful, and then immediately follows like... Let's see, is the wood at the base shop usable? Oh, the stacks of logs there? Yes. It's, not exactly how it would look like, where it looks like it's like the 5 logs. It's actually a storage container of logs, but the storage container of logs does have logs in it. Is the taxi working? We don't know. We don't have keys. If I get to the point of hot wiring, that is one of 2 cars we're considering. I've got a bull driver at the gas station, and I've got the taxi, but I don't have keys nor the ability to hot wire quite yet. That's actually one of the things I'm working on, is I'm currently, as we need brakes, I'm reading the mechanics book. So that way I can do the whole thing where we rip headlights out of cars and put them back in, and take the cars that are true junkers and just take off and put pieces back on until they fall apart. Your vibes for a quiet resort. Yeah, I've got like a bunch of people's like, oh, it's gonna be peaceful, it's gonna be a beach day, and a whole bunch of people like, this is Product Zomboid, it's gonna be awful. But the hope here is there is a car by this resort, and the last time we were here, this resort was absolutely overwhelmed. Oh yeah, no, I can uninstall the headlights and all that right away, but I get more XP per instance of effort if I've read the book. And I am what people would refer to as extremely lazy. So I don't want to do any more work than I have to. And also, until I have Electrical 3, it's also not that big of an urgency. Once I get Electrical 3, I can hook up the generator. Until I have the generator, I get to use the car for only a little bit before it runs out of gas. and then we're back at square one. It's not laziest, it's efficiency. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't want to be inefficient. Alright, so last time we were here, this down here was spicy. So it's definitely not clear, but it's definitely nowhere near as crowded as it was the last time. I say we're going for it. Alright, big pull there. Okay. Got another group of 5 or so. So downside is muscle strain. Looking a little rough on that muscle strain. Fall over. Swung way too early. I don't know why we missed that one. Next axe. Okay. So we'll need to back off and all that stuff. And the hatchet head is also broken, so I'll chuck that in the body. Alright. So let's back off just a little bit so we can get a little bit more visibility so we're not right up on them. Okay. So we're going to try and deal with both our muscle strain and our exertion. Alright, Dan, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Right. Turn this off. We're just going to fast forward reading our book until the muscle strain goes away. The good news is it's looking like we're probably going to finish the book, too. The downside is that Hatch took a lot more out of us than I really wanted it to. Wait, can't you melt it down in a furnace, the axe head? No idea, I don't have a furnace. I can worry about that later when we need a bunch of metal. We have no shortage of zombies to kill. Oh, come on. Let's see, does being tired make your exertion go down slower? So being sleepy makes it take longer for you to regenerate endurance, and having low endurance causes you to get sleepy faster. So they do have a feedback loop, where the worse one gets, the worse the other one gets. That's the reason you gotta be careful when you start overcommitting to a fight, because it is one of the things that'll just keep getting worse and worse and worse until you got nothing left to give. So it's the reasons the moment you start getting your negative moodles, you want to be backing off already. What's the downside of that moodle? Which moodle? The unhappy and deep red? It slows down your action speed. So action speed is not combat, it's strictly like crafting, moving an item from one pocket to another, picking stuff up. Anything that puts a bar above your head, it slows those things down. So it's a little annoying, but it usually doesn't impact anything with your character's ability to survive. Yeah, no, generally, that's a real thick pull. Let's back off. Get this in not one giant ball. It basically is pushing till we're gonna get hit to like the first level of exertion and more muscle strain. Alright. What's the downside of stress? What do you mean stress? You mean nervous? Like your character's like agitated, nervous, whatever. The big one with that is they can, I believe it's that they can wake up with nightmares. I think there was something else that did. But generally speaking, there's not many ways you get into the game naturally. There's just like, if you got a bunch of zombies banging on windows or doors nearby you, your character will get stressed. Smoker will cause it as well. I want to say its penalty is fairly benign as well, other than the whole thing where sometimes they'll wake up having a nightmare. The nightmare sucks because it messes up your whole next day, because your character, if you go right back to sleep, they still usually end up pretty tired, if they can go back to sleep. A lot of times you'll wake up where you're not tired enough to go back to sleep. And then you know, you can try and take like a sleeping pill or whatever, and your character just, you know, has another nightmare, and now your character's like extremely sleepy because they're on a sleeping pill and cannot sleep. Does it get stressed now too if you make a heap of noise like cutting down a bunch of trees? Yeah, I thought they alleviated that in 4.2.2. I know 4.2.1 and 4.2, like, it was weird that we were chopping down trees and our character was like getting stressed out to no end. They definitely observed that as well. Just sitting here sharpening our axes. So stress is like your last 20 years. Yep. Alright, so I gotta wait on the muscle strain again. So reduces your damage by 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty tame. It's not nothing. Alright, so let's clean up that really big pole we had. Alright, let's back off or get high muscle strain again. And we've talked about the fact that, like, in reality in Project Zomboid, where everyone wants to think there'll be, like, some Giga Chad who'll just throw down and have, like, no problems. They could survive forever. And you're like, man, just being literally alone. Like, just completely and utterly alone. No one to talk to. No one to, like, you see, like, no other walking around living person, all that. It would not take long for that to, like, really screw with you. I did not wait nearly long enough. Ball with a handprint time? Oh, right, I gotcha. Yeah. From, forgetting the name of the movie. Wilson, that's the ball's name. I can't Castaway, that's the movie. Took me a solid, entirely too long to remember that the movie was called Castaway. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of people that definitely need less social interaction to be happy. But there's certainly a difference between less social interaction and literally no social interaction. Let's see, the best part of Castaway is he makes it back and they have sushi at the party. Castaway in Space? They've had stuff that kind of hits along that line. Not like the surviving in the wilderness kind of thing. But like they've had lots of movies where, you know, the ship is supposed to go on some of this really long voyage. And for whatever reason, the person is supposed to be unconscious for it, but it doesn't happen. And so then they're, you know, they're effectively stuck isolated on a spaceship for a real long time. That's been done like 2 or 3 times now. Some of them have been stuff like rom-coms and a whole bunch of different things. All right. Okay, muscle strength getting bad again, but that's going to be a regular feature here. There you are. Axe will break anytime now. And now I walk away because I pushed way too far and I've aggroed way too much. Oh yeah, no, like, being over 2 months with literally having to fight for their life every single day, and having no social interaction, no real creature comforts, you know, surviving almost exclusively on butter and poisonous berries and other junk that they found laying on the ground. Yeah, this character would not really be holding up particularly well. Very, very, very much this character would be struggling real bad. Yeah, and you've killed like 4,000 things that look like people. Did I play much before build 42? Yes. I have over 4,000 hours in the game. Probably lights on, nobody's home. You would be very detached. You'd be very, very detached from whatever was going on. It'd be the only way to, like, manage to, like, keep anything functional. Alright, so let's go lay down again. Sit down. I personally don't take myself as like the world's best PvZ player. Like, don't get me wrong. I know I've done a lot of things that not many people have done in here before. So I still wouldn't claim like world's best or anything like that. Yeah, now my personal best. Do you know sites get rid of bushes? I don't believe they do, but I haven't tested it yet. But, yeah, now my current best is, like, at 100... It's somewhere around 180,000. Like, give or take, like, 5,000. Character's still alive, build 41. Oh, I didn't get enough berries and all that stuff, so we're starting to get properly hungry. Fine. I'm pretty sure there's still more junk food in the gas station. Okay. Couple more that followed me out here. That would have been such a better bathrobe for our other character. We were doing like the wizard cosplay. That'd have been so much better than the white one we had with the wizard hat. And the axe still doesn't break. I noticed this poor axe is worn, dull, and blunt, and it just keeps hanging in there. You have just a tissue in your fanny pack. It gets blunt enough, it switches to the stats being a blunt weapon. No, but that would be funny. Alright, keep backing up a little bit more. I have no idea what she's doing. Let's get this done, lady. Because being sleepy, we might as well just back off. But rather not have zombies all the way out here if I can help it. Okay. Will Venus see build 42? Probably not. I kinda made the statement when we were playing Venus that when build 42 dropped, most likely that would be when she retires, like properly. Because it's a good time to do that. Because otherwise we're going to probably have all sorts of weird, like, zombies spawning in where they're not supposed to issues. Stuff getting reset, loot being all screwed up. Until someone gives you a ridiculous... Hey, you know, if someone wants just to plop down like $1,000 for me to kill Venus, I'm down. Bought, sold, done. Right now, I'm just trying to hopefully get the plus program for this month. We weren't gonna push for it, but last I looked, I think we're at what was it, 14 away, 14 plus points. Oh, so it's tier 1, 2, or 3 subs you buy for yourself. 1 point for tier 1, 2 points for tier 2, 6 points for tier 3 that help out. Doesn't count if it's a gifted sub. Doesn't count if it's a prime sub. Bits and all that don't count either. I still appreciate all those other things. But for the push for the plus program, always $1,000 to start over as Venus. Starting over as Venus, no, that doesn't need to be nearly that high. I thought you were referring to just jumping onto the save file we have Venus on. I say jumping onto the save file that we have Venus on is like, nah, that save file would be a big mess. It's a shame I can't wear 2 of those. It's also a shame that the canteens don't like snap onto the backpack similar to like the leather bag can kind of go. Grab the fish hooks. You think the canteens go in the chest rig? Probably. We know where to find a whole lot of them. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, starting a new run with a character that is Venus Orozco, like a brand new character, I wouldn't bring her stats over or anything. I'm not against that. Usually let every character have kind of their own defining characteristics, so like everyone can be their own run or whatever, though. You know, we've got Officer Gene here, who may or may not actually be a police officer. May have taken the opportunity to simply call themselves a police officer. Are the oil drums just decoys, or you can use them for something? So there are empty ones, or ones that have logs in them that you can use as a very, very large rain barrel. But then there are ones that they're just an object, they don't really do anything. Not unless something changed. You use them for charcoal? The old ones or like the new one we've got here? Alright. Is this your hideout? For the moment, this isn't where we've been staying. This is just kind of like a halfway point. So what we were dealing with is we had a house to the west in one of the farms, and the last helicopter drew a lot of zombies, it seems like, from where we're going right now to there. And I really want to be over here instead. So we're kind of trying to do like a little switcheroo, so while they're attacking where I was living, I'm turning around and being like, alright, well, you can have my place, but I'm taking your place. Yeah, no trade backsies. Needs more light. Well, we do have a generator. And honestly, I could get that generator set up and working over here. That actually is something we can do. The problem is, if we look at it, where I am down here... we're way down here. So, like, we're down here right now. The generators are over there. And then the issue... Sorry, yeah, like, I'm right... Yeah. So I'm right here. The generators are down there. And I don't have a car. So I can drag them all the way over here. It'd be miserable. It would take me multiple days because they're 40 kilograms or 40 encumbrance each. So I'd have to drag it a whole way, put it down, rest, get up. Zombie in the field on the right. As far as the berries growing back, those will appear and disappear. Oh yeah, way down there? Ah, it's fine, it can stay there. I don't want to get caught up chasing all those right now. Oh yeah, no, we can open all the windows too later. That's fine as well. How spicy was the heli? You stepped away during it? Okay, learn to fix the car after learning the book? Yes, it'll take a while. I'm not focusing on it right now. If I get electrical 3, I'm gonna probably go out on my way to level up the next thing. But we'll get there. The helicopter wasn't that bad. It was spicier than the first two, but it wasn't as spicy as the third. From the way it looked to me. I obviously didn't sit down and count them, but it certainly could have gone worse. One downside we're going to have here, not too long though, is... And I mean, we'll have to go back for butter in not super long. And that's going to be crossing over the whole area again. That's one thing that would be nice about getting the cars, but right now fixing the car doesn't do me any good till I can hook up the generator, because I'm just working on what limited gas I've got. So I need to get the electrical 3. How are we doing on it? We've been taking apart a lot of stuff. We're not quite halfway. Considering we have no book and all that, that's not terrible. Okay. Yeah, no, there's a very good chance I might get stuck just dragging the generator the whole way back. That's a very real possibility. We would definitely want to wait till we got stuff sorted. Well, I mean, no, because if I can get a car that we can hotwire, then in a real pinch, what I could do is I could hotwire the car. I could... just leave all that alone. I could hotwire the car, I could take the 10 liters of gas we've got in our home base, put that in the car, grab the generator, grab the 2-liter bottle of gas I've got, run that over to the gas station, put down the generator, hook it up, put the 2 liters in, turn on the generator, fill up a bunch of gas cans, and it'd be like a little back and forth between turning it on, turning it off, fueling it up, and all that stuff. But we would be able to make some pretty good progress with all that. Okay. So hopefully this should go a little bit smoother than the last day. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Just by the fact that I'm using a two-handed weapon and all that. They'll break way faster, sadly, though. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, bear with me, chat, before we get way too involved in this fight. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back here in just a little bit. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat, my front axle... Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, all right, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that I mean.
I don't just want to.
It's probably happened before. Yeah,
But
she doesn't just walk around and go,
that.
I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? All right.
Oh no,
I
chose
do
the wrong-
see that like there was some people who I guess had no drop. So I'm seeing nothing on my end still. But like if you got like if you are still not seeing it, refresh. Twitch is twitching. All right. But yeah, so we're back. It do be what it do. Okay. Have you played Faster Light? Yes. I found Faster and Light hard to stream because it is one of those games that like it's very enjoyable and for a round or two is pretty good, but it's also a game that when it comes to dialogue is very repetitive, and that puts you in that weird spot where it's like, do you not read the thing as it keeps happening again and again, or do you read it again and again? And it's always kind of a weird one like that. It's a good game. Like, it is great for... Oh, good, Nimble 3. It's great for a lot of stuff. But for streaming, that was always one of those things. It'd be like, it is a rebel ship that has approached you. It's charging up its lasers. And you're just like, oh, okay. And you just kind of keep repeating it again and again. It's a really good game. I've played a lot of it in the past. Just for streaming, you end up sounding like you're repeating the same encounter again and again and again. But then if you don't, it feels like you're ignoring it because you just keep skipping stuff. So you can recommend Takara cards. It's like FTL with cards and a good story. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, it's a good game. It's a really good game. It's just one of those ones that for streaming, it's a really weird spot because like if you read the dialogue, it gets really repetitive. But if you skip the dialogue, it can be pretty unfun to watch a stream when you got like the dialogue happening and you're the one who tuned in later and the person just skipping dialogue after dialogue. Hi.
I love my husband so much.
Aww. I see your true motives. She stole the candy. She also brought the candy over here in the first place, so it's kind of, you know, a little A, little B. She is smart. It's technically still her candy. Yep. She also behaves in that same manner if candy is not involved, by the way. So it's not, that's not strictly her doing that. Do you have a favorite type of candy? Ooh. It's definitely one that varies based on mood and all that. I do tend to enjoy a lot of sour candies, but also I can go for stuff like Milky Way as well. But all in all, I really don't have much of a sweet tooth, so even when it comes to like eating candy, I'll usually have very little at a time. Like I'm not someone who'll eat like a whole bunch of candy until the point I'm sick. But you know, I will have like a couple pieces of candy and be pretty happy about it. Alright. Back up just a little bit. Just trying to keep on top of our rest. So I'm curious how many zombies are at the building, because we haven't got a good view of the building itself yet. With how loud we're being fighting, when I am doing these pulls, I am pulling a lot of zombies from there. Oh, you have a towel in your fanny pack. Alright, the tree shaking to the left definitely has zombie in it. Sometimes the tree shakes, it's just wind. But, like, you can kind of tell if you just keep shaking a bunch, that's something pushing through it as opposed to just, like, wind or whatever. Yes, I'm hoping we can get over to this, like, open spot a little bit and sit down here. To rest just to give me a little bit more wiggle room. Guessing overwhelmed stench eventually will cause you to get nauseous and sick. Yeah, it takes a long time to get there though, so it's not too big a deal unless you are killing a really, really large number of zombies in the area, or you're doing something like resting and sleeping on the corpses long term. Alright, looks like a west to east meta event, which is Not really what we're looking for here. Okay. I can just group in the front and then walk off. Or break the weapon. That's a good time to walk off too, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so you had a west-east meta event, and the downside with that is because we have been resting over here, it is drawing the zombies over to where we're resting. Yeah, stuff like the surgical mask. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Now I got zombies out here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut north till we stop seeing the zombies. They'll start fighting our way back down. But yeah, stuff like face coverings, a lot of them will prevent either completely or mostly corpse sickness. The thing to keep in mind is most of your face coverings will also penalize your foraging. So over here, you'll get like a 2, 3, 4, 5% penalty to your foraging as well. It's not that big a deal, but you get the idea. Alright, so I'm gonna back up here. So I can rest for a minute without having to worry about getting grabbed. Okay. And back to it. We just had to back off a lot just because that meta event was dragging the zombies to the east and it pulled them across the road here. So I kind of want to fight our way along this road just to make sure we're clear here too. All right. Yep, so little by little we're getting through this. Now we get down to the corner, start going up the road again. Okay. Alright, we got a group of stragglers behind us. No, this is in range of the helicopter. This is way fewer zombies than we saw here the first time we poked our nose at it. The first time we looked at it was literally like solid zombies. So that's the reason I was like, okay, let's give it a go now while we've got a bunch of zombies removed from the area. As well, it's certainly still a busy location. I think right now between our home and where all the zombies got dumped on us, there's still more, like, there's less zombies here than there were there. Okay. But yeah, so not all the zombies left. Which isn't unusual. Okay. Laying it down says I'm breaking my weapons way too fast. Look good while doing it though. Yeah, 1 second, sorry, I got like something in my eye. I noticed a little bit in like the last pull or two, it's like, something's bothering me. Okay. You got a sledgehammer? Nice. But yeah, so we've been drawing a bunch of zombies away from here. I have no idea how many zombies are normally in this area. Like how much they cleaned it out. Like, we're not getting a good look at the building, which does concern me a bit. But as loud as everything is in the game now in combat, I'm also kind of going, eh. But I probably still am pulling zombies from nearby the building kind of thing. I also don't think that many zombies are gonna be like stuck up against the shoreline. Okay. Okay, nothing we care about in the bag right now. And we'll see about this group. I do see we got some more tucked back into trees. Got another one there, and I know there was one up here I saw. Kind of one I'm trying to keep an eye out for. Okay, so it's back up again. Gonna be a lot of back and forth with this. I'm hoping this will be one of the last ones aggroed right now. Okay. Let's back off again. We can take apart some of these watches and all that stuff. If someone could fully clear the world, they should be additional content like coming from a safe exterior to the disaster to see what the world was. I think the problem is it's such an unrealistic goal. There's no reason to try and implement it. It's just kind of one of those things, like, you're talking to do that, you gotta kind of set a world record. And so just kind of one of those things that's like, you could have it. But realistically, no one would ever see it. That's just kind of the reality of Project Zomboid. Okay. Twitch has been acting up a lot today. Not just me, there's been a lot of people who it's been showing them as going like offline and online and offline. I shouldn't say offline. Like it'll give like the separate, like the thing that does when you're getting like disconnected or whatever, but then it recovers. We've kind of checked on our end and it's not been anything on my end. Yeah, that's the other thing is you'd never truly know if you've actually cleared the world. There's just too many really big forest areas that the zombies can be in. So it's one of those things that's like kind of an interesting thing. It's just the reality is it's one of the many objectives in Project Zomboid that's probably not realistic. Like, you know, there was someone who had set out that they wanted to cut down every tree on the map. They didn't even get like 2-3% into it before they were like, never mind. There's just way too much. It's like, yep. Map big. Map real big. All right. Okay, so this axe is getting to be about ready to go. 1 second, what do you got on you, friend? Ah, it's just a motorcycle helmet. Well, that's not as exciting. I saw it look like a bulletproof vest and the biker helmet, everything. I was like, hold up. For a moment, I thought it wasn't just a normal biker. I thought it was like some special, like, police biker or something like that. Like, we're definitely getting zombies from inside the resort here. We've got ones showing up in bathrobes and all sorts of goodies now. Okay. I see you shaking over there, tree. Nothing worthwhile in your backpack. And we got ourselves another knife to fight with. Finally, you're 50 pounds underweight. How's your sword blade skill right now? I think it's at 3? Yeah, it's at 3. Right, let's back off a little bit. Rest up, go for another push. Downsides are going through our axes pretty quick. I don't really have everything I need to make more. Hey, give me a second, zombie. I'm trying to do stuff. Okay. Just surviving on the butter right now because I don't feel like dealing with a bunch of stuff right now. How much flint do you have left? At the home base I got tons. But the problem is the home base is overrun from the helicopter. We're trying to do a little bit of a switcheroo with the zombies where they moved from here to my home, so I'm moving from there to their home. It's kind of, at least that's the plan. How much flint do the zombies collect? There's probably still like a level, like a little, somewhere around like 11 or 14 nodules just sitting in there. I think we need more tree branches to make more. Ooh, wait, hunting knife. Hold up. Hold up. There we go, that'll help. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we're gonna back off again because it's gonna get late soon anyways. What I might try and do is grab a couple pieces of clothes on the way out. I'm gonna use a couple pieces of clothes, we'll wash them out in the river. Take those back home, and I think I might have enough for a couple of weapons. Did that one like just come out of the trees when it failed to grab me? Just like snuck back into the tree line? Just like, ah, I didn't get him this time. I'll get him next time. Yeah, so let's grab some outfits to get a little bit of fabric. That'd be a horrifying mechanic. They're learning. Okay, just need a couple more pieces of clothing. To fill up our bag. Probably good. I see one or two in grab on the way up. Yeah, one more piece of clothing, and we're full. Okay, so what we can do is we can walk this up here, and we can rinse it off in the river. Because if I wash all this off by the lake, when I rip it, I'll get just all of it will be clean rags. And with all those clean rags, I do know I have some sticks and some flint back at the gas station. I don't think I have a lot, but it's still gonna be a couple extra units of axes and all that. We'll come around like this, just so I'm not cutting through all these trees. There's a good chance there might be a couple zombies here. Okay. I guess they have to be in the main bag. So I was just cleaning our own clothes that we've saturated with all sorts of blood and all that. Alright, Randall Thor. You have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Okay. So that should be enough, though, to last us a good long while, all these, rags cleaned and all that. It's unfortunately going to take us a hot minute to do it. But like I said, we should have a decent amount of flint, not a lot, but some flint and all that back home. So I can manage to get a lot of this clean. Then we can rip it all up, get a ton of stuff set up so I can all that. Can't see anything on the screen, it's so dark. Oh yeah, no, I'm well aware. It's not a whole lot brighter for me. It's actually darker for me. Can you see well enough to get back home? I have a flashlight. Also, yeah, home is like literally straight up, and the road is much easier to see on. I'm gonna have to fast forward, that's a lot of clothes. Just a lot of laundry to do, that's all. It's weird that we went from having high muscle strain to not having high muscle strain. No, the health isn't lowering because of muscle strain, it's because we're extreme overloaded. Extreme overloaded will lower your health. It can only lower your health down by 25% though, it can't kill you. We're pulling an all-nighter washing our clothes. If you thought your laundry sucked. Okay. Did they fix it to not hurt you so much? Maybe when your HP hits its peak, it eases up a bit. Yeah, no, what I found is when it gets the carry away, when it drops to about 75%, it'll stop hurting you until it gets a little bit higher, and it'll hurt you again to drop you back to 75%. It kind of just juggles there. Yeah, that's normal behavior for the game. Yeah, so even without the light, I could see on this part just fine. It's these sides of the roads with their zombies there. Seeing that is a problem. Yeah, no, the thing I like about the pen light is it uses so little battery. Chest muscle pain was so much work. You got glad you got adjusted. Chest muscle pain. Like, I remember we had... I mean, I guess torso and chest is the same in the game. But yeah. You have a good one, little rats. You keep doing your little rat thing. Alright, so 140 zombies killed yesterday. Ooh. And go here real fast. And say rip clothing. Actually, I'm changing my mind. We're going in here to do this. And the reason I'm going in here to do this is you don't need light to do it. And that way I can just keep doing this. And not have to worry about some zombie wandering in while I'm working on it. Okay. I really wish we could just go back to rip all. Be like, I have a mountain of clothes here, I just want to rip it. Don't make me do all the clicks. Okay. So I've got all those. So 66 cloth. They'll probably add the option. Well, no. So they actually took away the option in build 41. They took away the rip all, where you could just stand in a pile of corpses and be like, rip all of the fabric on them. They took that away from us. And I do believe that was a deliberate decision, so you couldn't just get your big pile of corpses and say rip all and fast forward and do it. I still kind of disagree with those type of changes. Because, like, you know what I want to do as the player is rip them all. Don't make me deal with every individual body one by one. I don't want to. Don't make me do it. That's not engaging gameplay. There's this mundane thing I need to do. Whatever I can do to make it so it's less effort on my part, the better. Let's go ahead and take that spear we found. We'll equip that, just to get it broken right away. We did get 2 axes. How much more do we have in here? That's not where I need to be looking. So I've got more than enough rags for whatever we need. I do have 5 flint. So if we do end up finding more tree branches, we can make more very easily. Alright, so let's go down there and see where we can get at. We're probably going to run out of weapons today. And this is where we get to figure out if I've made a mistake or not. In the sense, if I don't manage to push into this place, or at least close to, and the weapons just start getting completely exhausted, then that's a problem. Because then I've exhausted a lot of my weapons going a different direction than our home. Because soon I'm going to actually have to start fighting through the area back towards the house for dealing with the milk. Hello, car keys that were definitely not here before. How are you doing? Because we definitely walked through and forged this a whole lot of times. And those were definitely not there the last time. Alright, you got gas in you? No gas. But that does mean I've got car keys for the taxi. So, I no longer have to worry about hot wiring a car to get anything. Now we just need electrical 3. Yeah. No, it's a thing. The keys do spawn in. Engine looked rough. Oh yeah, no, the car is not a happy car. Yeah, in an emergency, I could use the wrench. I'd rather keep the wrench for working on the car because I don't have many of those. If it boils down to it, we could do that. I don't think we're anywhere near that point of using our tools. Realistically, I could just go forging a different direction. Because, like, we're just missing tree branches or whatever. I could pretty easily knock down a couple of trees, bring back the branches, that kind of thing. Because some of these are some real big trees, too. But regardless of clearing the helicopter area, where we did the helicopter, just the fact that we're down here doing this, we still are killing the zombies in the area. There's just not really that many zombies in this area, like cumulatively in total. Let's see, do you think any bike mod for Project Zomboid will become vanilla? Probably not. I don't think it'd be bad for it to become vanilla. Oh, you're not dead. I'll never get used to that animation having a not lethal version. Like, not that I think there's anything like wrong with or anything. It's just all the other things they're working on. I just don't think they're gonna put the effort into making that a reality. Yeah, no, I realize you mean bicycle. It's just something I don't think is a priority of theirs. it's the same thing of like, do we think there'll ever be a mod that like people have different physical builds, like, you know, some people being more muscular in appearance, some people being like fatter in appearance, that kind of thing. I don't think they'll do that either. I just don't think it's something they particularly care about one way or the other. That said, I have no idea for certain. They very well might be like, nope, we're already working on it. But it just feels like the kind of thing that isn't really, like, it's not that it's bad or anything, it's just on their list of things to do, just doesn't even make the list. There's just so many higher priorities. But that's a perfectly good thing to mod. Plus, with that, they have to have all sorts of balance considerations and all that, which would be very doable. Like, it'd be very, very easy to make that a balanced thing in the game. But there's a lot of considerations, not just slap biking game, call it a day. Alright. You have a good one, Darth. There's a lot of stuff that would definitely make good additions to the game that I just don't think are going to be a priority because there's just more important stuff. Like, they're going to have to dedicate a lot of resources to the NPC stuff. Like, that's going to be a lot of work for a lot of people on their team. Making like actually not bad AI for games is its own, like, you know, specific discipline and everything. And then all the supporting stuff you're going to need for, you know, the NPCs to be at all good. There's a lot that goes into that. And I will say, if the AI and the NPCs is, like, particularly bad, people are going to be really upset about it. General, another settlement needs your help. Yeah, I mean, you've got that. I was talking more like, I'm assuming the NPCs will be able to be out in the world in some capacity. Whether they're following you, doing their own thing, like that will be a wait and see. But that means they need to be smart enough to be able to fight, evade, or whatever the zombies. And right now, with the AI that the game has, the AI in Project Zomboid is a very, very rudimentary AI, where the only real decision-making is zombie go at player, or zombie vaguely go at player. I mean, or I guess sound. Zombie go at thing that has attract zombies' attention, or stand around and occasionally meander. And I'm being unfair, like there's migration and all that kind of stuff, but as far as like actual intelligence, pretty much the zombies' only goal in life is to go towards loud noises and try and murder the player. And they don't do like really clever tactics or anything. Some zombies walk straight at you, and some zombies walk ever so slightly off straight at you. And with the way we've got things going on here, the AI is going to have to be able to survive hordes. Again, it doesn't matter if they survive hordes by fighting, or survive hordes by running away, or survive hordes by like whatever means they figure it out. They are going to have to be able to survive hordes a little bit. It doesn't mean they need to be able to go in and go down guns a-blazing and take out thousands of zombies. Like, they should certainly be able to be overwhelmed. But just that, you know, it's not like the cows right now and the animals right now, like the deer where they see zombies and they just try to run straight away from them. So as the player, you can just push the deer into the zombies, and then when the deer runs at you, you just kill it. Or it does the thing where I've had the deer, like, the AI just doesn't seem to know what to do, so the deer just, like, stops reacting, and you just walk up and you smack the deer. It's like a long ways to go for the AI. Like, if you think about it, getting, like, games in a similar genre, like, 7 Days to Die, there is no real AI when it comes to the actual human characters. As far as I'm aware, like, the only human characters are really the trade people that give you stuff. And pretty much the way it works is if you do something wrong there, you get shot or kicked out or whatever. But, like, they don't walk around, they don't have to fight the zombies, they just have a bunch of guns floating all over their base that do it for them. So they don't really have their own, it's just the enemy AI. Which is mostly go at player, try and murder player. And then we consider, for example, State of Decay 2. State of Decay 2, which, you know, is made by a major studio and everything. And even them, the AI is pretty infamous for, it can do some things okay on its own, but mostly just gets itself killed otherwise. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say, is like, basically the traders don't have an AI. They're pretty much a vending machine. When it really boils down to it, the traders in 7 Days to Die are just a vending machine. Versus Project Zomboid, if that's the way the AI goes, you are going to have some absolute livid people. Understandably so. Because while we don't know what the NPCs will have, it's been heavily implied they'll do way more than that. Let's see, the verisimilitude in Project Zomboid, good. In State of Decay, also pretty good, but lower than PZ. The 7 Days to Die is rock bottom. Yeah. State of Decay 2, friendly AI is suicide. Oh, there's clips of me, like, getting ready to throw a Molotov at, one of the hearts in State of Decay 2, and just the NPC just immediately beelining between me and just running interception between the heart and the Molotov. Perfect to get us all almost killed. Like, I had to bail with no life left kind of thing. Yep. So you get the idea. But then we think in Project Zomboid, unless they do the State of Decay 2 thing, where when the NPCs die, like just a new NPC is shortly later generated in the world, they're like, hey, is anybody out there? I could use a hand. Could you help me with this loot? Could you cover me? I very much enjoy State of Decay 2. But yeah, those engagement things are super scripted. But it does make the world feel real sterile, real fake, because you just have the people show up, and they have the same storylines and quests. And once you've engaged with it once, where did the zombies go? No, but seriously, where did the zombies go? We were just fighting and making slow progress, and they're just straight up gone. We're moving on. Thanks for nothing. You didn't help us. Thanks for nothing. Yep, good old State of Decay 2. Or you'll get that same event where they're cannibals again and again. Like, and a lot of those stories are interesting, like, the very first time you do it. But it does make it feel very, very skin deep. Which is a shame, because I actually really like State of Decay 2. Oh, it's a picture, some film, and cache. Reminds you of Red Dead 2? Is Red Dead 2 really that bad? Like, I know I played the story and that part was fine. You'd run into, like, the event where the guy's like, ah, I got bit by a snake. And, like, stuff like that kind of thing. Oh, the NPC bandits? Yeah. At least within that one, they made a little bit of sense, but yeah. Oh, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. State of Decay 2, on its hardest settings, gets pretty brutal. Oh, that's way more zombies than I anticipated still being here. Oh, man, we're not ready for this. Okay, I don't have that kind of weapons. When I was seeing so little out here, I was like, heck yeah, this place is starting to clear out. That is a lot of weapons I'm gonna need to deal with that. Still, we did take a good, like, 250 zombie chunk out of the place. Unfortunately, this is looking like we're gonna have to pivot. We'll get through it. It's just my hope had been where we saw all those zombies show up where we were at is that it was those zombies we just saw not being there anymore. It also makes me wonder with the meta events, are we going to go back to those fields and then find some of those zombies migrated back here? Alright. You use a helicopter to clear this area out to pull them most of the way. Well, that's what we thought actually had happened, Pank. The whole reason we were pushing here is I've been taking the helicopter deliberately in the same spot right here. And so my assumption was we had pulled the zombies from down here over there when I had a ton come from this way. More than likely it probably was zombies from that area, just not as many as I thought. Let's see, or if you could do it by hand, whistling and stuff. You could. That's a pretty large amount to whistle to move them. Like that's a lot to try to whistle to move them. But it's not that you couldn't do that. But it'd be one of those things that we'd whistle, we'd have to kind of dump them somewhere. And with this narrow road going the whole way in and out, I think realistically they just end up back being a pain. Yeah, I think it'd be one of those things that to like take them far enough down the road. It'd be a pretty ambitious Pied Pipering. If it was not all this forest around us, I think it'd be a far more viable thing. Would a gun move them? Probably not as well as the other stuff we had talked about. Guns are loud, but they're not reliable for moving lots of stuff. You get the time in your hands? Yeah, no, but the time we're talking about with that, probably better off just doing this. Stop breaking all my axes. I don't want to have to keep crafting so many. Yeah, you got a bunch of random screwdrivers. Alright, so what we're going to be doing is switching to trying to get back to our stuff. Guns are reliable when NPCs fire them off screen. Yeah, well that's the thing. The guns will alert nearby zombies, but unless you're shooting a lot, they don't tend to bring, like, they're not reliable for bringing a lot of zombies out of the area. They're more just reliable for bringing some number of zombies on top of you. Oh, right, I forgot. We got our carving one. Earlier I was dropping them because we didn't have carving one. I didn't want to lug around all the broken branches. But yeah, I should be carving them now. It is good that we got the keys for this car now. It's got no gas. And we still can't hook up the generators quite yet. While we're here, I'm going to see if there's a TV or something I can tear apart in that trailer. Because if we get electrical 3, we do genuinely have a pretty good chance. We do have a pretty good chance of being able to go and grab a generator, drag it over to the gas pump, and then we have, even if it's a crappy car, that taxi will suffice. And between those two gas cans I have at home, I'll have to lug them all the way out here, but I've got a 10 liter and a 2 liter. If I put the 10 liters in the car, and I save the 2 liter for the generator, that should be pretty much all I need for, Oh, can I take apart the coffee maker? Yeah, no one wants coffee in this world. Huh. There's more things to take apart than I remember. I didn't used to ever have to carry about electrical though, so... Yeah, but I don't have the keys for it. Which would mean requiring me to get to, I believe, Mechanical 2. Which is a pretty big grind. We'll probably get there eventually, and I probably will use that unless I find a better vehicle. But for right now, that's a much later consideration. How am I doing electrical? Yeah, so we're at 2.5. We're not terrible. There's nothing here I care about for taking apart for... Actually, oh, there's a radio. Actually... Oh no, that's the regular one. I thought for a moment it might be full of water. If you find one of those that doesn't have the top, they make really good rain barrels. You might be able to make them into those nowadays, but... Until we can put it on the roof or so, I don't want to move it. Because it is a mechanic in Project Zomboid that, stuff that you haven't moved, by and large, zombies can't attack. With some exceptions like doors and windows. So unless you build it or move it, it's impervious to damage. So something like a rain barrel, until I can toss it on the roof, I'm going to most likely leave it where it is. Have you checked the trash for goodies? The trash is in a container. We have walked by there foraging, though. Yeah, leek salad time. It's gonna be leek, and it's gonna have some pepper on it. What else is gonna have? Nothing. Gonna be a leek with a little bit of pepper on it. Oh, stop whining about being sad. Why would you be sad? You got yourself a leek salad with pepper on it. Alright, so what we're going to try to do is we're going to see how far we can get towards the house before we run into trouble. And from there we can cross over to the house to the north on the other side of the field where all the zombies were. And we'll figure out, because we've been away from... Let's see, pepper the condiment or pepper the vegetable? Pepper the condiment, like pepper from a pepper shaker. Alright, let's jog a little. Get a little bit of run skill, get a little bit of faster movement around here. But yeah, so the question is where we were left off with the zombies. Because we had the weird helicopter where I had not that many, maybe 100 zombies or so show up where I was. I was like, cool, really not that big a deal. Helicopter, cool, let's go home. And I went home and it was at like, in the direction of home, felt like 200, 300, 400 zombies just chilling down there. And it was very much those things are going, like, what the absolute heck? You know, there was nowhere near this many zombies at where I was doing the helicopter. Why are they down here? Which is when I made the call being like, hey, let's try and make a move on the resort. Which apparently wasn't the right play. What are you? Hair gel? Okay. So the question is, though, now that we've been away for a couple days fighting, how the zombies have shooken out. Because it's entirely possible all the zombies are still bunched up around our house. It's entirely possible they've spread out a lot, so I could start picking away at them. They could have moved to, like, covering these farms and all that. I really don't know. They do get a little bit of mobility between them. Not a ton. But we'll see. One good news we have is if we do reach the house, I do actually have, I think it's like 5 or 10 more axes just sitting there. And then I think we're short on tree branches to make more, but I think I have like 11 or 14 more flint worth of axes ready. Okay. So far we got just the one zombie here. We're not super far from home now. But yeah, then we'll probably have like 3, 4, 5 days before I gotta stop by the cows to do some butter churn. Yeah, so it's right around here, which is where we left off seeing zombies, and I'm seeing nothing. So I'm a little curious what's happening with all that. Those zombies are clearly somewhere. My expectation is we're gonna see big rally groups floating around in the field to the north of us. But the big question is, will we see them down at the house? Alright, I'm a little bit farther from the house than I thought it was. Let's jog more. Now we have to back up and, you know, stop by the houses and sleep up here. We can do that without too much. I actually got to remember I've got that tent on me. So in a pinch, I can just go down to a field like this. Just plunk down the tent and call it a night there. Okay. And speaking of hair, you might be doing a Locks of Love. Oh, here, one second. Let's pick that up so we can get rid of it. We might be doing a Locks of Love donation. Your hair length is over 10 inches. You need things a little easier, and it's a waste to just throw it away when... Yeah, no, I've done Locks for Love before. Locks for Love before. For those not familiar with the program, it's for people who, you know, it's a common thing when you go into stuff like chemotherapy that, you know, hair will thin or go bald. So we'll end up making like wigs and all that for people going through all that. Alright, so we got a lot of zombies moving down this way. So that's the yard to my house. Weirdly, I've got 5 zombies who are just pure cuddle puddle right there. Oh, you are a survivor zombie. Alright, hold up. At least I think you're a survivor zombie. You look like a survivor zombie. That's the reason there's the cuddle puddle there. I need to stop aggroing new zombies. Oh, okay. So the one we're looking for is the one right over there. So let's scoop all these up. We are not doing too bad on weight. So it's one of those two there has the big hiking backpack, which I do want and may have goodies in it that we really want. Sometimes they will also have good weapons on them. So the plan here is to ball these all up. Basically draw the zombies away from that spot. long enough that I can run over there. We can pause the game while we're standing on the body to, you know, get an idea what goodies we can get out of it, make our choices, grab it, and go. So it should be right here. So big hiking backpack. So you do have a cheap sleeping bag. You have the big hiking backpack, but it's got like next to nothing on. So let's grab the big hiking backpack. Let's grab the sleeping bag. All right. Does the small one have anything? The one of the small one had the thirst backpack. I didn't get a good look at to where it went down though. I was much more focused on the large hiking bag. Alright, so needless to say, that is our house over there, so that's definitely not clear. Yeah, so we didn't have much here for the helicopter, and then this is the crap we found leaving the helicopter. Did we get a loot pinata? Yeah, a little one. It wasn't like a proper loot pinata, I don't think. But it did have a sleeping bag, it did have the backpack. Alright. So it looks like we're clearing our way back home. Again. Yeah, so this is where we actually took the helicopter, where I'm standing now. I see like there's one zombie here. Like the occasional little group. But not like we have way to the south, and that's what's got me surprised. Is way to the south, that area is just straight up awful. That's gonna take some doing to get that cleared out. Now the good news is we do clear, when we're fighting, usually around 100 zombies a day. And that's like 3 of those rally groups or so. We can actually make a pretty good amount of kills. Yeah, and even if we weren't getting progress here, we did make a lot of progress in clearing the resort. Yeah, there was a ton of zombies still in there, but we still chipped it. There's like 250, 300 zombies out of it or more. I wasn't keeping that close of a tab. We can check which day we had like next to no kills, and then all the days after that would have been the resort. Yeah, every zombie kills a step closer. Yeah, so what we're going to try to do is I'm going to try to fight down towards the house, and then we'll mop up the field second. Because when I get to the house, I get a replenishment on weapons. Wait, what was that going on? We've been hearing lots of those bad organizations to donate, actually. You can't remember why off the top of your head. Oh, yeah, that's, one of the things you always have to check with the different non-profits is how much of your money actually goes to do the thing you're trying to do. It's one of the reasons I really like when we do stuff for Doctors Without Borders, because they're like an anomaly in how ridiculously efficient they are with the money. that I think their overhead is only like a little over 5%. So, you know, if you put $100 down, something like 94, 93 of those dollars actually goes to doing the thing, versus all the other stuff is, you know, the overhead you deal with non-profits with, like, the bureaucracy they have to deal with, like, all the paperwork they have to do to be, you know, legal and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, all that. And a big part of that just is involved with the people involved and all that. Like, Doctors Without Borders is, like, absurdly efficient. But, honestly, it was somewhere in the area of, like, 20-25% overhead was considered a good charity. Which is kind of sad, but if you've, so, like, I worked on making... There was a product for association management systems, and I worked part of the non-profit side of it, which was... We were a profit company selling software to non-profits, as well as other organizations. But, just handling all of the overhead garbage they had, like, that was basically my full-time job for years, was just writing the software to handle all of the crap they have to deal with. So all that overhead is making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do with the money they receive, which, by a certain irony, is far worse than a lot of the abuses were in the first place. That the, you know, quote-unquote keeping them honest was their primary expense a lot of times. But yeah. Yeah, Doctors Without Borders have made, but donated for them for years. Yeah, they're were the causes I tended to support, or have tended to support a lot. Special Effect is another really good organization. They have a bit higher overhead, but they also make peripherals for both children and adults, but primarily children and all that, for people with serious disabilities. Wounded Warrior, I have no idea one way or another on Wounded Warrior and how good, bad, or otherwise it is. That's, like, a lot of the causes, what they're supposedly working on is usually really good, but there are a lot of them that the overhead is just really, really rough. Okay, so yeah, so this would be when we got the helicopter. Yeah, so we would have had somewhere in the area of around 300 zombies we killed over that direction. Yeah, but it is always one of those things, and a lot of times it's not even the organization, like, not being on the up and up within itself. A lot of them are trying to be good. It's just, there's a lot of bureaucracy and having a whole lot of people working on it kind of thing. It's really tough to do so efficiently. Yeah, I have no idea with Locks for Love and all that. That's those ones a lot of times you guys gotta look into it yourself. And then, like I said, there's just definitely stuff that, like, you look at something and be like, oh man, that one's got 20% overhead, that's terrible. And you're like, no, actually, that's really good. Like, that's actually pretty good. All the bureaucracy you put on top of it does require trained people who gotta be paid. There's a certain amount of marketing that all those organizations do have to do. Because very genuinely, you can want to do a good thing, but if no one's ever heard of you, then no one's donating and you're not doing that thing you want to do to help people. It's tough. Oh, hey. I'll take an extra free saucepan. I don't need it, but I'm gonna take it. Whenever you see a car insurance ad, you go, well, dang, there goes part of my monthly payment. Yeah, and I don't disagree, it's a thing as well. But also keep in mind that maybe those ads, by getting them more customers, also mitigate you having potentially increased costs as well. That said, yeah, some of them get really obnoxious, and they definitely spend a lot of money on it, and probably not actually helping you. But it's not as clear as like, oh, if they spent $100,000 on this, you know, divide that by customers, that was the cost to you individually. It's not really how the math actually works out in reality, because they got to keep building and retaining customers, or suddenly you got to cover the difference. Also, they have to make the shareholder a little bit of money every once in a while. You don't need to dig at that. Line must go up. If line no go up, then line go down. Something fiduciary obligation. Alright, so what we're going to try to do is I'm going to go a little bit wide on this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and not down all the way wide over there, but kind of cut across here, and I'm kind of hoping to come a little bit from the west side of the house. I'm just kind of hoping to dodge the worst of the fighting, secure the house, use the equipment we have in the house to then help, you know, push to the next part. That's actually sounding like a legitimate salad now. We've got leek, we've got broccoli, we've got tomato, we've got pepper. It's a little bit of a dry salad. You know, it's got that tomato there to help a little bit. But, I mean, I feel like one tomato and one broccoli, the broccoli overpowers the tomato so far as drying out the experience. Yeah, I love the conversations. Yeah, I do try. It's also, it's good to take the time to like, sort of like there's definitely a level of like critical thinking and not criticism, caution to take with a bunch of stuff. But at the same time, it's also very easy to go way overboard where you also like end up looking at everything and being very like pessimistic about it and assuming the worst of literally everyone, and that's also not healthy. But there's like there's that dance you got to do with it. Can't go too far one way or the other, because you go two way, you just assume everything is bad and all that. On the other hand, even being optimistic, you got to be realistic as well as too, that you know, not everything is on the up and up. I mean, there's a lot of things that are on the up and up. We get the idea. You can very easily get to be very jaded. And I say this pointing the finger at myself as well, that there are a lot of things in the world that I get very jaded about, that I kind of just been let down too many times. And it keeps me from necessarily giving certain things a fair shake. Like, I've come out as being, like, super not on board with, like, mergers and acquisitions and all this. I am very damaged goods on that regard, where I have been burned, and I've watched so many people be burned on that one, that someone says merger or acquisition, and my foot is already, like, 3 steps out the door, ready to be gone, being like, nope, I have done this ride. I went off Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. I want to do the things I want to be working on, and I don't want all this garbage getting in the way of that. Be quick. There we go. Like, I could never be in charge, because my first response would be like, all mergers and acquisitions are now illegal. Period. Just not allowed. I'd be like, that's gonna damage business. Don't care. Outcompete each other. In partnerships, you're on watch. We get real strict about what you can and can't do on that one. And that's got lots of problems with it, and I know that. Which is why I said I shouldn't be in charge of anything with that. has any kind of authority. You don't want any type of leadership that the first thing they do is make any type of sweeping, rash changes. Not that they shouldn't change anything. They absolutely should. But it is one of those things to, you know, step-by-step kind of thing, see how it shakes out, make all that. Even if your goal is big changes on the end, it is still good to be incremental about it. All right. Good for business, not good for society. Oh, good for business is one of those phrases when I hear, I'm like, oh, that's not good for business? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Right now, right here. Because when I hear about that, I hear thinking about, like, you know what? Disallowing child labor. That wasn't good for business. Basic labor laws. That wasn't good for business. That argument has been thrown around like everything, like having an actual set amount of times that you can normally work for a full-time job and qualify and all that. All of that stuff was, you know, fought against as not good for business. I'm like, man, sign me up. Not good for business. But it's just one of those things. You'll hear certain arguments that get repeated and parroted and parroted and parroted, and then you look back to the causes that those arguments were used against, that like now in like the hindsight view, we're like, no, it was the correct thing to, you know, not let children be chimney sweeps anymore. And you're like, yep, and that was the argument they made there. And it's not that that argument's never made without merit, but it's one of those things that I've come to accept. That argument by itself usually means we're moving in the right direction on something. Now, obviously, they go and they start pointing out like the damages to different things and yada yada, then there's more merit there. But like just the blanket bad for business, I don't care. Yeah, exactly. So many of the laws that, or like things that have happened over the years have been truly awful, like the company town kind of things, you know, which was in a lot of cases like a forced indentured servitude, all these kind of things. Now we went, hold the heck up. Hold the heck up. This is a practice we can't let stick around. This is really bad. And the argument. Even basic safety stuff people pushed against. Alright. You notice there's no more rest bar? Yep. I actually don't like it. I don't, like, I get why they try and keep some of the stuff so you can't really just directly see it instantly. I would much rather they gave us more information than obscuring it. I understand as a real human being, you can't sit down and know, like, I am at peak relaxed. You can't really tell that. But also, it's a video game. It's kind of obnoxious to have to make the decision of resting, like if you don't have mods, resting way longer than you need to, so you're just wasting your time. Or you're getting nowhere near rest and you need to keep resting again and again. And to me, it's just like an obfuscation that's like, is this really adding to the experience? And my answer would be absolutely not. But I'm also someone who doesn't like the mechanic the way it works. Like, I think the Moodles are kind of fun for, like, a measuring stick. I do feel like we should have a little bit more peak. Like, I think we should have one level of Moodles before the ones we have now. So we've got, like, the out of breath and all that have significant negative impacts. We should have, like, a little kind of warning wheel being like, hey, you're getting really close to that point where I'm going to start ruining your day before it's already ruining your day. Can you play around it? Sure. But it ends up being a thing that you just kind of have to get a feel for it. And that just makes it very not new player accessible. And a lot of times it's very unclear what's happening under the hood. It's like, for case in point, a lot of people when they first start playing Product Zomboid, they'll see like the out of breath or exertion mood will go away. And the very second it goes away, they'll get up and be like, cool, fully rested. When they're just not. And it takes a while to learn that lesson. Let's see, if they change it to as you lose a Moodle, your character is 100%. But if they don't do that, it's pretty murky. Let's see, make the out of breath go from green to red like hunger. Well, I definitely had people talk about that maybe we should have the good Moodles. So like, you're fully rested, that maybe you have a good, like a green lung icon that's being like, you are topped off. Like you are maximum whatever, or like within a couple % of maximum, whatever. Basically, you're effectively maxed out. And I heard that one. I use the minimal display bars, partly because then I can explain mechanics to people, and partly because it does annoy me that if I spend resting way too long. But I like the idea of having, like, a happy version of these, where, like, there's not like an everything's okay alarm or whatever, but at least for, you know, the exertion, rest, that kind of thing, I feel like we could use a lot more information. There's so much in this game that's a Pandora, or not Pandora's box, it's a black box. That I do think it'd be good to give the character information. And I'm not saying that you hand characters all the information, but like we can look at her health bar and see what her health bar is at any time. And we make everything else kind of like mysterious and hidden. Yet I can't stand there and know exactly how injured I am at any moment. So the realism, you know, it's left the door already. And I do feel like there's value in knowing what your endurance is. Because, like, as a new player where you don't know how sticky being fatigued is and all that, that you don't just sit down like in Dark Souls and get back up like 3-4 seconds. Not sit down, you don't even do that. You stop attacking for 2-3 seconds and suddenly you're good to go again. It takes you a while to learn that that's just not how the game works. And you get there, but it feels like you get a couple of needless deaths from that just because the game's being obscure. The you have slept too much alert. Yep. Anyone in U2 found car batteries not recharging at all? I have not had that problem myself. I haven't gotten to use cars as much as I'd like, though. What are you trying to do to recharge the batteries? I assume driving the car? I wish you could wake up your character. Yours slept past noon and she's super tired. The entire day was gone. Oh, that's one of the reasons I always have an alarm on my character. Let's see, specifically as in just the car rapidly draining the battery over days, no lights or anything. Multiple cars have done it. Ooh, that does not sound like anything I've been running into. Yeah, so not sure what you're running into. So, the questions I do gotta ask, and these are because you always gotta ask. I mean, obviously, do you have the radio on? Do you have the headlights on? You know, whatever. Things that drain that. You're implying that's not the case, but, you know, just double check. Do you have the heater on? That could be one as well. Could be that you got the heater on, it's draining the battery. But if all that's okay, the next question I gotta ask, because you always gotta ask this, are you running any mods that even remotely might be related to car or charging or anything else like that? Because lots of times, mods will do all sorts of funky things that are hard to tell. And I know that ends up being like the cop-out answer for like supporting things and all that. But also, it's a cop-out answer supporting things that happens to be true so often. But that'd be the next thing to check. The next question I'd have after that, are you running at a particularly strange length of days? Like, are you running like half-hour days or something like that? Because I could see it if you're running really short days of having problems. It's very unlikely, because almost no one runs short days, because it has so many weird side effects. You know, 80-85% should charge just fine. You're running unmodified Apocalypse settings. Yeah, I don't know. I have not experienced that. The only thing I could guess is the heater. Because I could see someone accidentally clicking on the dash or hitting a shortcut key to turn on the heater and not realizing they've done that and draining their battery that way. Like leaving it on when they got out of the car kind of thing. But that's pretty unlikely. How are we doing on the weapons front? We're doing okay, not good though. That's a lot of zombies over there. Let's cut to the field to the left. Oh, that's not a field. Never mind. We're not going to cut into the woods. Yeah, so we're just going to have some big pulls here. It does look like I'm going to be in a little bit of a war just to get home. Yeah, no, I particularly haven't had much of a problem with the, like, battery stuff. Like, right when Build 42 dropped and all the batteries were draining and that kind of stuff, obviously, things were dicey then. But since Build 42.1, you know, I was on the internal branch of that one, but, you know, what would become Build 42.1, I haven't had any issues. Okay. Well, we'll just keep chipping away until we can't do it anymore, and then we'll make more weapons and figure it out some more. Okay. Yeah, it would have been good to be clearing this area over here versus the resort, but that's fine. Didn't know, made a judgment call based on the information we had. Information wasn't the best. We quote-unquote eyeballed it, and we got about as good a results as you get when you eyeball something. Alright, so let's go up here. Oh, I can probably drop the screwdriver. You mind dying real fast? Thank you. Nothing to double. Okay. Let's pop up here. I don't want to walk all the way back to your house. We're going to sit down for a minute. With the build 41, you always left your car running. In build 42, nope, nope, nope. Pinpoint boys won't stop. You know, won't stop with you that. Yeah. I do wonder if the cows are getting overrun. How far away from are we from the cows? We're pretty far. Because we'll need to go by there, and I'm a little worried the cows are gonna get chased off by the zombies. The good news, if that were to happen, I've got a bunch of fishing poles and all that. Okay. And every one of these you kill, we're getting a little bit more maintenance, a little bit more strength, a little bit more fitness, a little bit more short blade and all that. So while it is a little slow killing because I'm using some pretty awful weapons, it's fine. It just means when I'm not using a terrible weapon, we're going to be that much better. It also looks like we're pulling a lot of zombies out of these fields. Which might mean while I'm not making as much progress towards the house as I want, we are putting a pretty good dent in the population here, considering we're about to break 100 kills for today. It's a very slow and steady marathon thing when you do 16 times pop. Downside, we're deleting a lot of weapons a lot faster than I can afford them to be deleted. Okay, we grabbed a watch while we were there. That's my watch I'm wearing right now. Let's not take that one apart. Sometimes Automod jumps on weird stuff. Automod's been a little weird in the stuff it's been jumping on this past week or so. Like, there's a lot of one you're like, I could see that one. But that was definitely one you're like, nope, that is a stretch. Okay. It was Finger's Eye. Which I think I know exactly where I was going with it, but I'm like, that's, that might be trying a little hard there, Automod. Okay. Yep, so 106 still going, still got time today. Burn through our weapons fast. I just go for a real nice crowbar right about. Ooh, or I'll take a hunting. You know what? I will settle for a hunting knife. Thank you, zombie. And that again is why I always keep my inventory open. Is because you can just have those times you're just walking over a body and you're just like, oh, machete. That kind of thing. You'll be amazed at what goodies you miss. See, like there's another hunting knife. Yeah, hunting knives are still around. They're just not as distinct and obvious now. It used to be you saw the yellow pommel and you just knew you had a hunting knife. But now the fillet knife looks a lot like what the old hunting knife used to look like. Whereas you have now a hunting knife that's got kind of like a muted hilt. That's kind of like just a dark, like, metal hilt. And as such, it makes it so it's really, really, really hard to tell the different weapons on the bodies anymore. You just basically have to search them. Which I kind of don't like. And I know this is coming from the position of having tons and tons of zombies. But, like, realistically, I cannot and will not take the time to search all the bodies. And I did see there's a screwdriver on one. We'll see if I ever manage to find it again. Alright, we're starting to push that point where muscle strength is getting too high. Next weapon on the roster. Alright, so we've got a bunch of the knives. We've got some other junky ones. Okay, let's start grabbing the hunting knives. Get that going in just a minute. Okay. You're gonna leave me alone, or are you aggroing? You're, like, waffling between the two, and I need you to make up your mind. Okay, come on. Be done with this. What's Nimble at? We're at Nimble 3. We can pop right up here. And even though we're probably heading back to the, like, halfway house kind of thing we're using, I'm going to choose to do this resting here before we go there, just in case stuff moved. Yeah, no, the steak knives I found to be about as durable as the forks and spoons, where they just only last a hit or two. Which makes sense. Like, actual steak knives, most actual steak knives are kind of garbo when it comes to how durable they are. Because not like you go to like a nice steakhouse, you get like the really impressive steak knife or whatever. It's like this big, heavy, durable thing. Just like the house home budget steak knife. Hey, weapon. How you doing? Oh, we did not wait for the muscle strain. Well, that was a mistake. It's fine. I bet you if I would have waited for the muscle strain, it would have been too dark to come out here for another round. Let's hope it's not a really big pull. And if it is, we should be able to just ditch him in. Yeah, this will probably be okay. I say as I pull more. Okay, let's walk away from this before we waste all our good weapons, or good-ish weapons. A lot of crap. There's your handle. Have a nice day. Did you load Congo line? Favorite skill and product Zomboid and why? Skill. I mean, that's a weird one. So it's like for fighting, Nimble ends up being the strongest one. It's very important for moving around. I don't have a skill that stands as like, that's such a fun and exciting and interesting skill. I mean, they all kind of just do what they're supposed to do. I mean, I feel like foraging is not, like, I enjoy foraging a lot because you get some really wild things out of it sometimes. But even then, like, this whole thing, they do love the Congo line. Yeah, and for the record, if we were using the random zombies, they wouldn't Congo line nearly as well. But I feel like it's effectively still the Congo line thing. It's just you get the fast ones, then you go back and get the normal ones, then you go back and get the slow ones. So it's just like doing the Congo line in 3 phases, except 2 of those phases are easier than the last phase. So while it doesn't have the same appearance, for intents and purposes, it's still functionally the same. I know Product Zomboid's trying to move away from that being a thing you can realistically do. Like just straight up Congo lining and all that. I don't know how they accomplish that without fundamentally changing the combat, because like the current thing with like the slow movement, the pinpoint hearing and all that, definitely, I wouldn't say fully achieves that goal, but it also does it in a very annoying way. Like just the side effect of slow moving zombies is not my favorite. I also don't think it's a big deal. Like, I feel like the side effects are worse than the thing they're trying to fix. Because it is one of those things that, from the perspective of watching us play their game, they see us rally up 100 zombies, walk them down, and kill them all off. And it's like, is this good for our game? It's like, no, but at the same time, that's when you get to late game, and you can knock down the zombies really, really easily. I shouldn't even say late game. Like, we consider where we're at in the game so far as our skills go. I'm already halfway to maxed out on strength and all that. Our weapon skills are halfway to max so far as skill level. And sure, XP-wise, we're a long way from max. But as far as the damage goes, you have the base damage plus the modifier. And there's only, like, we've got half as much modifier as we can ever get. So, barring making the tiers of the skill even more significant, which I think would just exacerbate the problem, I don't really know the solution, other than like nerf the player and just make the player terrible at fighting entirely, which would solve the problem in the most frustrating way possible. Don't know. I don't have an answer. I also don't see it as a problem, because it takes a while to get yourself up to the point where you can just fight giant hordes of zombies, where you just go, this horde of zombies, I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna kill it. And just knock it out. You're hundreds of hours in the game before you get there. Because especially early on, where you have to turn around and like try and step away, you gotta learn to like time that, or you just get grabbed from behind. Okay. Put away our pen light. Let's see. People are having fun doing it. In your opinion, it's good for the game, but you can understand why the devs feel that way. But at the same time, the amount of zombies in the game, they try to slow down the killing down. People too much will turn off from playing. Yeah. So the thing I think is always the trickiest thing is to keep in mind that a lot of people play the game in different ways. You have people who play the game where it's like playing The Sims, but, you know, mocking, like jokingly, the cursed Sims. So, you know, you're just base building, making a lovely house, but there's also zombies. You've got people who want to stealth and sneak and all that, and that's the one place that Project Zomboid has been really weak for a long time, is the sneaking around. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're about 10 ad breaks. I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so it is 5 below now, and then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's take a minor detour. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. Alright, and I am back. Let's see, this is cute. Oh, oxygen not included. Yeah, no, that's, I've debated playing that. It's gonna be, so, while we're on the little pause, after stream today, and it might take me like an hour or two or whatever, but after stream today, I am going to be putting a poll on the Discord, for what games people want to see on the channel. I will have Project Zomboid and RimWorld on there, and Farm Sim 2025, whatever, 25. So I'll be doing that on there. Oxygen not included, I'm planning on putting on that list. Foundation, I'm planning on putting on that list, which is a game that is coming out in 1.0 in like one day. To like, not this stream, not the next, well actually, no, not the next stream, but the stream after that. It'll be at 1.0, so that could possibly happen. There's a game that just came out called Exogate Initiative. For those who ever played the game Evil Genius, same gameplay idea where you're like digging out your lair in the mountain kind of thing, but instead of being an evil genius who's trying to steal the Statue of Liberty or whatever, instead it's like Stargate, where you've got like your little gate, you're going to like alternate dimensions. I know in actual Stargate you're going to different planets, but going to like ultimate dimensions or planets or whatever. And so you're like running this research thing where you go there and sometimes awful things attack your people and you're doing like these missions or whatever. So it's kind of, it's not a tycoon game. It's not a city builder, like it's like a base builder-ish. Like your characters, your people have needs and all that. But that's another one that I've grabbed that we're going there. But Oxygen Not Included is on the list. I don't have the latest DLC, and they didn't give me a key for it. And like I said, I had planned to do it, but then I started hearing some real mixed things about the DLC, and I was like, okay, hold up, I haven't bought it yet. I think it was like $30, where I'm like, I'm gonna wait. But even then, like, I saw FG playing it, I believe I saw Alanorama also playing it, and a couple of other people. I'm like, okay, like, this doesn't look as bad as I'm hearing. So let me go ahead and check it out, because I played a lot of Oxygen Not Included on the channel in the past. It was whether that one DLC was kind of whatever. I'm probably going to put the Long Dark in there again, because people seem to be voting for that a bit. And I have played that. I can't remember if there's like 5 chapters to it. I played 4 chapters of it, and then we didn't play it for like 2 years because they didn't come out with the other chapter till way later. And so it's like, okay, we had fun with it on the channel. We play it again, and people that like really heavily vote. I won't redo the vote on whether we play Start a New Run or whatever. But if we do play that, it will be the story mode right from the very beginning the whole way through. Because it's been 2 years. If I start on like the hardest chapter, I'm just going to fall over dead because I don't even remember the basic mechanics. Because that's another one of those games where you're like, alright, I want to make a fire. How do I make a fire? And then just like puzzling through how that user interface works. And once you get it, it's fine. But I definitely remember I started the story mode the very first time I played it. And I'm like, oh, this is not like as interesting. Let's jump in real quick to the survival mode. That'll be fun. And then failing miserably because I was standing over with all the stuff I needed to make a fire and just could not figure out for the life of me in the user interface how to actually make the fire happen. Which is where we go into games and tutorial. And like I said, the actual story teaches you that. So that's not one I would hold against that game, that it doesn't make that information available to you, because it is. But for stream reasons, I had jumped right into survival mode. But yeah, we'd probably play through the whole story start to finish on that one. You know, as long as people were interested. If I started playing the story mode and we just didn't have people show up, then I've made the comment that you all vote with your eyeballs. If you don't show up, the game doesn't get played more. Because that's my cue that it's just not a winner. But so you just panic spam spacebar instead of shift to get away from a group of zombies and had a good start? Yeah. Yeah, hitting the wrong button will get you killed. How's our weight? Weight is perfectly fine. Alright, so going into this day, I've got 3 hunting knives, a kitchen knife, 2 paring knives, 2 screwdrivers, and a steak. So, not exactly the greatest arrangement of weapons. Sorry about that, that came out of nowhere. But, with all that said, honestly, probably enough to get us through the whole day, if not the whole day, a good chunk of the day. We did knock down, it was something like 120, 130 zombies. I actually didn't see if there's a place I could, like, look up the daily recap report. It's fine. That's a new mod. I actually really like that one. Like, the mods I tend to get are all UI stuff that don't change the game, but I'm really liking the daily report just because you can kind of look at the reports that you get at the end of the day and be like, ah, that's how we've been, like, that's how we're doing. That was a really good day. You know, because there's days you'll walk away at the end of the day and be like, man, I only killed 6 zombies. What did I even get done today? And then you get that report at the end, you're like, oh, I gained like 800 strength XP and, you know, 700 fitness XP. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Does anyone know why Twitch chat keeps reloading? Stream is fine, but it keeps buffering for you tons. I think Twitch is just having problems today. We've had the stream look like it would go down to like the little, you know, not like this emote again and again. Even though everything on my side, like I literally have 0 drop frames, I'm using 1.4% of my CPU when it comes to OBS, which is basically nothing. My connection is solid green bars all the way across at a very high rate and all that. So whatever the issue is, it's not on my end. And so it's just kind of one of those things that we've had it drop 2 or 3 times. You look like you're talking to yourself half the time. Happens to you on mobile the other day. You haven't seen it on PC. Yeah, so I think Twitch is usually when we have this kind of stuff, Twitch is making some like back-end change, and then maybe we like see a new feature or some maintenance thing happens the next couple days or whatever. But usually when they're making the change, lots of weird stuff happens, like chat becomes kind of dodgy on working where it keeps like disconnecting, reconnecting, or you know, stream keeps going up and down, or buffering problems. It's happened a lot over the years. Okay. Just trying to get home. Ooh, large knife. Well, I will say, if we keep getting lucky like that and just scoring weapons, this will be way better so far as us keeping in this fight. Alright, so you're getting dull. So go ahead and sharpen our knife there. Doesn't have a whole lot going. This is going on for weeks. Like streams, you watch a perk, but buffers an equal quality, just chat window that buffers and all that. Gotcha. I know we interrupted the sharpening of the blade. Gonna go ahead and get this going. We'll just sharpen the blade standing since we're not exerted. Because we could sharpen this while the radio goes, and then on top of that, we get the added bonus of this that we're not hitting anything, so the muscle strain should start dying off. And there was a meta event, which is a bummer. It is also drawing the zombies to the west, which does have the possibility of messing with our cows. I'm trying to avoid, you know, going over and just dealing with the cows. Alright, so nothing meaningful happening weather-wise, just weather. No storms, no anything like that. Okay. I will say one problem we're going to run into soon is the field we've been taking the zombies is slowly growing in. Once these trees start to get big enough that we get snagged on and we're line of sight blocked, this field is no longer going to be an option for that. Because one, I'm not cutting down all these trees to make it safe. To heck with that. I won't do that at our base, let alone someplace remote. Okay, so that's an interesting thing that I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to navigate. The meta event has drawn the zombies northwest. I thought it was straight west. Which does pull the zombies away from where my house is, but directly in line with the way I've been clearing them. Oop, there's another knife on that one. So right in the pile we started killing this group is where we want to check. Alright, so this knife's about to break. You can see we're saying worn and dull right at the bottom of the inventory. I see a meat cleaver and an ice axe in the group. Get out to the road. What is the purple blue moodle? It is being extremely sad. And the way you get rid of it is you do stuff like cook your food and all that, read books, read magazines. I was not expecting a group of zombies to come from that cornfield. Where are you all coming from right now? Yeah, no, this one's sad. The moment you get into a fight with zombies, board falls off almost instantly. pretty close to high exertion. That muscle strain is no joke at this phase. Ah, that's way more than I thought would still be following us. Okay, we got it back. Alright. Oh no, I think the idea is, like, you can't be, like, panicked and bored at the same time. Like, they're kinda two different experiences that kind of directly conflict with each other. Alright. Try to rest for a minute, kill the last couple ones following us. And I do want to make sure we find the ice axe. And then, like I said, there was something that looked like as a meat cleaver, I think, on the one zombie. We probably want that as well. We're a little short on weapons, so anything is better than nothing. Okay. One penalty at a time. There goes the exertion for now. Top this fence just so anything that attacks me have to, like, get over the fence.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, grabbing our knives out. Alright, we don't want to get back into a fight immediately. But as long as that's going to take to clear up, we can sit here and try to forage a little bit. And check these bodies and see if we can't find, like, any weapons or watches to take apart. Killing one or two zombies wouldn't be that big a deal. Okay. I think this game is cheating. 3 zombies came out of nowhere, aggroed while you were checking if you're being followed. You're on low pop with dumb zombies too. Nah, the zombies have, like, really good hearing and all that, especially if you're on, like, any type of default stuff. The zombies also have a thing where they kind of get wall hacks after you ditch aggro for, like, 14 seconds. Okay. I usually don't care about trying to deal with our character's happiness or anything like this. But in this particular case, I need to do something while we wait for that muscle strain to go away. So just gonna knock out reading an entire novel start to finish. Don't worry about it. You love 4X games? They always cheat? Oh yeah, no, 4X games, they do lots of stuff that they kind of cheat their way to make things work. a lot of games cheat in a lot of ways, and a lot of games actually cheat to the player's benefit too. We've talked about the magic hit point, which is that the last hit point on a character in a lot of games is worth more health than all the other hit points. And they do it that way you get to enjoy those clutch moments where you got away with just one hit point. And sometimes be like the last 5 hit points will be worth more and all that. You get the idea. But it creates a lot of moments that you just barely get away. And because you don't, like... It doesn't feel like the game cheated or anything, you just got away with that little bit. It can be a really big thing that feels really amazing. There's also games that'll straight up make it so you can't die in one tap or whatever. That'll take you down to almost dead. That's smart. You don't know why you never thought of that before? Oh yeah, like games do lots of that kind of stuff. Because ultimately it is about fun. And so you can do like a little wink wink hand waviness, and it makes the game more enjoyable and fun. Let's see, Mario Kart was 64 was the opposite. Ever been first place Mario Kart 64? Computer cheats. Yep. Oh no, they'll also cheat against you too. Like a lot of RTS games, the enemy cheats. They just don't bother doing a whole lot of the other mechanics and calculations. And they're just like, alright, this enemy has like a set production rate and everything. They do lots of that kind of stuff too. You never see 99% hit 1 odds so often? Yep. But lots and lots of stuff gets cheated around in game. Some of it is, you know, again, for the fun for the player. Some of it is to reduce performance implications. Like, one of the things that Product Zomboid... Like, one of the things that Product Zomboid does is, when it comes to zombies far away, from, like, where the player is that are moving around, the game, quote-unquote, cheats in the fact that it doesn't do the more complicated pathfinding that, you know, takes into consideration a lot more of the stuff that could block the zombies. And instead use, like, a much simpler pathfinding that mostly is just like, is this area blocked? No? Okay, then they can go by. And they do that because otherwise they did all the calculations for all the zombies moving those routes. Then it would become a thing that you're like, you'd have the zombies would trigger migration and your computer would just collapse to its knees trying to handle it. Or they'd only move a handful of zombies each time. So it is the thing that like the faraway zombies will kind of fudge the pathing, so they'll just kind of pass through a building. Any way to enable cheats without being in debug? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's mods that could do it, but that's probably effectively just turning on debug anyways. A scrap metal chopper, which is a form of crude machete. Alright, I'll bite. Memory serves, XCOM EU would cheat in your favor. Hit percent on normal settings? Yeah. But there's lots and lots of games that do it. Some games are explicit around that, where they're like, you know, hey, you know, just so you know, you can never be one-tapped. Like that, you know, or like, they won't be one-tapped. What was the game? There's a couple of games that you get hit, you get knocked down to like 1 health, and then you can have an opportunity to maybe save yourself, and then, you know, that if you fail, your character dies. So I want to say, like, Darkest Dungeon made that a whole mechanic in their game. That when your character should have died, they give you a little bit of a buffer to try and heal your character up. Which then, you know, they balance the game around that mechanic, which is fine. Like, they went from making it, like, a little nudge to help the player to, no, this is just going to be a core mechanic. Let's see, you just loaded a new save in the and in the basement, in the wilderness, your house started with a prison cage. What kind of guy are you playing right now? Look, man. You just need to put the lotion in the basket. We don't need to take that farther. Oh, Ice Axe, you're so good, but that muscle strain's so fast. Okay. So that's the path of bodies we want to follow back, because that's the one where there's a couple weapons I saw in there. Nothing amazing. But you never know when you've overlooked something good. Are you kidding? That's all the longer that ice axe lasted. Okay, well, rip. Okay, you're a dead zombie. Okay, so we got a bunch of other not so great stabby bits. Got the machete chopper. That'll be our very first long blade on this character. So I would not have high expectations for it, by the way. Because I did find with no long blade skill, the machete was pretty brutal to use. Just the muscle strain was way, way fast. But, I wouldn't anticipate the scrap machete being any better from that standpoint. Just trying to give a chance for that muscle strain to drop off. Anytime now. We did push pretty hard with that axe. Anytime now. You love how Fava beams were improved. The noise made wasn't in the script. And it made the actress really nervous. Oh. Yeah, that's gotta be one of those things when you're doing like those ridiculous serial killer movies and all that. And stuff like gets off script and all that. And you're just like, is this actually a movie or have I been like conned into something? I mean, obviously you'd know because they do like makeup and everything. But I would assume there's definitely times where things get a little weird and uncomfortable where it's like this is something we're acting. Neither of these people are actually this way, but also super not cozy right now. All right. You know, that's there's been a lot of movies that someone just improv'd a line that ended up being a big thing. That was not a movie, but for a game. If you remember from, I believe it was Borderlands 2, where like right at the beginning you have like Handsome Jack that, you know, it's like right after you have the train crash, and Handsome Jack has this whole line where it's like, "How you doing there, pumpkin? Oh, these pretzels suck." That was apparently not a planned line at all. He was like, it was just the voice actor was talking crap on the microphone, eating some pretzels. And he's like, nope, that fits character. We could go ahead and use that line. Handsome Jack is definitely an example where a game did a really good job of understanding the difference between a villain and an antagonist. Villains are fine, nothing to write home about. Antagonists are better. Antagonists are when you get to the end of the game, you're like, I don't even care this person's a bad person anymore. This is personal at this point. I am just this unhappy with this character that I want to ruin their day. Even like the whole time you're like, and I also love this character for being such a jerk the whole time through. The whole butt stallion thing. Oh yeah. Like there's definitely games that have done the antagonist thing really well. Waiting on the muscle strain. You can do one more pull. Yeah, notice there's one of the reasons why for a long time there were like, you know, top 10 villains in games, and that he was one of the ones that stood up there pretty high. Yeah, I want to say Vass from Far Cry. I haven't played the Far Cry series, but I remember Vass is one of the ones that people kept bringing up. You had characters like Sephiroth, because again, he did that same thing where he kept showing up again and again and ruining your day. So you finally did get the R1. Kefka from Final Fantasy 6/3 was one that popped up, not as well known. But like that one is fun because a lot of characters nowadays, the villains, they give them really, really complicated stories and depth and all that. And Kefka was a character who didn't have any depth to his story. Kefka was just like, I just want to mess shit up. My apologies for the language. Like, I just want to ruin people's day. That's what I want to do. What's my goal? I want to be evil. GLaDOS is another one that's very, very much... I don't think she made the... I can't remember if she made the 10 list. She'd definitely be up there, though. But it was one of those things that, like, all the really memorable villains you had in game, like, you know, the people loved to fight and kill and all that, or beat or whatever is appropriate for that specific game. All of them, the magic was that they were an antagonist. That throughout the game, they were constantly being a nuisance to you. You know, whether it was like... You know, whether it was like GLaDOS, where, you know, for part of it she's being chill until later on and all that. Okay. Put this in our hand, put that in our other hand. Drop the handle. I guess drop the other... Oh, that's a stake, that's why. And you are at full sharpness. You got a really high damage score on the machete thing, which is no surprise to anyone. It is the machete. It's gonna hit hard. Let's see, Upper Whisker made the list, but you did get sick of him during his boss fight. Bowser and Ganon are both high picks, but not a huge surprise. I don't remember Bowser, so like, and the list I was thinking about was like 4 or 5 years ago or something like that, maybe 6 years ago. I don't remember Bowser or Ganon making the list either. Because like, for as memorable as a lot of those characters are, when you think about like the old Bowser and Ganon, it was, I kidnapped the person, what do I do now? Well, I went back to my place, and I basically just didn't do anything from there on. Like old Bowser and Ganon were just like, I kidnapped the person, what else? I just, you know, I need my 3 pieces of the Triforce. I had 1 and 2, and the 3rd one was coming to me, so I just stayed back here, man. These Ganon laid wasteland. Well, later Ganon did a lot more than early Ganon did. Early Ganon was just the boss of the last dungeon. What else did he do? He was in the instruction manual as the bad guy, I guess. Gotta count for something. I wish I could remember all the other ones. I want to say GLaDOS was in there. I know Handsome Jack was in there. Princess Lies in our darn castle. There was other ones. Oh, I think Robotnik was one of them. Because you think about Robotnik in the Sonic one, even the earlier Sonic, like you'd finish every other mission, he'd like fly off, and he was the boss of every area. So even though he didn't have nearly as much like story as later bosses got, Sephiroth was in there. Can't remember half of them. But all of them have just boiled down to they were antagonists, was the whole point. So instead of like, what about the Mega Man villains? Maybe later in the Mega Man series. The problem with the earlier Mega Man series, you had Dr. Wily, and like he was the main bad guy, but for the most part he didn't do anything, like as far as like in the actual game, until you got to like the last level and they make him like a 2-second cinematic of him just being like ha 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 and then flying away, and then you'd fight him and then you'd win the game. But like all the other characters felt like they were totally detached from any of that happening. Like they weren't, if you go on the story they're not, but within the experience of the game, it definitely felt like the same kind of thing as Bowser, where the big bad guy was just kind of chilling off doing his own thing who knows where, and like all his little minions were actually doing the everything, versus like, you know, Dr. Robotnik showing up every single area as the boss of every single area just about, with some exceptions in the later games when they had like, you know, Shadow or whatever. I'd have to go and look to see if I couldn't find the list again. Like, it's not that it'd be like, this is a comprehensive list that could not be challenged. I'm sure it's one we'd all argue to no end who actually deserved to be on it. But it was more the whole thing about, like, there's a lot of games who have villains that nobody cares about. Like, the villain's there to be the bad guy. What else do they do? Versus the villains, you get to the end of the game, you're like, screw you, man. Why am I here? I'm not here to save the world anymore. That's why I started this journey. But I'm here because I want to just beat the crap out of you individually and specifically. And if it happens to save the world along the way, that's just bonus. That was, like, when you beat Handsome Jack, they let you decide if you want to kill him or whatever. I won't spoil where things go if you choose not to or anything like that. But, it is a thing that me and Tim were playing that together. And it wasn't like that where before too, it was like bang. It's like, well, we didn't get to hear any of that dialogue. He was like, nope, done with this one. Let's see, Grigori from Dragon's Dogma is absolutely rad. Shows up a couple times, it's always impactful. Yeah, that's what you want. Alright, so we got a bunch more experience, about 430 strength and fitness XP, bunch of maintenance, tiny little bit of long blade, bunch of small blade. Just doing our thing. There's also games that it's like they try to have the character be an antagonist, but they don't show up and be the antagonist to the end. So like the entire game is going through and everything's chill, and then it's just like at the end the boss is just like, I was there the whole time, causing all your grief. Oh, 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 you didn't know it, but ever since the beginning I have been playing you like a fiddle. And you're like, come on, man. Come on, you can't like retroactively claim you're the mastermind behind all this and have it stick and mean anything to you. Hey, Bob, thank you so much for the 3 stream trick. I really do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Is it possible to throw out windows? No. That was always a mod. No, I'll take an ice pick. It's a pretty popular mod. But yeah, no, it's always been a mod. Did you play Secret of Mana 2? Ooh, I didn't play Secret of Mana 2. I did play Secret of Mana, though. That was, me and my brothers played that together when we were kids. Where we each played as, like, one of the characters and all that, and yada yada. That was a good one. I actually, replayed that not too long ago. When I say not too long ago, like a year and a half. That my older brother had, like, gotten it for me, Tomb, and himself, and we all played it together. Which is pretty fun. I had debated going to try and, like, do all the achievements in it. I didn't end up following through with that at all, just... There was quite a few of those achievements that I'm like, oh, that's gonna be grindy as heck. Yeah, I have fond memories of this game, but I don't think I want to deal with this. The big bad the whole time. Yeah, that's... So I won't actually say the spoiler, but the thing that happens at the end of BioShock 1. At some time, like, in some ways you're like, oh man, it's so clever, I really like that. And in some way you're like, this really kind of feels like you just bolted some dialogue on here and then basically made a cinematic thing at the end. Like, the whole rest of the game, you just kept everything there, and because you never saw the person or anything, it really did kind of feel like, wait a second, you just, like, retroactively added this person, didn't you? But it is a very good scene at the end of that. It's like a very, very good scene. But it was one of those things and what you thought about it was like, wait a second. Like, yes, what you're saying is true, but also, literally, if you remove that, the entire rest of the game would play the exact same. That's, those are games that really annoy Tomb a little bit, is when you have a game or a show, both more so shows, where like you go through and it's, you know, suppose they've gone like through the entire arc, and you know they fixed whatever the thing was, but then you step back and say, wait a second, if this character wasn't involved at all at any point, literally nothing changes. Like, the outcome is the same. And there's actually quite a few stories like that. We're like, what even was the point of this? Was your brother and you also sank hours into leveling spells and weapons? Oh yeah, and I remember doing that with because like you'd level up the weapons, you had to get the materials to like upgrade them and all that, and wanting to get the strongest versions of a lot of them. I remember I did some of that, but it was really kind of my older brother at the time who was like really wanting to like grind that out, and I was happy to just not do that. Because it was one of those things of just going, okay, well, how do I level this? Well, time to go kill the same enemies again and again. Get that later. That said, I totally did that in Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics was such a cheese-tastic game. Like, it was a fun game with a good story in its own right and really cool mechanics, but that was a game that you could cheese it in so very many ways. I still think my favorite was you could train a character to be a monk, I believe it was, which would get this move called Hamedo. And Hamedo was a preemptive counterattack. So someone would attempt to attack you, and your character would hit them first, thereby canceling the attack entirely. And that's a pretty cool ability. Well, the cheese part comes into play when you come to the realization that if you also made the character a cleric, they could learn how to use a gun. Which got really interesting when you'd preemptively counterattack anyone who attacks you short or long range by shooting them. And it wasn't a guarantee, but it was pretty good odds. And so it became this weird tactic to get a character set up like that, to walk them out into the middle of a big open space, because there's no limit on how many people you could counterattack per turn. And so you'd have like this area where all these archers would go off and try and attack that one person. And it was like Red Dead Redemption Deadeye, where it just, this character, you know, just matrix shooting everything while it attempts to occasionally get an arrow off. And it was such cheese, and it was incredibly satisfying to do. And there were so many other ones that were just as absolutely over-the-top abusive in that one. That said, actually setting that up took a decent amount of time. Or you could even sit there and do that. Like, there was one of the boss encounters I won't spoil, but there's a boss encounter that the whole gimmick was you had to fight with your main character against the boss alone. It was like a one-on-one. And it was like a legitimately hard fight if you do it at the right time and you're playing it reasonably fairly. But the moment you realize you could move just a little bit better than they could with their attacks, you could basically walk ahead of him, throw a rock behind you to like hurt him for almost no damage, get a little XP, and you suddenly realize this boss was actually supposed to be fairly hard, was a place that you could safely grind XP for as long as you want. And so you could like literally pack away level after level after level on this one boss. And the problem you'd get with that is then you'd finish the boss and your main character would be so extremely out-leveling everybody else. And I do want to say there was some, like, level normalization kind of thing that as you gained levels, it would take, like, the average level of your party or some math. Like, I don't remember if it was, like, the highest level or average or whatever. But you could get in an area where you'd have your main character have to carry the entire team just because you got them too over-leveled. It's a good game, but a very breakable game. Alright, let's back up again. Gotta keep the push going. Got some zombies moving around. This one clearly didn't hear us, so I don't know where he's doing. So maybe we're having a redistribution, which is good and bad. The good of a redistribution is it will take the existing zombies and spread them out wider, which means less big groups. The bad news if it triggered redistribution is it does kind of mean they'll move back into the area I've already cleared. But because it is taking zombies from where we are trying to clear to, it still kind of helps. So it's a little bit more mixed bag than good or bad. Okay, we're good all there. Alright, so we should watch that way up to the west there. There is a full group of zombies right up here in that corn. I don't need to mess with them right now. The goal is to get home to all of our axes and all that. You remember when you fight Ghost and Phoenix Down? Oh yeah. All those classic silly things. I want to say in Final Fantasy 3 there was like one of the major bosses was considered undead. You could just one-tap him with doing a Phoenix Down or something like really silly like that. Like as a ghost train or something. And so it was like the cheese strat to just be like, okay, I'm gonna resurrect the train. And because it's a ghost, it just, you know, resurrecting a ghost kills the ghost in Final Fantasy rules. At least back then. Where he gets like some really strong healing items. And just healing it was the more effective way to actually damage it. Why resurrect the train when you could suplex the train? Yeah, I mean, I did love some of those old animations in the Final Fantasy games. It also amuses me, because isn't that the, I want to say Final Fantasy 3 is where Final Fantasy got the idea of materia. So, like, you get, like, the little gem that would make you cast spells. For that one is, I think the materia was for summons or something? Like, that was the whole thing, was that there was, like, magic things, and when they died, they became materia or whatever. And then that was just kind of a thing that's become just a staple of the series ever since. It's just like, yep, magic comes from these little things. You know, before it was just like, it's a wizard, it has magic. How? Don't worry about it, it has magic. Just be cool, man. Alright, get the next knife ready. Yeah, this field's dangerous now. Good, too many bushes have gotten too big, so we might have to rethink where we're doing our helicopters. Because like I said, this is starting to get fully grown bushes in there, and I am not taking the time to cut those down. It's one thing if it's like in the area around your base, but just a random field? Nah. Yeah, because that's the same field. Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye out on where we want to take the helicopters next that isn't getting all grown in. Keep the same plan, just shift the spot a little. All right. Eating our orange and its pepper. Keeping our hunger up. Probably wait longer on that muscle strain. I'm getting too rambunctious of just being like, pull the next group, pull the next group. Gotta kill some zombies, pull the next group. Falling into the pattern you get into when you get to like end game, which we're not there by a long shot. But to get in the end game where you just kind of go autopilot of pull zombie, kill zombie, pull zombie, kill zombie, pull zombie, kill zombie. I wonder what's better, the packed tent or sleeping bag. Okay. You sleep well.
I love you.
I love you more. But I'm not handsome.
Got it, truly.
And thank you for taking the bowl. Alright. So will we get home today? That is the question. That is a pretty big pull, actually. Tent, probably. I think the tent would make more sense as, well, it might even depend on the quality of things. Because, like, the tent, I feel like you can craft that, versus I'm not sure if you can craft a sleeping bag, so that'd be one reason for it to not be better. But then also it's like, okay, but that's only, like, the really crappy tents you can craft. So it could be that, like, the crappy tent is. They also could just be plain comparable. And then weight-wise, they're similar. Okay, so some of those are wearing tourist outfits. So that does support the belief that these zombies did come from the resort area. I saw one or two that were wearing, like, the bucket hat and fanny pack and all that garbage. Got to back off in a big way soon. Because we just pulled too much as one go. Basically just waiting for the large knife to break since it's mostly gone anyways. It's just surprisingly, there it goes. It's just like, it's surprisingly holding on to that, like, last hit of durability it's got. There's the ice pick. There's the mason's trowel. Let's see, are holsters more rare, or did they get rid of them? No, holsters are more rare. The big thing is they have different types of holsters, so you have, like, the shoulder holster and all that a lot more. Versus just the straight-up belt holster. It's also, they seem to have done a little bit better about zombies having loot appropriate to where they are kind of thing. So, the holsters I'm mostly seeing on the police officers. I have seen ones on other zombies, but by and large, you don't see just a ton of zombies walking around with holsters all over the place. You usually see them once in a while. But even talking like 1993 Kentucky, it's not like everyone was going around strapped to the nines, ready for a fight. Like, you weren't out, like, dealing with the farm, you didn't have, like, people always having a sidearm on them or anything like that. It'd be pretty rare you'd have people walking around just packing heat for no reason. There wouldn't be none. There are those people who just don't leave home without their firearm. But it's like even depictions of the Wild West and all that. Like when you watch it on, television, Red Dead Redemption, it's like everyone's walking around with a gun. And generally speaking, most people didn't even carry firearms on them back then. Demon Hunters at 5 stream streaks, so thank you for catching the last 5 streams without missing a single one, so I really do appreciate that. You're trying to do farming thing, and a month in, all your animals are dying of thirst. And then it occurred to me that it has not rained once in this playthrough. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's like, when you watch, like, Wild West stuff, they do treat it like literally everyone, except for, like, maybe maybe, you know, the one person working the one store or like the one damsel didn't have guns. And by and large, even in those situations where it was a higher rate of people packing heat than, you know, a lot of the time, it was still pretty infrequent. Like, in town, generally people didn't pack heat and all that. Like, there was a lot of the towns that had rules against having your firearms in town that you had to check them at the sheriff. Like, and while, you know, people point out OK Corral, which is, I think it was OK Corral, which is the one where they were told they needed to relinquish their firearms and they said no, and then things escalated and all that. But it was one of those things that was a one-time thing that occurred versus by and large people did follow it or tried to, you know, hide their firearms or whatever. Yeah, everyone and the horse had guns. Exactly. And the reality is, it's like, actually, it's not that guns were rare there, it's just, it was considered, you know, running around, just having firearms everywhere. A lot of places were like, yeah, you can't have that here. You know, when you're out on the trails, no one's gonna make a stink about it because there were dangerous animals out there and all that. But, you know, if you rolled up next to someone and you had, like, your rifle at half position or something, they were gonna give you a wide berth because, you know, that's not normal. But if you had, like, you know, the firearm thrown across your back or, you know, in a holster or whatever, that no one would bat an eye back then. It's kind of the same thing with, like, pirates, though. That, like, nowadays we heavily romanticize pirates and, like, you know, that they were just people who, you know, they were scoundrels and scallywags and swashbucklers and all that. But, you know, we kind of treat it as, like, they were living, you know, a free life, you know, sure, an unlawful life. And the reality is, being a pirate would have been a very miserable thing. The living conditions on the boats are pretty utterly repulsive. The vast majority of them were not doing the best. Considering, wasn't it like Blackbeard who sacked a town, or like threatened to sack a town if they didn't give him medicine for, I think it was it wasn't scurvy, it was syphilis. So he showed up to a town and it's like, I'm gonna wreck your place if you don't give me medicine for syphilis. So that gives you an idea of how the living conditions were on the boats. That you're ready to risk life and limb because you got a pretty awful disease going around your boats. Yeah, and the food. Oh man. A lot of them would get sick because the water would be no good. That's like... Grog was just putting like alcohol in water just to try and make it hold, but they didn't always get it right. And so the water would literally go rancid after a while. And if that's the only water you had, it was a bad time. Hey, Sim, how's it going? I've been having good times in your product, Zomboid. Can I get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? I really appreciate it. If not, I can get here in a second. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some Product Zomboid, but does play a whole range of simulation games and strategy games as well, so definitely good times there. Ah. Alright. So bear with me for just a moment. I'm gonna go do a shout out here in just a second. Which we'll do shout out at SimCopter1. So for those known as SimCopter1, someone I actually like very, very heavily recommend. One of the channels I end up after stream at the most. Definitely good times. Like I said, plays a whole lot of simulation stuff, plays a whole lot of strategy stuff. Been doing a lot of stuff like Project Zomboid, did some hardcore World of Warcraft recently. You know, a lot of goodies in that area. But bouncing between games, good times over there, chill vibes, good conversations, all that good stuff. Personal best 20 days? Nice. Is this the person to blame for the helicopter? Oh. The new product Zomboid lore. Learning Apocalypse is difficult? Yeah. Yeah, Apocalypse is kind of the default difficulty, but it is a hard difficulty. Alright. Oh, we got more. Yep, and there's Exertion. Cool. Okay. And we can get back here. We can probably do one more big pull today before it gets too dark for us to keep going. But yes, we are killing a real good number of zombies here. Surprisingly, not as many, but I guess it's not that surprising. Considering the weapons we're using, that we're not getting too much over 100 each in-game day, just, you know, poking stuff with trowels and meat forks and all that. Gotta temper our expectations a little. Case in point. I also suspect our weapon supply. So we got 2 paring knives, we got 2 screwdrivers. Yeah, so our weapon supply is getting pretty scant. Oop, wait. Make that 3 paring knives. Are paring knives good? No. No, they are not. But we're a begging, so we're not a choosing. Hey, Nightcrawler, how's it going? Yeah, scrolling through the inventories in case you get lucky and miss like a hunting knife or something else exciting. I didn't see if that screwdriver is broken or in good shape. That's fine. Because I saw a screwdriver right around here. Hey, it's a good one. The screwdriver's not a terrible weapon. Alright. We're pushing our luck in how far we're going today. I'm not really seeing that many more zombies down this way right now. So my hope is we can get back to our house soon. Let's see. The heli-related relocation has certainly not helped with the number of dead zombies. No. As he's still recovering from the flu, stuck in a really annoying cough, slime buildup. Yeah. That's always one of the really rough ones, when you just have that congestion from when you're sick that you just can't quite get out. I've definitely had those ones where it's like, you're properly sick for a day or two, and then you get over like the properly sick, but just the congestion just kind of lingers for a week afterwards. You're just like, I just want to breathe normally again, thank you. Let's get 3 more. And then I really have got to get our character home. Like, when I say home, to wherever we're sleeping tonight. The darkness is gonna pick up fast. Alright, I know we aggroed more, but let's keep backing. I'm just worried about getting too dark and not being able to see, then aggroing a bunch of stuff, dragging it home, not being able to stay at the place we've been at. Let's see, 3 days, and the rest have been lingering issues. Yeah. That's never fun. Like, I've only had, like, the proper flu a couple of times, and it's always one of those things that it just takes a while to get better. It's just not fun. Still trying to decide where we're taking our next helicopter, chat. This field's a no-go anymore. The bushes and trees are getting too big. And this up here is a little better. It's also got some trees and bushes. It's not as dense, they're similar. So in a pinch, I could take it up here. I'm trying to remember if there's a field separation down here. I want to say this field down below is 2 different ones. I'm curious if the other half won't be as grown in, because not all fields grow in at the same rate. You'll have some that'll, like, 8 months later will still barely have any trees, and you'll have some that'll, you know, it'll look like it was a forest the whole time. It'll be so overgrown. Okay, so this field down here. All right. Yeah, that's probably fine. No, it's not. I'm lying. That's terrible. We'll figure it out. In a pinch, I'll use that, but we'll figure it out. Because we're actually quickly catching up to the next helicopter potentially happening. We still haven't solved the last one because we took a play at that resort and that didn't work out. If there were a fire break, would it be worth doing that? No. Project Zomboid, everything burns. Concrete burns, sand burns. So there's no fire break. It just burns. Let's see. Earlier today, you cleared out a section of downtown Rosewood, went down into the basement to check it, found decent loot, and then, hey, your bookshelf to check it. Let's see, bookshelf to check up on take home. And the bookshelf you picked up uncovered a secret tunnel. Oh! So you found... Okay, that'd be an interesting one. So when you say it was the secret tunnel, was it like a whole area, or was it like a little tucked away room? Because I'm thinking about world generation side of things. If it's a secret tunnel, it's probably static. Like if it goes for more than just under the one building. If it's just like an extra room or something, then that is probably, you know, that's probably generated. So you know where you can have like that basement on a bunch of different houses. But that's cool. Because I would never think to check that. No, I think that makes... Actually, I think it's better that it's a little tunnel. Because, like I said, if it's a little tunnel, like it just goes like one room farther, so that it's still under the house, then I suspect that's randomly generated, which means you can find that basement on any eligible house, RNG-wise. If it was a big tunnel, like it went from one building to the next, then I would assume that's a static tunnel, which would be a little sad only in the fact that you would always find it the same location. It would still be cool to have an underground tunnel that actually bridges from, like, you know, like has, like, dirt walls and it goes from the prison to, like, one of the houses or something. From, like, one of the cell blocks, like, hidden under the bed. Like, that'd be cool. It wouldn't work with the game, because you'd have to hide a whole staircase under the bed. And that just isn't... Or, I mean, actually you wouldn't. You could have the character just fall. But, you know, you wouldn't want to test that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. See, now you're gonna have me, like, lifting up all the junk in basements now. Don't mind me. Yeah, it's definitely nothing down here. We can actually grab the glue now. The only problem is you couldn't pay me to go in the basement. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay going in the basements when the power's out, but it is one of those things that's like, you go in, you don't dilly-dally, you go in, you do what you want to do, and you get out. Alright, so unequip that. Oh, right, I got the acorns. I thought I was basically out of food, so we're good here. So you can go ahead and eat the questionable berry. And slam an acorn. That should top up our hunger. Our weight is absolutely a-okay. That berry was poison, for anyone keeping notes. That's fine. You don't even need the lemongrass, but I'm sitting on a mountain of it, so I might as well cancel out the poison. Or reduce it, I guess, is more accurate. Can you ask a flat earth joke? Okay. See, oddly enough, you have somehow yet to ever find a zombie in a basement since you got maybe 30 or 40 of them. I've definitely found them down there. Usually it's not bad. I've usually had only like one or two. That is one thing that you could do to try and help yourself, is if you're really noisy, there's a very good chance the zombies in the basement will start slamming on the door going out. Alright, 112 zombies killed. Got a bunch of good skills out of that. Yeah, so we're consistently killing about 100 zombies and some change a day. And considering we're using pretty junk weapons, I'm not displeased by that. How are shadows created unless there's logarithm behind it? I'm missing the joke unless there's more to it. Let's see. Look, man, a floor, man. I don't believe you can go underground. Being above ground, just on it. Yeah, no, that's for those who don't know, basements are very rare in Florida. They do exist. You can find. You mean the world spins? I'm sorry, I'm just not getting the joke. How are shadows created unless there is a logarithm behind it? The world spins. I'm missing something. Let's see, pretty rare in Oregon too, that basement. Interesting. I wonder why that is, because Florida, the problem we have here is our water table is so high. So you make a basement, you have to be really careful and worry about water intrusion. No, I get it. I get it's a flat Earth joke. I'm just missing. I'm missing. Like, not. It's not that I'm like, why is that funny? I genuinely don't get it. I'm missing something with it. Like, I get the world spins because it's round and yada yada. The logarithm part has got me lost. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Medieval Armory we got as a magazine. What do you give me? You teach me how to make a crude sword blade, sword, spearhead, long spear. Alright. Technically the world doesn't spin, it wobbles. You're not wrong. The world will not spin unless it's in log to capture time and space. Okay, just... I'll take your word for it. Just... Not understanding. That's because the math joke and I'm a smooth brain. Yeah, it's a spinning wobble. Yep. Do you even wobble? Are you on Earth? Then yes, you do. Basically, it's not a perfect spin. It kind of does this a little bit as it goes through its rotation. And that's because we have the influence of stuff like the moon. The moon, it big. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It big, it round. You don't wobble. People think you wobble. You're just countering Earth's wobble. I see what you did there. Let's see. How long has our character been alive so far? 2 months, 7 days, and 22 hours. And we're just a little bit shy of 5,000 kills. We're killing on average about 70 zombies a day, and it is slowly climbing up. Yeah, no, there's definitely some people who do like the flat Earth thing just as a meme, just to be contrarian kind of thing. There are some people who believe it, but it takes a very significant amount of just being able to solve stuff yourself and then choosing to ignore them anyways to go there. So I've mentioned before that when it comes to like the various conspiracy theories out there in the world, while I don't tend to agree with any conspiracy theories for the most part, I can at least accept where, you know, people are like, whatever was an inside job. You're like, you know what? I don't think that's true. And there's a lot to really kind of make it very, very heavily imply that it probably isn't true. At the same time, neither me nor you are capable of demonstrating whether or not that claim is true. So while I think it's just silly, it is one of those things that you're like, you know what? I can't prove you wrong. But with stuff like the flat earth thing, it's like, dude, just go outside. I can list off like 8 different ways you can test this. We can do this together. We could go out there together and you can see it right in front of your face. So while a lot of other conspiracy theories, I'll still be like, man, alright, you're out in the weeds here. But like, I can at least understand how you can still have this view, despite it not being particularly logical. At least we can't really prove it one way or the other. But like the flat earth thing, you can absolutely disprove so easily. Well, I'm fortunate I don't have to entertain that. I don't honestly know anyone who is openly like a flat earther. And honestly, if I did, I'm gonna be blunt. More than likely, I probably will not hang around that person very long, because that takes a level of willful ignorance that I can't really understand. Like, I might talk to them curious of how they can hold on to that belief. Because again, it's one thing if it's something that neither of us can prove one way or the other. Sure, I get it. I might think you're wrong, but like, when it's something so easily demonstratedly provable as wrong, we don't need to bash religion here. I may not be a religious person, but that doesn't, like, I can neither prove right or wrong, nor can anyone. If that's where that's going, I apologize if I jumped on you. We have had people get pretty not great when it comes to religious stuff, because, you know, understandably, some people believe, some people don't. There's so many bodies, it's becoming a lot of visual noise. I do love that meme, Calaria Star. The irrefutable evidence that the Earth is not flat. Cats have not yet pushed everything off of it. I'm not getting that done before that zombie gets to me. I do enjoy that one. Like, all like the actual, it's like, nah, cats, man. Because it gives you a fun cat joke, and it's also just silly. Wow, I have a lot of electrical scrap on us. I have not been paying attention to how many watches we've taken apart. I'm sitting at like 30 almost bits of electrical scrap. Unfortunately, they're worth like 1 XP each, if that. So it takes a long time. But I'm willing to bet if we probably look at it, we're probably making pretty good progress. I'd guess we're at maybe 200 XP out of the, sorry, not 200. Oh yeah, for level 3? Yeah, probably 200 XP out of the 300 I need. Would be my... I'm not doing any kind of actual math, just kind of look at it, squint the eye, and go, yeah, it's probably it. For the carpentry books, if you really want the carpentry book specifically, you can go to some of the hardware stores, and if you're lucky, you can find them in the hardware stores. There's like one in like Paulus, for example. That could be a good place to look for those. Otherwise, you're probably stuck, you know, jumping into like random houses or looking for the Loot Pinata zombies, unfortunately. But your hardware stores are likely going to be the best place to find those books. Garages actually wouldn't be the worst either. Nope, I'm wrong. We're at 164. Nowhere near the 200. Sheds, yeah, sheds are good. Sheds aren't bad either. But you aren't going to win a logic argument with someone who holds faith-based belief. Faction welcome. Again, let's not bash faith. Like, I get what you're saying, that if someone believes something and you're trying to make a logical argument, again, you can't prove or disprove, and so you're kind of stuck there. Like, people believing stuff doesn't necessarily hurt anybody. You know, unless their specific belief has to do with, like, other people not, you know, going there. Yep. Yeah, no, it's, whether or not you meant it, it's just one of those things that, like, kind of comes across as, like, a blanket statement. I understand it probably wasn't the intent. But yeah. It's the classic, the problem with text. You can't put connotation on it. You can't put inflection on it. So it's hard to really get there. Yeah, exactly, Sky Smashify. It's like, as long as your belief isn't, like, you know, against the existence of some other people, or like the subjugation or whatever you want to go with, you know, insert those kind of things there. Like, if it's not hurting anyone, then whatever. Oh yeah, you know our character is just going, wee, every time they spin. Look, man, they shut down the carnival when the power went down. No more merry-go-rides, no more Ferris wheel. Our characters gotta do what they can. Just be lucky we can't find a functional swivel chair in this world. That, for whatever reason, the Spiffo, while they have the chairs that very clearly in 1993 would spin, they just don't. Because you absolutely know one of the days, like, between all the fighting of the hordes, our character would go like the local Spiffo, sit on that chair, and just start spinning. They would also go into the ball pit, and then be utterly horrified and probably die of some type of sickness. Because, you know, it is a ball pit. If you've seen the nightmare fuel that is a ball pit being emptied out, you really don't want a ball pit. You really don't want a ball pit. Ball pits are utterly cursed. You want scythes to be a weapon skill category? You know, that is actually a good question. I didn't bother to look at what scythe what weapon category the scythe is. Is that long blade? Because that's the only one that makes sense to me for it to be, because it's definitely a bladed weapon. It's definitely not a short blade. I imagine it's probably got crap durability. Oh, you can't fight with it at all? Well, that's just disappointing. I am totally fine with it, like, not being a good weapon. Because those weapons aren't designed to be, like, durable against hitting a solid object. They're meant for reaping. Whoa! Casual stone knife? I saw a stone knife. Must be one of these ones up here. Oh no, it's not even stone, it is a metal knife. Even fancier. It says tool/weapon. Yeah, well that's the thing. All of it'll show as tool/weapon. So, I mean, I guess that one, yeah. So you like look at the screwdriver. Oh, I mean, I guess, yeah, it makes sense. Tool/weapon. Yeah, makes sense. We'll see how durable it is. Yeah, when I break either the meat cleaver or the screwdriver. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, actually, that one's worth sharpening. It's got a decent amount of durability left on it for how sharp it is. They've used the proper site. It easily pierces the body, but it'd break easily. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, it's really designed for very light resistance, like grass, straw, whatever kind of thing you're cutting. When does a respirator become necessary? Necessary? Never. Helpful? I mean, if you start noticing that the overwhelming stench is causing you to get sick, you know, it might be worth using. But as you can probably see from me just, like, fighting and resting among the zombies, it takes quite a bit before you gotta start worrying about corpse sickness. Really about the only time that this is gonna be a problem is if you're in an area that you kind of can't really get away from the bodies. So say, for example, I did a run once where we were playing on 16 times pop, and I spawned in the Rosewood Fire Department. And I got really lucky on the loot, and there was something like 10 axes in that place between firemen's axes and hatchets. And so I was like, you know what? We always run out of town. Let's just see if we can hold it down in the building. Which the answer was I couldn't. I actually had to run out of the building because eventually I couldn't keep the corpse sickness from being a problem. There's just corpses everywhere. But like in that situation, in theory, I could have used a respirator and solved that issue. Regardless, I probably would have had to leave soon anyways because of food. But yeah, and before people was like, "Oh, how did that go? Were you like making a good dent in Rosewood?" No, I was trying desperately and having a slowly losing battle where I was getting pushed farther and farther back into the fire department as the zombies spread into the area, and I couldn't hold just because of, you know, fitness and all that. We'd get exerted, I'd have to back off, and then narrowly survive like fighting the next wave. And by then they like moved into more of the building. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Sounds like my hello command is broken. I'll have to fix that one too. Switching cloud providers really messed up a lot of my stream stuff. The good news is, like, I only had one stream that it messed with, like, me starting stream or whatever, because I lost my OBS settings. I was able to recover, though, once I manually downloaded everything I could. It just, the bigger download just took forever. But a lot of those things, because technically directory of the files were unchanged, it's been kind of whack-a-mole of finding, like, okay, what file's missing next? Alright, go get that. Okay, what file's missing next? Okay, go get that. And every time I think I got them all, there's one more. I'm doing pretty good. Character's getting a little ouchy armed. 5 is a little much for where we're at. This meat cleaver's right about to go. Because a little much, because while the exertion isn't too bad, we're only a little ways into out of breath. The problem is we're like maximum muscle strain and a little out of breath. And the combination of that's pretty awful. Plus, it is a dull meat cleaver because it's right about to break. Alright, that is getting ignored right there. Another wave? Nah, we're good. Let's see, do tools work for digging up rocks and flint, or does it need to be a pickaxe? There's a couple of choices. You got the pickaxe. I believe a ball peen hammer can work. I think also a stone hammer can work. I don't know for sure because I haven't tested. I've heard people say that you get not as good as stuff depending on what tool you use. I haven't personally noticed that when I've used other tools myself. I haven't particularly noticed it being more or less, but I also have not tested it nearly enough to make any type of meaningful statement in regards to being like, ah, yeah, that definitely did or did not help. Stone hammer doesn't work? Okay. Oh yeah, the stone maul. Was that a hunting knife? Oh, we had a bunch of broken hunting knives. So there was one that wasn't broken. I didn't see it. While I wait for a muscle strain, we'll read a magazine. Let's see, you think the coolest long grass harvesting technique you've seen for traditional tools is to harvest particularly delicate rice that can be easily shaken free from the stalk. So you had to harvest it more carefully. The scythe was a small blade that was strapped to the hand. And the harvester would grasp a handful of rice stems and then just twist their wrist and then pull it back to tighten it against the blade to cut it through the hand stems. Interesting. I think my favorite machine I've seen related to agriculture is still just the machine they use for harvesting stuff like chestnuts and all that, or chestnuts, pecans, all those. It's just a big hydraulic arm that just grabs onto a tree, just goes dunk, 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 dunk. And it just shakes the tree and all the nuts fall down. Then it goes on the next tree and it just does it again. But like, it is a terrifyingly powerful machine, considering if you're standing anywhere near it, you feel the ground rumbling. But it just shakes the tree, goes to the next one, shakes the tree, goes to the next one. And then you just have a glorified broom that comes behind it, just scoop it up into a container. But just drives down, grabs a couple trees, gives them a little shaky shake. All the nuts fall down. See you again next harvest. Yeah, it's like, because you look at some of those things like, oh man, how do they do it? All the little nuts in that tree. Like, how do they get those all down? You're like, oh, they just shake the tree. It's like, fair enough. Like that, sure. Makes sense. We use tree shakers you feel on the ground. Oh yeah, that was not for harvesting. It was for fixing septic fields. So like here in the U.S., if you're like not like right in the city and all that, a lot of places will have a what's called a septic field, and it's just a glorified way of them saying, hey, when you flush the toilet or whatever, all the gross goes out to your yard, like underground in your yard. And there's a couple different ways they'll do it. They'll either have like a septic tank that precedes the field. So like a lot of stuff, you know, gets processed in the tank by various bacteria or whatever. And then, you know, it ends up out in the field where it then just becomes fertilizer for the yard. But it's far enough underground, your yard doesn't stink or whatever, unless something's gone really, really wrong. But one of those things that can happen is over the time with rain and all that, is the ground can get kind of compacted down, so like it breathes very poorly. And it can, one, kill your, you know, like make your yard just not healthy, like make it all dried out looking and everything. But the other thing is it could stuff up your septic field because it needs some of that air to get through the ground to help with the whole reaction. But the way they do it is they aerate it to fix it. And so a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just have like one big spike, they'll drive it into the ground, and the spike has a whole bunch of holes on the side, and it will push these little, like, they're little foam beads and air out into your yard. And the beads are typically biodegradable things, but the whole thing is that it forces air into the ground, and it just has something to kind of hold the space for a little while so it doesn't just sink back down. And it's cool to see that, because you'll see this little thing go in the ground, and you'll see, like, the ground level just gonna go up like a good couple centimeters or so. And they go on the next spot and they stick it in the ground, because they'll do the whole field. And for the record, the septic field at a lot of those houses, it's just like the front or backyard, depending on what makes more sense. The big concern, though, is if you put a bunch of chemicals down into your sewage, you kill the bacteria in your septic field, and that's really bad, because then none of that stuff gets processed, and that's where your yard starts to smell real bad, because then it's just poop showing up in your yard. Because there's nothing breaking it down on its way there. And even if you take care of it, usually every once in a very long while, you'll end up having to do maintenance, like every 20 years or so. They end up having to like dig up the septic tank and clean it out and do a whole bunch of work on it. And it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it is a pain in the butt. Let's see, yeah, your place you live with has a septic system, tank type. You sure the goats in the backyard appreciate it fertilizing the grass? So you gotta clean the toilet with natural stuff, not bleach-based? I mean, you can use some stuff. You just don't want to be like, time to clean the toilet, invert bleach bottle. It's just to be mindful, like, how much hard chemicals you're putting down there. It's not that you're putting down, it's more a volume concern than any at all. Usually with stuff like that, they'll use, I think it was, I'm gonna probably have this wrong, so look it up if you do have a septic system. Don't go by my word for it, because I don't have one of those. But I want to say they used ammonia for cleaning a lot more than, like, straight-up bleach. Because honestly, a lot of stuff, they recommend you don't use bleach anyways. It can attack certain types of pipes and all that. It's like for, here in Florida, and this is not exclusively a here thing, anywhere where you're in a hot, warm, like, humid climate, you have where the water comes out of your air conditioning system, the drain. What ends up happening is you'll end up getting mildew in that drain over time, because, you know, it's a very damp place, it's warm, and mildew goes, hell yeah. And the problem is, it'll clog up the drain, and then you've got water in your house where you don't want it. And so a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, put bleach down that pipe. And don't get me wrong, the bleach will kill the mildew. They are not wrong, but it can attack the copper and other such in your AC system. And so it is those things that, like, you can end up corroding your AC's, like, internal bits doing that over time. And so the answer is you'll use stuff like white vinegar, that kind of stuff, and it also kills the mildew, but it doesn't corrode your AC stuff. The other way you go is you go outside and you take your shop vac, and you put your shop vac up to the output, and you turn it on. That's the other way you deal with it. And as long as you don't wait till it's, like, extremely bad, that'll take care of it. I mean, around here, that's like, I would say like 9 out of 10, like 9 out of 10 times if your AC stops working or it starts power cycling, that's what's happened. You just got a clogged drain line, and so there's a little safety in your house so you don't flood your house, where it's got like this little elbow pipe, and there's a little floater sensor in there. So you have like a little cap that's got a little floater that if the water level gets too high, it pushes that up and it shuts your AC off. Let's see, if there's copper, be careful with vinegar. Heating coils in water heaters are sometimes made from copper. You read that vinegar plus copper equals poison. Not sure how relevant. Oh yeah, to be clear, the copper's outside the home. At least typically. But yeah, no, I hadn't heard about like vinegar and copper being poison. Wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of stuff that are totally benign by themselves that you put together and you're in for a real bad time. Or if not benign, they're not that big a deal. Like we talked about the there was like a powdered cleaner, I can't remember what it was. I remember using that and I went to put like a liquid cleaner with it. And basically made myself tear gas in an enclosed space, which was not a good time. I always forget what the combination was, but it was just one of those things that just about as fast as I put in there and like started scrubbing it, it was just like, oh, I cannot breathe. I need to be out of this room now. Like, this isn't like, this is kind of hurting my eyes. I physically cannot breathe. You think one of the things that horrifies you is all the cleaning blog type, where like, you can completely clean the inside of this with vinegar and then mix it with bleach. And you're like, yeah, ammonia and bleach, yeah. And I always forget, because it doesn't have like a ball of ammonia or whatever. But I was using some type of powder stuff to like get like into like grout or whatever to clean that up, like in your shower. So like get between the tiles, get that crap cleaned up. And it was doing a good job, but I was still struggling to get it like properly cleaned because the bathroom, like this was when we had first gotten the house and it was doing okay, but like they hadn't given it like a good clean. Yeah, and it wasn't common. We went through like the whole process like the previous time, and I know we eventually recognized what the powder was, and we could never figure out what I'd used liquid wise. It must have been like a window cleaner, like clean the shower glass or whatever. But whatever the combination was, it was definitely one of those things that I put the two things together by like trying to like scrub that in, and that didn't work, so I sprayed it with something. No, it wasn't a window cleaner, it was like a tile cleaner, that's right. And it probably just had whatever the same thing that is in Windex in it. But it was definitely one of those things that got one breath of that, couldn't breathe at all, and just like, nope, get out of this room. Like, turned on the fan on the way out, it's like, get out of the room. I've been around enough and, you know, enough manufacturing and dealing with harsh chemicals to know the moment you have that kind of reaction to something, it is no Perinos outstage left. Clear the air. You don't want to be in there. That's where you... If you don't put yourself in the hospital or something, you definitely give yourself a real awful time. But yeah, I couldn't go in that room for like a good 2 or 3 hours with that fan blasting till it properly got cleared out. Gave up cleaning it for the day. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was. Because it was, I'm remembering now, because we had a whole discussion about this, I couldn't remember the last time. Like, we figured out what the powder stuff I put down, which is just like, it was just one of those things that's a little bit coarse or whatever, that also had like a chemical in it for clearing floors and all that. And I couldn't remember what the spray was, but I remember it was a store brand spray bottle from like Publix or whatever. I remember it was a white bottle, but that doesn't answer anything, because that's 99% of their cleaning products. I don't think it was a glass cleaner. I think it was a thing supposed to be for clearing, like, cleaning your sink or cleaning your, cleaning tile in your bathroom. And I'm willing to bet it had ammonia in it. But I couldn't remember the last time what the spray was. But, like, it was a store brand thing. But I wouldn't doubt it had ammonia. But either way, when you put the two things in that bathroom, it's like, oh no, I don't know what I've done, but this is not breathable air. I need to be out. Face just tears the whole way down. Just every fluid out of the face, straight out the door, full speed. It's like, I done goofed. I don't know what I done, but it's not right. Because you didn't know OxyClean has it in it. Seems like a good job, but shouldn't be mixed. Oh yeah, like both the chemicals are great cleaners. Not together. Let's see, not being able to breathe properly sucks. Anyone with asthma knows that feeling. Yeah. Which I don't have asthma myself. I've had a lot of people in my past who has asthma. One who had it really bad, where it's like she could barely go out and hang out with the rest of us because she would just have asthma attacks all the time. But a lot of people I knew had them, where it's just, you know, things would be cool once in a while, someone would get a little too worked up, and then they'd need their inhaler. Can someone tell me the big building to the north of trailers? Can someone tell me what big building north of trailer park spawn is on left? What city? I can probably answer that if you tell me what city. Because unfortunately there's a lot of trailer parks, and a lot of them have buildings to the north. Let's see. White Soft got cleared. The big building MB. You still gotta give us what city. Oh, unless you mean... No, it wouldn't be MB. So there's Echo Creek, Muldrow, West Point, Riverside, Lake Fallis, Rosewood, March Ridge, Louisville, Irvington, and I don't remember the other one to the north. So if any of those names stick in your head or percolate or whatever. Bradenburg. Yeah, Bradenburg's the last one. Yeah. I think it's a new spawn, Little Teeth to Southwick. Yeah, so Echo Creek. So the big building northwest of Echo Creek. So Echo Creek is... Where are you at? There. So there's Echo Creek. And you said the trailer park, which I believe that's the trailer park, if I'm not mistaken. And the building north... Did you say northwest of it? I believe that's the trailer park. Not sure what building would be north of that. Those are also trailers, I think, over here. I have no idea what that is. Oh, west of that, not north. Okay. Ah, is this the, Yeah, that's the, Guns Unlimited. That is lots of zombies to get your pew-pew on. I figured when you mentioned the big building near Echo Creek, I'm like, it's probably Guns Unlimited. But yeah, Guns Unlimited is a real spicy place. Real spicy place. It's got goodies in there. It's got some real good goodies in there. But you best be ready for a fight. It's nowhere near the worst on the map by a large margin. It is just a busy point of interest. Definitely I'd say the really busy, dangerous places on the map is the prison in Rosewood is a really busy, dangerous place in the map. The military base is a really busy, dangerous place in the map. In my opinion, the most dangerous place in the map is the road to that place once the zombies start spreading out. Anything related to Louisville, just assume is going to be a busy, awful place to be. Let's see. What other ones stand out as just really, like, don't go there unless you are ready for a thing. Oh, the mall. Yeah, the mall east of, northeast of West Point. The mall's a really cool, the Crossroads Mall. The Crossroads Mall is a really cool place, but that is a real spicy place. Because even when you get into it, the problem is like all those zombies on the second floor could literally just jump down on top of you. So it is one of those things of kind of going out of your way to get to that second floor as early as you can, just to make that not a problem. And there are a ton of zombies in that place. You cleared it once, but it's a job. Yeah, I've cleared, I mean, other than the new place on the map, I haven't been yet. So like I have not cleared the Guns Unlimited yet, because that's new and I've been playing in High Pop. But like I've done the prison multiple times. I've done the military place. I haven't done the new military base yet. I did the old one because they have reworked it. I have done the mall multiple times. I haven't cleared all of Louisville. Oh, it's too dark. I'll bring up the flashlight. So on my character that's still alive on build 41, we did spawn in Louisville. They live in the military checkpoint, which is there. And we have cleared the military, or we have cleared the area. I think we got all the way up to around here on the coast. Where's the university? I think that's the university. So we cleared the university. So we got something like this. And then like I didn't clear the park at all. And I want to say we were up to around here. So I've cleared all of that of Louisville on one character. Like that is my current record. It's like 180,000. And it seems like I've got like most of it, except the other like 2/3 of the population's up here. Because this part of Louisville on build 41 has almost as many zombies as this part of Louisville. But it's a wild time. But yeah, that north edge of Louisville was always like the real bad time. But yeah, no, it's the prison and the military base were always the ones that kind of got held up, as these are, for single points of interest, the most dangerous. The mall's definitely up there as well. I think the only thing that makes the mall a little less awful in my book than like the prison and the military base is both the prison and the military base are kind of one way in, one way out, versus the mall just has a giant parking lot around it on all sides. So anytime you start getting out of hand on one side, you just circle around to the other side and start picking at it that way. Let's see, you just got this game and you're struggling. Is there anything you should focus on when starting a new run? My 2 pieces of advice I would give every new player is the first piece of advice. Do not worry about long-term survival when you first start playing. Forget about it. You're not ready for that part. What you should do is, say you spawn in this house, probably not in the dark where you can actually see. You go up to the first cabinet, pretend I found this scrap metal chopper in here, or the carving fork, or literally any weapon. Grab your weapon, go outside, find the first zombie you can, and start thwacking it with the weapon. And do that until you can successfully start thwacking zombies with a weapon where you do not get injured reliably. Because until you can at least get to the point where you can survive a fight with a zombie, you're just not going to survive. Because sooner or later, you are going to get stuck in a fight with a zombie. Now, once you get past that part, which isn't a terrible thing, it just takes a little bit of figuring out like the muscle memory and all that. But once you get past that part, which shouldn't take you incredibly long, but just a little bit of work, and you can handle like fighting 2 or 3 zombies and not just straight up die, then you can start worrying about trying to survive. Because like I said, otherwise all that happens is you're gonna go and you're gonna start getting a run off the ground, maybe you make it to a week, and you get into that situation that now you need to fight a zombie, and you just get shredded. Because any hit by a zombie is potentially lethal. The second piece of advice I would give a player that's new is to slow down. And I mean that in every stretch. You'll notice, I got a trek to go here. You see the speed my character is moving right now? Are we running? Nope. Because this here, which is a mod, is showing the endurance under the hood. If I start so much as jogging, you can just watch that thing just sink. I'm already using pretty close to 5% of my total endurance here just a moment. Yeah, with a little bit of fitness and everything, that's already 5% of my ability to fight for the day. I just burned. And it does recover, but it's real slow. So the thing to think about is any energy you spend running around being impatient is energy you won't have when you get into a fight. So take your time, slow down, most of the time this is a game you play slowly and meticulously. Another thing is there is a sprint button. This is sprint. This is jog. Actually, I'm slow enough running that you can't tell the difference. But you notice there, just that little burst of sprinting took us down about 10% of our total endurance. It is real rough. How fast is the recovery? It's not amazing. And it does get slower as the day goes on. Yeah, if you're sprinting in a normal playthrough, you're doing it wrong. If you're jogging, that's not unexpected. But it is those things to be mindful of how much you jog. That police jacket we took off earlier because it's like, oh, we're getting too hot in it. We were just starting to get cold today because it's almost freezing. Using the walk to function to speed up controls. Yeah, you can do that. I don't like using the speed up controls too much when I'm out and about and dangerous stuff. Like, I'll do it sometimes because, you know, I am a content creator and having our characters sit there in real time recover that thing. Can you level jogging? Is no longer a bad idea. Yeah, you can level jogging. It'll still always drain your endurance, but it does get up to the point like 3, 4, 5 that, you know, it's nowhere near as costly. But the problem is jogging levels at about the same speed as nimble. And so you can consider how much we fight on this character, and even with all that, we are literally just barely nimble 3. It takes a long time to level up jogging. I think this character is still not jogging 1. Yeah, we're jogging half. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, if you're in an area that's relatively safe, you're not expecting to fight for the day, yada yada, by all means jog around there. It's not that you should never ever jog, but like, I know I'm going into a fight. I don't want to waste all my energy arriving at the fight to suddenly find I no longer have the energy to fight. But it is one of those things. But the other thing that like people do is, again with the slowdown, is people looking to be like, I'm out of food, and they will panic and they will throw themselves bodily into the grocery store with zombies still around and die. Or they'll be like, oh, I'm out of water, it's been turned off. And they'll throw themselves like bodily into the next place to try and like solve their water, and they'll die. And it is just kind of one of those things that very genuinely, it's so unimportant. Like, even dehydration, when you get to the point that your character has the thing where it says dying of dehydration, you still actually have a long time before it finishes the job off. So it is one of those things of realizing, as urgent as it may appear, it's not really as urgent as it appears. It will eventually kill you, certainly. Like, it is something you can't ignore. But it is those things to be like, hey, until I am actively dying, like my life is going down, I've got time. You know, like, I got time to be careful, to pull the zombies, to drag them away, whatever the thing you're going to do to solve your problem, you got time to figure it out. What area are you streaming from? Central Florida. But yeah, and you'll also have people who the power will go out, they're like, oh no, I need the generator, I need the generator magazine, I need them now. Nope, you're good, you're fine. You don't need those. Very genuinely, you never actually need the generator or the generator magazine. They're nice to haves. Used to live on iDrive by SeaWorld? Yep. I know the area. Moved to Colorado? Congratulations on escaping. Oh, it's just glasses. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. The only actual, like, really urgent thing in Project Zomboid you should face normally is not being bitten in the face by a zombie. That is the only actual urgent thing. When a zombie is approaching you to give you the bitey hugs, that is, you know, that is the point where you're like, no, this is actually urgent. yes, the zombie trying to grab you and eat you, that one is urgent. But pretty much everything else, you got tons and tons of time to adjust your strategy and all that kind of stuff. People survive for years. Well, yeah. Now the thing is, in Project Zomboid, people are like, "Oh, but I'm gonna starve," and you're like, "No, you're good. You can keep foraging in the winter. It's not quite as good, but you can get way more than enough to survive. Even if you're sitting there and you've turned the abundance down to next to nothing, you can forage enough to avoid starving to death during the winter. It's rough. It's rough. You will be foraging most of your day every day, but you can keep your hunger up just foraging during the winter. It's a bad time. I don't recommend it, but it is doable. And it comes like dying of malnutrition still doesn't happen until you're like 35 kilograms or less. So even that takes a long time as you go like underweight before you finally start actually dying. That one can creep up on you because unfortunately the getting your calories up is way harder than keeping hunger and all that under control. But yeah, so generator magazine, that's not important. Those are all nice to have. Your car, you do not need a car. I am over 2 months in. I do not have a car. I do not have a working generator. I do not know how to connect the generator. I do not have... I don't even have like a technical actual secured home or anything. I'm just kind of schlepping in a house using the water out of the sinks and all that. Which the water's been out for over a month. Yeah, you can still survive in the winter with level 1 foraging. Like I said, it's a little rough. You're gonna have those days that your character gets pretty hungry. But, you know, you'll be fine. But the bigger point is the game will constantly make you feel like, oh, I need to do this right now or I'm dead. And the vast majority of the time, that just is not true. Does gasoline go bad? No. I think they'll eventually add that mechanic once they give us a way to make, like, you know, other types of gas or fuel or whatever. But for the time being, no. What are your favorite starting the tributes? Do you have any? So to be clear, I do not recommend this build that I'm about to describe to you. I do not recommend it for literally anyone who plays the game as like a strategic build. I like to self-sabotage my character very, very badly. Very, very badly. Is there wax in the game? I do not believe so. I could be wrong on that one. There's a lot of new stuff. I like to start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, and so that every single skill on here is empty. That's the reason, like, in the title where I say, like, 0 to hero, that's what I'm talking about, is I start literally with not a single point of skill and all that. Yeah, there are candles. I think there's a way to make the candles, too. I actually don't know. But, yeah. But it is a self-sabotage build. I do get a lot of fun things here. But it is a thing. But so you accidentally set off a car alarm when one of the zombies got near your character, got incredibly sad. Turned out it was a survivor zombie. I think your character knew them or something. You know, I have noticed my character getting sad that I have not always been able to explain. I could see that being a mechanic that, like, sometimes your character just gets sad fighting the zombies. The implication that you knew that person, or like it was a survivor zombie, so it's someone else you recognize as like, was like you having made it this far, only to, you know, have succumb. I'm not aware of that being a mechanic, but I have noticed our character getting sad sometimes where it's like, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Gonna eat some nettles. How is this doing? I'll probably use it a little bit more before we sharpen it. Or what we'll probably do is I'll wait till the next time our character needs a break and I'll sharpen it. The sadness disappeared after a while? Interesting. Usually the sadness doesn't disappear on its own. The reason I decided to sharpen is I noticed the muscle strain, so we're just killing time till that goes away. Yeah, no, the gated community, I want to say a lot of the houses in the gated community in Riverside, I want to say a bunch of them have 1 or 2 bookshelves in them. That'll give you pretty okay odds of maybe finding it. Sad because they ate a stick of butter. Yeah, I am gonna have to go buy the cows pretty soon to top off my butter. We haven't been over there in like 2-3 in-game weeks now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Normally your character won't get happy from just sleeping. Usually you have to actually do something for it. There's a lot of food you can eat to make your characters happier. Petting animals will make your characters happier. I've had people say that your character washing makes them happier. I haven't tested that. That didn't used to be that way. So, I don't know if that's a thing or not. Nah, that's more I want to fight over there. We'll keep pushing down this way, because down that direction is where my cows are at. And we're not in any type of danger yet. We're still at 80 kilograms. It's 75 that we go underweight, and it's 35 it's actually dangerous. So again, one of those things that, you know, you might be like, oh man, I'm starting to lose weight. This is immediately a concern. It's like, no, I've probably, like literally if we neglected it, I've probably got a month and a half in game. Or so. 100% washing away chips away, like, unhappiness? Gotcha. Yeah, and that's what I've been hearing. I've heard a lot of people say it, so I'd be tending to believe it. I just personally haven't gotten to test it. A pro tip with bushes, if you go nimble, you can go through them at nimble speed. So once you start getting to 2 or 3 nimble, if you're gonna smack into a tree or a bush trying to avoid a zombie, go combat stance and just walk right through it. It'll be better for you. I'm honestly surprised I haven't had to make more weapons. That we've been keeping this together mostly on looted weapons. Basically everything I could stab a zombie with, most of which is kind of garbage. But still, I was figuring we'd be out of weapons that had to like back off and tear up some clothes. Nimble stance? Oh no, nimble stance is combat stance. So anytime you hold right mouse button to hit stuff, you are in combat stance at that point. So like, for example, this is when I'm in combat stance. And nimble determines how fast you move while you're doing that. That's the reason right at the beginning of the game when you're at nimble 0, fighting can get pretty dodgy if you fight a big group, because they can very easily overtake you, because you'll start hitting them and you'll just like keep throwing the hits. If you keep doing that, eventually they will overwhelm you if you're not actually killing them in a timely manner. So you'll have to do kind of one of these things. So like later on you'll go poke, and then you turn and walk away. Poke, turn and walk away. You'll end up doing that early game. Once you start getting to like nimble 2 and 3, you usually don't have the combat stance. Yeah, so the where I'm doing right now is what I'm talking about. It's combat stance where I've got the weapon out, like I'm holding it ready to stab. right mouse button, that whole thing. Oh, I see what you... I completely missed the typo. Hey, some of us, the body ages at a different rate than the maturity. It just happens. It's all good. Let's see, I have a similar issue that you can get stuck in combat stance when holding right control. Like you would when you hold control. Not that. I didn't... Sorry, actually, I take that back. Yes. I have noticed if I turn on the key bindings here to toggle... Where are you at? Toggle left control. If I have that on, I have had it get stuck. If I have it turned on. When I turned it on, I have not had it, or when I turned it off, I have not had it do that. Because I was doing that for foraging, where you just lock yourself in combat stance and just walk around. So that way you get the bonus. I have only had it when that happens. You had that off, and it got you injured once? Gotcha. I've not had that problem with it turned off. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but I've only had it happen while I had that turned on. Because I turned it on for a stream or two because, like, when you're foraging a large area because you need, like... I was trying to get hemp for making twine. And just not having good luck on getting it. And so we also needed food, so I just like, alright, you know, we're gonna spend a day just foraging. And so I just went into combat stance to get, like, the extra 25% or whatever it is, 20-30%. And just started doing laps back and forth. But I turned it on to toggle because, like, heck am I holding right mouse button that whole time. I turned on. Had it happen very often, just turned it off. Alright, well, let me know if it works for you. Because, like I said, I had it happen a couple times. I wouldn't say often, but a couple times when I had that on. Because I only had it on for maybe, like, 1 or 2 streams. And then I noticed that issue and I turned it off. Because I wasn't sure if it was, like, what was causing it. But that was the only change, and it went away. Alright, well, that zombie walked up, took one look at what I was doing, and went... And then walked the other way. Just like, nope. Saw nothing. Nothing happening here. Can you show stats? Yeah, give me a minute. Kind of in a dodgy place between these trees. Okay. Yeah, so for the stats, I am right about to hit Axis 5. We're pretty close to Long Blunt 4. We're pretty close to Short Blunt 3. I'm sorry, 4. We're right about to hit Sharp Blade 4. I am, like, right on the edge of Spear 1. Maintenance 5. Carving 1, cooking is about to be 2, electrical is about 2/3, not quite 2, well actually it's about half the way to 3. Napping is just a bit over halfway to 2. None of the other stuff has anything worth mentioning. Animal care is at 4. Fitness is really getting close to 4, about 2/3 or so the way to 5 strength. Nimble is at 3. Actually, oh yeah, just 3, because it's like 10%. No one cares about sneaking or light-footed. And then we're at 2/3 of the way to foraging 6. Our weight is at 80 kilograms, so like smack dab in the middle of healthy, and we're pretty much probably in this in-game day going to hit 5,000 kills. So it is going swimmingly. I need to stage another weapon. Hold up, is that... Yeah, that's my... Let me double check inventory real fast. With the chef. Alright. Yeah, so we can put that one on our left side. Okay. Because I always try to keep a screwdriver as one for just taking apart watches or whatever else on me. That'll probably go away once we're later on. It's basically in the fanny pack, so I'll keep just a handful of stuff like keep a thing of lighters or matches, keep a radio for listening for like weather and helicopter and all that. Let's see, with quite a wide range of weapon skills, which weapon class have you enjoyed the most so far? So to be clear, in build 41, I have literally maxed out every weapon but spears, and spears is at like 9 3/4. So I have played every single type of weapon pretty close to the end. And I would still say short blade is my favorite by a very large margin. Short blunt would be next, then long blunt, and then after that, you start getting to weapon categories I don't care for as much. My least favorite is spear, even before the nerf for build 42. And then axes would be my second least favorite. And that boils down to, with the axes, they're very, very endurance hungry. So they hit like a truck, they're really good. But you go into a fight, you kill like 5 zombies, and your character's like, hang on, I need to catch my breath. I'm exaggerating a little. I mean, early game, I'm not exaggerating. But late, mid-game, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But you get the idea, is... Ooh, first machete for this run. Well, I guess technically I'm using an arm machete. It's on my back, I'm not using it, but it's the scrap one. But generally speaking, I like my weapons where I can get into a fight, and I have as long as possible before things go downhill. So short blades are my favorite because you can't fight with them forever and not tire, but you can fight with them for a very long time. They don't get to 1 and 2 tapping zombies nearly as fast as some of the other weapon categories, but fighting a zombie like that barely dings my endurance. Whereas even if I walk up and 1 and 2 tap it with an axe, you know, I'm going to measurably knock down my endurance by like 10-20%. Towards out of breath. Not total, 10%. Oh, I still got one more thing in nettles. Someday we'll get home again. Someday. One other perk of short blade and short blunt weapons is they are very readily available in the world. Because like I said, we ran out of our crafted weapons a while ago, and we've been riding entirely on weapons I've looted. They're all terrible, yeah. Let's see, how long have you survived, and what is the kill count? This character survived for 2 months, 9 days, and the kill count is right about to hit 5,000. Why are you chasing out of the base? Helicopter. We had a helicopter, and then it looked like the helicopter drew the zombies away from the resort, and the resort is where I actually want to be living. And so I was like, okay, let's make the move on the resort. We put like 2-3 days into trying to clear the resort, came to realize the resort was still... We didn't have the weapons to clear the resort, is basically what it boiled down to. I could fight it, and we knocked down like 200-300 zombies at it. But it was going to be one of those ones, I was going to run out of weapons well before we took it, and then separate from our weapons. So I started fighting to take back our house, because it's kind of, the way I was looking at it, I was going to trade my house with the zombies since they all moved here. I just had underestimated what was over there. So the moment we saw how bad it was, we went back to clearing to go back home. So we're kind of back to let the helicopter happen in the field up here, kill everything that shows up, and keep our survival going just fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, it's so nice to see how Strat's different from Lamprey. Thank you for the in-depth explanation. No problem. Lamprey's also like a very good player as well. Like me and Lamprey used to go back and forth, just kind of crap talking each other, like in a playful, fun way. You know, like bantering kind of way. Because like one of us would die and it'd be like, oh man, look at who's got the higher kill count. Remember when you used to have the higher one? Like crap like that. Did you decide where you're gonna do the next telly? I think the field just east of the one I've been doing looks like it'll be pretty okay. But yeah, so we used to torment each other because both of us have done like 0 to hero 16-time pop for a long time. And I tended to go very hard onto short blades, where he tended to go very hard onto the spears. Like, and we all, like, both of us went leveled pretty close to all of the weapon categories, or at least most of them kind of thing, just to mix up the gameplay as time went on. But we did have our preferences that once you kind of got everything near maxed or maxed, you just mostly went back in your preference. Why are we suddenly moving at, like, 2 miles an hour? I've noticed that happening from time to time. And it always throws me off when it happens. And I haven't figured that out, because that's something new. Okay, so we're not doing it anymore. Wait, no, I don't think so. It might be some there we go, so... well, no, because I've seen the muscle strain before. And it's not just exertion. It's like sometimes being out of breath applies more than others, and I don't really know why. Like, I don't know if that's a bug or something. It could be the weight as well. Let's go ahead and put the machete away, because I can definitely not fight like that. Okay, so we still are the slow. This is like nimble half. Rain, I don't think so, because our character, like, maybe if they're wet and uncomfortable, I could see that. But we're not getting even the moodles for, like, the lightest level of wet. We'll probably get there soon. Because it's a very light rain. Like, definitely the out of breath ties into it, but there's an extra factor, because we definitely go out of breath a lot without the penalty. Okay. Oh, the main building? It's the resort over here. I'll show it real fast. There is... Down here where we've been clearing is that building. So you have, like, the big lake here. It's that main resort building. It's like whatever the Dusk or Dark Wallow resort or guest house or whatever. Alright. But as the day goes on, it takes longer and longer to rest to get back into fighting condition. That's because there is a feedback loop between how sleepy your character is and how long it takes for you to recover from exertion. And so it is one of those things that you will just have things continue to escalate and continue to escalate and continue to escalate until you realize you've just kind of overstepped what you can handle, and then you die. Put that back in our back as a backup for the screwdrivers, because they're not as durable. We're not super overburned. Any junk in my bag I can just toss? I probably should. Right now we can toss that. I actually have tons of clay back home. So let's clear out some inventory here. The hair gel's been a meme. Let's just chuck that. The limestone is heavy. The handle I want. Oh, I'm sitting here on all that electrical scrap. Let's just chuck the scrap. The tree branches I'm going to need to make axes down here, so we'll keep that. So we're still slightly overburned. But it's 0.02 as opposed to before. it was like 1.5. What kind of build do you recommend for 16 times pop? If you do not want to die and suffer, you are going to want a decent amount of fitness and strength. You're probably going to want keen hearing. I think past that it's not as important, but I feel like those are the 3 big ones. Another thing that is worth considering is anything that gives you maintenance or nimble. Fast learning is also a really good pick as well. The big thing is, unless you're going out of your way for the like 0 to hero challenge, you do not want to be low fitness, low strength at the beginning. It will be rough surviving until you start getting some points in it. Do I recommend starting with unstable or the stable branch? So, I would actually say if you're a brand new player, it's honestly not terrible to go with the unstable branch, because you're probably not going to survive long enough for the edge cases at the unstable branch that kind of rough are going to be a problem. You'll need to work up to that. If you're an intermediate player, that gets a little bit more tricky, because you could survive long enough that kind of the rough edges of unstable show up that you have to care about, but maybe not be at the point where you know how to deal with those. And then once you get to be like an actual like skilled player, then you go back to unstable being probably the easy preference, because you already have figured out like the other options for like the edges. Because like right now, I understand they buffed butchering, but I understand it's also still a little difficult. And then like farming right now is not really in a great place on the unstable branch. Yeah, unstable could also be unstable for a long time. Like, the other thing is if you're a player who would not, like, you get really upset if you got set back because, you know, a patch came out and, you know, you had to like restart a save. That would be a thing to not play unstable. You probably won't run into that very much. The Indie Stone is pretty good about not having that as a problem. But there has been once in a while where they've made like a major map change in a past unstable branch that if you had already loaded that part of the map, you get like really weird side effect kind of things. I don't think I've ever run into one that was like simply a breaking change. I think the worst we had is we had 1 or 2 updates in the Build 41 unstable that when the update happened, the zombies would respawn inside buildings in your area. And that got a lot of people killed. But that's something that hasn't happened. Like, I've heard one report of that happening on Build 42, but I haven't heard like it wasn't Build 41 where you would have an update and you'd always have that really scary moment of being like, alright, do I need to run out the door? But to be honest, as a news player, you'll probably die quickly. Oh yeah, no, as a new player, you're gonna die. Like like you could be the greatest gamer that has ever gamed in the game anything. You're still gonna take a lot of dirt naps before you learn like the basic muscle memory and all that, and the basic mechanics. Let's see, the understand is they buffed farming, but nowhere near enough, and have yet to correct the wrong season thing. We shall see. I'm under the impression that 4.2.2 corrected the wrong season thing. I could be wrong, I haven't tested it, but I believe that was in the patch notes. Let's see, don't know much about Build 42. Do we have a time frame for the full stable release? Nowhere near soon. As far as like the actual time, I have no idea. Months at a minimum, probably very, very late in the year would be, I think, the realistic thing. Like, maybe in the fall. And that's a very, very, very big guess. I would not take that with any confidence. Let's see, the old CDDA going to die 30 times before you even loot your first house. Yep. Let's see, you're new here. May I ask, what was the world record you hold in your description? Google can't find anything concrete. So the world record I held was the highest kill count run ever streamed, and I say this past tense, which was 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life I had no mods to change the itemization or vehicles, and everything was at harder than apocalypse settings. It was 16 times pop, sweaty, try-hard stuff. Not as hard as it could have gone, but pretty hard. And I held that record for a good while until Mr. Lamprey beat my record by a lot. By a lot. But I did hold that record for a good while. And then with literally no mods, Royale with Cheese TV holds the record at 135,121 as well. Because I had set the record, and then Royale with Cheese came in after and then tied up the record because he had the record before me. And so he tied up the record and then retired the character because it was one of those things that he didn't want it to be one of those things where he had beaten the record, but like a whole bunch of people made a stink because I was on harder settings. So rather than going through that, he did the really cool thing and being like, all right, we're going to tie up the record. We both get to share the record. You know, we don't have to worry about people arguing about whose settings are easier or harder and all that stuff. Can you skip frames by pressing E? There is animation canceling in the game, and you can break a lot of stuff with it. I do not deliberately animation cancel. It's not because I have anything against it or anything like that, or like, you know, easy mode or anything like that. It is, I am a very lazy player, and I will simply be meticulous and all that, and use that as my approach. So a lot of the cheesy strats and animation canceling and all that kind of stuff you just won't see me do. Alright. That's crazy to start Zomboid train, and that number is just unthinkable. To be clear, so for people in chat, let's just have for fun, to give you an idea, for new players, veterans, the whole group of you, if you have never killed over 100,000 zombies, go ahead and drop a 1 in chat. And chat should be nothing but 1s, except for like 2 or 3 people in the entire group. Because that is a unreasonably high number. Yeah, so you get the idea. So you see the numbers there. Like, very, very genuinely, you're gonna have like almost no one who's gotten there. It won't be literally no one. There'll be a couple of them. But yeah, no, honestly, even if we went to the point of like 10,000, you would probably still have a little bit more who would not be clicking. But very, very genuinely, the number of people who even kill like 10,000 zombies on a character ever in their entire time playing Project Zomboid, you're probably talking 2, 3, 4, 5% maybe. It's just, that is genuinely a real big milestone. So when you sit there and you see like what we're doing and like these kind of runs where, you know, I end up killing 10, 50, 30, 100,000, whatever, keep in mind that is a very atypical thing. Not that no one does it. People do. But you're talking a very, very, very small percent of the community who gets those kind of numbers. You broke 5,000, and that is a very impressive number. Oh wait, 100,000? No, never. Yeah. Because very genuinely, so it's a thing. If you get to the point you are keeping a character alive for more than 3 months with any consistency, you can stay alive on a character forever. You can get literally any amount of kill count ever. You have demonstrated you have the skill to get there. Like, you're breaking like 10,000 and getting to like 3 months on any regularity. You are set. You could beat the record that Lamprey set if you got the patience for it. Like, that's no longer an exercise. I mean, there's the player skill to get to that point, but it's no longer an exercise in player skill to get past that point. You've done the hard part. It's literally just, do you have the patience to keep playing in that meticulous way you've played until you get big number? Yeah, that's the thing. That boredom, that'll get you. Being impatient, that'll get you. Or just playing too tired or having that one moment. Because usually the way those really long runs die is they don't die from like, okay, you know, you probably died from being overwhelmed by an unreasonable number of zombies, or you probably died from, you know, really bad helicopter, or that. It's like, no. The way almost all those runs die is you walked directly into one zombie that was standing perfectly still. Or you just brain off, did something really dumb. But you just have that one lapse in judgment and it's over. Because it is one mistake and it's over. You think in your 300 hours you got around 4,000 on multiplayer? And you stop playing at that point? 4,000 is a really impressive number. Let's see, your 10k kills multiplayer character dies because your keyboard died in the middle of a loot run. Yep. Confidence is a slow, insidious killer. Yeah, like the thing, like this is the kind of place where I would actually likely get myself killed. And because I'd be sitting there like peeking up at chat, saying something, there'd be that one zombie that chills in the middle of the road, doesn't say a peep, doesn't make a mumble or anything. And you walk into it, you see your character ever so slightly deviate to the side, the zombie turns around and grabs you, and you're just like, oh man. You didn't think you've hit 500? Yeah, no, and that's, honestly, if I were to guess, like, the 95 percentile of, like, let's eliminate people who, they boot up the game, and they go, it's not for me. So ignoring those people. Ignoring the people that they boot up the game and are like, not feeling it. Which would probably honestly still be, like, 50, 60, 70%. So taking them off the table. I'm willing to bet the people who actually put in 100 hours, let's say, at least 100 hours, I would be willing to bet somewhere in the area, the 90 to 95 percentile don't break 1,000 at any point. Or if they do, it's like a one-off maybe, but you know, really not more than that. And that isn't because like new player, they're not skilled enough, yada yada yada. It is one, are they playing a mode where they are killing the zombies? Is that the play style? Like, when I say killing the zombies, I mean, like, killing the zombies. Or it's like, is that their play style they prefer? A lot of them, that won't be what it is. They're just not into just fighting a bunch of zombies. A lot of people like to play a lot more evasive. A lot of people like to do that. There are people who they'd much rather play where they run around and they just start hitting the zombies, but they be absolutely reckless and all that. And it is one of those things that that's just not their go-to on how to play and all that. What's up with the menus font? If you go into Escape, Accessibility, enable dyslexic fonts. So they are dyslexic-friendly fonts. I do advocate for people with disability and neurodivergent conditions, and so you'll notice my text up here is using the same font. I used that before that was an option in Product Zomboid to advocate for that, as well as it's easier to read in general. It does take people a little bit of an adjustment to it because it is a weird looking font, but there's a lot of things that it helps where you have like big blocks of paragraphs and all that. It makes it a lot more distinguished where each line starts and stops. Because you may not notice this because of the size, but like the bottom part of these letters, the font is bolder than on the top. So it's got like a thicker bottom and a thinner top, so it makes it easier to see the line separation. P, B, D, and Q, they don't rotate or flip to be each other. Because like you see, that one is like this one, the thicker bottom. When you flip it over, it doesn't make that one. The arm is a different size. And that is all stuff for making stuff dyslexia friendly. Let's see, you got to tell your husband you grew out of dyslexia as an 80s child about Open Dyslexia font. Because of you, he's been using it since and having a much better time with life. Oh yeah, and for the record, this isn't the only good font out there. There's even people who do have dyslexia who do not like the Open Dyslexic or Dyslexie fonts, which are basically the same style font. And for the record, I even use it for chat. But you'll have other people use Comic Sans, Calibri, and all these that are a whole thing. But particularly, don't think people grew out of learning disabilities. He just kind of assumed he did. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. You can get to the point where it's you manage it. It's also one of those things that people have argued back and forth whether or not dyslexia should be classified as a learning disability, because it doesn't demonstrate like any impact on your actual competency and all that. A lot of people are trying to make it a reading disability because that's basically all it affects. It's literally just reading. You'll have a lot of times things will co-occur, like ADHD can co-occur with dyslexia and all that. But yeah, it's one of those things, I don't think it matters. Like, the reason it gets referred to as a learning disability is having difficulty reading does typically impact your ability to learn. But in a world where we had more, like, you had people using better fonts and not wall of texting people and all that, it is one of those things that making things more accessible for people with stuff with, like, dyslexia, they would see the same level of success on the other side. But unfortunately, we exist in a world that a lot of those considerations don't happen. So they are put on a back foot by the fact that they have an extra hurdle they have to climb just to be able to get the same lesson everyone else does. So with all that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, thank you so much for watching, and I do hope you will drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future, because that's how this whole thing works. There is a good chance I'm going to be doing a bonus stream tomorrow and the day after that and all that kind, because normally Thursdays and Fridays are day off, but I am trying to do my partner push. Not partner push, I've already partnered. My partner plus push, which is basically trying to get extra 1, 2, and 3 subs to get the number of points I need to get the higher revenue split. I'm going to check what our number was at, because we were 16 shy of it earlier when I checked. Or sorry, yeah, 16 shy? Was that right? No, we were 16 shy. Sorry, don't mean to echo. And we're only 13 shy now. So if I end up getting 13 more plus points, then I'm locked in for, well, I'm not locked in. I'll get the first month done, but the problem is I only got 2 more days to do it. So we're close and all that. So I am doing that push. So, you know, obviously all support is appreciated, but that support goes a long way as well. So thanks so much for that. So thank you again for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have the means of rating out over there, so don't forget to subscribe and all that. For all of you over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go raid someone. So let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. And also as a reminder,